got my World of Warcraft working. Yep.
Live life your way with HMSA. You'll have the freedom to choose from top doctors and
Fires from SMV clouds. Does SMV have clouds? I thought it was shadow.
Oh yeah. All right.
Busting fuck up your rep situation? No, man.
What?
It's fine. You don't fuck up anything. Man, I hate how streamers have literally they've fear-mongered the player base into being like, you're gonna fuck up if you don't do dungeons and quest to get your rep to honored. Like it's so crazy, man. They really did scare people to like, you're gonna fuck it up.
Oh. Oh. All right, I got my game. Hold up. Get this going. Let's get this
Like, this is an
going.
anti-node, right? That's right there. That was 3 gold. 6 gold. 6 gold for that node right there. The smallest node possible. That was 6G. Right here. This cloud. 6 gold per moat. We got 4. Add 24 to that. We just made 30 gold. That's 1 primal fire. I'm telling you, primal fire is way slower than that.
All right.
I'm gonna just go up here. Off route, off route. Look for these possible nodes. This is one of the areas where like your ground mounters wouldn't go. So there's probably a lot of nodes up here. Yeah. How many people are with you in the grand?
All right.
50?
Uh.
I don't know. Not all on my layer.
Rival kit.
Not all of them are mining. Not many. Obviously that's the max, so we don't know.
Uh.
Okay.
Uh.
One whole loop of SMV. I think Shadow Moon. I think Shadow Moon's a bait, but I'm down to try. Like, I'm not losing much by trying.
Uh. Agility. Why is there so much agility? Anyway. Uh. Um. Where is a shaman trainer?
Check Corium.
What the fuck?
Corium is wait, Corium is 11 gold a piece. You think there's gonna be a lot more Corium there? Do you get Corium more in Shadow Moon and everything?
Alright.
Hellfire is full of Corium. Whoa, maybe I could do like a loop of Hellfire every now and then.
Alright, talents.
People can't mine it.
Time for talents.
I'm down. I'm down to just do a quick Hellfire. Because like I feel like I tapped all these caves. And the caves are really what's good in Nagrand. You know, just flying around for these random non-rich nodes is very sad.
Uh. One, two, three, four. Okay.
Wait, bog, giant area, and high density caves. Hmm.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Well, this zone is tapped right now. I would have to layer.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, two, three, four. Bucket. I don't know. 5. And then 1, 2, 3,
Every
4,
business in
5.
works a little differently. Some start before sunrise.
1,
Some run late into the night. Behind every
2,
door,
3, 4,
there's
5.
a
I don't
team
know.
doing the work that keeps our islands moving. And
We gotta
behind
get this.
them
Wait,
are
gotta
employers
check.
who partner with HMAA Health Insurance. Our service team, our support staff, real people who pick up the phone, answer your questions, and help your employees stay healthy.
3, 4,
No matter
5.
what your business looks like behind the scenes, HMAA's got you covered.
Zero, 5. 1, 2.
Corium.
1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, okay, that's the most. All right. Okay. Anyway. Okay. All right. I guess I got my boost activated. All right, whatever. Who is I don't know, online or something. Whatever. Who's on right now? Destiny streaming, anyone streaming. Are you? Just watch you, I guess.
Let's see if he pulls off the 1k DPS.
All right.
Someone else says I can fill 1.5k DPS. Okay, we have a gamer healer too. Okay. Nice. Yo, Turner, thanks for the prom. I can replace the tank. No. The tank situation's fine, guys. We do not need to replace the tank, okay? Okay, let's do it. Uncle Oswald is
okay.
Uncle Oswald is still begging for a king's, man. There's no way. Guys, am I really kings in this guy? There's no way, right? Give the man a kings. Like he's almost dying to threat like every pull, man. Like if I kings him, he's just gonna die. Maybe we just have to kings him to humble him a bit so he dies, and then he'll know that he needs me. You know? All right, hold up. Fine, let's swap it then. You really want to see what happens without a main tank? I'm putting kings on you. There it is, man. This is what you're about to see, the value of the main tank. Oh, Saltcat did 2k DPS. Oh my gosh, Saltcat was not lying.
Told you Best Buy had a great deal.
98-inch Samsung, plus free install.
And we avoid the Dave Cave.
You're in the Dave Cave now! Whoa!
I'm not taking my eyes off this TV.
Shop Best Buy for great prices on extra-large Samsung TVs.
Wait a minute, I just realized something. Did tank players and raid leaders make up DPS meters so that they could create something for the DPS players to do and think about while the raid leaders and the tanks are playing the rest of the game and doing everything properly? And the DPS are just playing this little mini game of like, I did more damage. I think that might be what it is. think I just realized this. Okay, this is actually gonna hurt. I might need the bubble or Uncle Oswald, do you wish you had solved now? Okay, he didn't die. Uncle Oswald, do you wish you had solved now? Okay, no, he didn't die. Maybe Kings is fine, man. I don't know. Dude, look at this. Look at this group. We are slamming. I don't even have enough time to eat.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Kick the paladin. He's clearly underperforming. Guys, that's not what this is about, okay? Hey Zar, why is the Pally only doing 300 DPS? That was just a bad pull.
Wait. I need TBC Questy. Hold up.
I'm honestly surprised Oswald didn't charge in on the boss right there. I'm honestly surprised. Dude, Louis picking it up this round, man. Louis up to 900.
Don't make me kill you.
You contribute nothing. Guys, I'm the tank. I contribute. I'm the one preventing damage from being done to us. I'm the one taking all of the DPS. Without me, everyone else dies. They can't tank it like I can. I'm the main tank. I need that. I'm gonna use that as a spell power weapon, yeah. We need that. There's no way that's better than Thunder Fury right now, though, is it? Is it? No, I'm not replacing Thunder Fury. I just wanted to take a quick peek. Not until Heroic? Yeah, the Heroic version of that might slam. Scully, thanks for the prime.
Impressed with how much your stream has grown.
It's crazy, man. It's very crazy.
Streaming to over 10,000 people doing nothing, waiting for the patch to
doing nothing. yeah, dude, the classic. Yo, Scully, thanks for the prime, man. It was, yeah, this shit was crazy. One of the biggest streams we ever had on the channel. Very nuts. I think Salve is better. That's what I think. I think Salve is better. Yep.
All right. Hey. I wonder what it sounds. Wait, what? I wonder what it sounds like. Okay.
Someone just dung. Grats to... What's it, Louis? Grats to Louis! Congrats on the ding up, dude. Cheesy. Whee! Honestly, you should bring in a rep pally with those 2 warriors so you could get kings and salve on them. We could replace another warrior so we could bring Blessing of Light. And then we could replace another one so we could get Blessing of Sanctuary. If we want.
And my add-on's not loading. What the fuck?
We could kick Rain of Fires, Hammer Justice on him. Yo, there we go. Guys, look at that. We're doing 690 DPS. I'm not useless, okay? Holy Cleave group. Yeah, this is nice. This is definitely really nice. The Cleave goes wild. I didn't inspect Salthcat, by the way. Oh, Salthcat's in like
wait,
a bunch of like questing gear and stuff. Although Salthcat is level 64. Maybe I'll put a star on my head so people can find me easier and they know where to stand. I'm the main tank, guys. Cool. Yeah, the healer is definitely healing. The healer is healing there, man. What is that HPS? 600 HPS on the healer there. Healer is doing healing things. Just spamming chain heal the whole pull. Start to finish. Drinking in between each back. Boom, boom. Tick, tick, tick. We're locked in.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
I see.
Okay, we're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it. Oh, it's just time to eat.
Yeah.
The shaman doesn't have that. That's amazing. Looks like he already has it.
Wait, what?
What prod talent am I going for? I'm just going down the ret tree now, getting Pursuit of Justice for movement speed, and then I'm gonna get to improved Retribution Aura for Dungeon Cleaves. Like Retribution Aura is doing 4% of my damage, so I mean that's got to be good.
Alright, let's see if this works.
Can you post your food recipes you eat anywhere? We do have a cookbook if you want
Okay,
to
the
check that
add-on
out.
works, okay.
Doesn't have all the recipes that we like to eat, but has a lot of them.
Alright, Questy.
Just go for Sanctity Aura. It goes for 10% holy damage.
Wait, no.
Yeah, it might be more value. I don't know. Actually, I don't know if it would. So you would lose the 3% damage. Maybe it would. Expecting your first. Yo, Frank Anthony, congrats, man. Support mommy is #1 tip, I'd say. It'll be a crazy different, you know, couple first months when things are going on, but in the best way possible. And you get to that new normal and be like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. But yo, big congrats, Frank. Big congrats.
My add-on's still not working.
Very nice. Guys, I'm feeling a little lesser than on the damage meters. Can
Dang it.
someone say
Not
something
the
to
right
lift me up
version.
a little bit? Like, this is embarrassing. I'm getting owned. Like, I did not think this is how... I thought it was gonna be like main tank POV #1 in the meters. I could kick Uncle Oswald, Salt, and Louis from the group, and then my placement on the meters would go up. You're still carrying them to the W. 600 DPS as a tank is excellent. Are you even using the right spells? Yeah, let's talk to this guy for the puff. Ishnuala. Do you have the right spell ranks on? I believe I do, guys. We locked in and tiled all of the small details yesterday. Okay. It's gonna be a mana pot angle then. Guys, we're down to 11 mana pots. And once we're out, we're out. Wow, three runs in a row on these. Back to the auto follow. I don't know how quick that run was, but that felt fast. It felt fast. Legendary, thanks, bro.
Oh man, what's...
How much gold do I have? We're at 1697. I don't have Nova Instance Tracker pulled up right now.
Alright.
But we're getting this Mark of the Bite buff every 30 minutes, so we can track off that buff. Oh no, Uncle Oswald forgot to get Mark of the Bite. His next run's gonna suffer. Oof. Oof, Oz, no Mark of Bite. Big mistake. Salt goes, this is my chance. Is this more fun than questing? What I'm doing is mixing up both. I quested this morning, and then we did dungeons, we quested more, and now we're doing more dungeons. So what I'll probably do is just, I'm gonna just keep following this guide, continue running slave pens to 64. So we have like a whole nother level here, and then after that, we'll get back to questing. And then we'll quest just for a little bit until we get to the next dungeon, which I don't know where we're going next.
All right, there we go.
Mana tombs? Yeah, sounds about right. Any cool drops these run? I got this cool sword called the Spellfire Longsword that looks like a lightsaber. But we're not replacing Thunder Fury quite yet, but looks pretty cool. I got a new cloak called the Bogstraw Scale Cloak. That thing's pretty rad. Although I might replace it pretty soon here with a Spell Damage Cloak. You were my brother, Anakin. What did you do when you got to the What's Wrong at the Thicket quest? I just skipped it. Looks like it's bugged. You're supposed to be able to get it, but you can't, so. Your buff fell off? Oh, the buff falls off when you run out of the dungeon, bro. What? Yo, villain, thanks for the...
Great presentation, well done.
Yeah, highly recommend the melee cleave, man. This is gross. Hunter cleave? I mean, is hunter cleave a thing? Maybe. I had to bubble for a minute. And Bob Louie for a minute. Cancel the bubble. Yeah, that works out. That pull is like one of the hardest pulls, I feel like. If you just kind of run through and do it all. This pull's also kind of tough. If you do all of this at once, it's kind of troll. Nice. Very nice. My slash plate at this level is 4 hours. But we had a lot of testing this level. AFK, testing, dying. We were testing out some spell cleave and just dying. Kind of my fault. I was doing like too big of pulls. The pulls weren't really working out, so we just kept dying. Try doing a group with all hunters or all mages. I already tried all mage. Well, I guess I did 2 mages technically, not 3. That would be kind of fun though. An all warrior group. Maybe when we build the next one, we do an all hunter. We build the next one, we do an all What else would be fun to try? Okay, this bull's actually gonna be crazy. I mean, all mages is kind of an obvious one. Bro, this healer is cranking. Wait, that's got to be at least 1,000 HPS right there. What is that? 700 HPS there. Yo, Annie dings up. Grats. Five Moonkins. 5 Lux. I mean, it wouldn't be 5 because it would have to be me. I'm a pally tank, and then 2. I need a healer. So it would probably be like 3 of each class, like 3 warriors, 3 mages, 3 hunters. I'd be down to try that. We could do a full pally run too, like all paladins. That would actually be kind of probably terrible though. And then we could have the chat vote on what they like the best. I don't know if there's beating this though, guys. I think this is peak. I think full warrior might kind of be it. All prop pallies, that would be not that good, I don't think. Prop pallies are only good if they get hit. That's why I secretly want the salve on the warriors, because I think I do way more damage when they all have salve. Don't do it, Oz. 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 Don't do it! I knew it! Okay, this is not good. I mean, if we're gonna do it, then we're gonna do it. We need kicks. We need to kill the totems. Oh my gosh, it's actually working? Holy crap, everybody is a Chad. It actually worked. Okay, I thought we were gonna die there. Oh, that Nova totem just blew us all to smithereens. Lol, nice. I mean, that works out. If everyone on your team is doing like 1k to 2k DPS, besides the tank, which would make sense because tanks do less DPS, so I wouldn't judge the tank if they're doing less than 1 to 2k. But if everyone else is doing 1 to 2k, then yeah, then that can work. That is just gonna become the new normal then. We're just gonna do that pull like that. You were doing over 800? Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good. Cool.
Wait, why am I fucking
Game is
dead?
TBC, gotta go back to vanilla.
I
mean, TBC is harder than
Wait,
vanilla.
really?
Like, I guess it depends what you mean by hard. But like, by most definitions of hard, it depends how you define hard. But by most definitions of hard, TBC is harder than vanilla. Right? Like Black Temple or Sunwell is harder than Nax. Would you guys disagree? The mechanics of like heroics and stuff, and like the difficulty of heroics. No way. Wait, you guys think Nax is harder than Black Temple? I feel like TBC is definitely harder. Am I tripping? I feel like I'm right on this one. Oh, I just dunged 63, boys. There we go. We're 15% quicker baseline now. Woot. And if we go to the trainer, we end up getting Shadow resistance aura, which we probably don't need anyway. There it is, guys. We're level 63. Locked in and dialed. Okay, here we go. Louis, no. Nice. Sunwell is way harder than Nax, but BT's about the same. I don't know. I feel like TBC content's way harder than Classic. Maybe I'm tripping. And then I feel like Wrath is another step up, and then Kata's another step up. I'm not like the best person to ask. Like I have done ICC, I have done like some Kata heroic rating, and then I did some I did a lot of stupid amount of Project 70, and we got our world first Project 70 clear, lol. But that was a little different too. Okay, so on this poll, I did 1k DPS.
I gotta change the name of this.
This poll is good. What? I'm topping the meters. Mom. I'm doing it. Take a screenshot, guys. Look, I'm topping. I did it. No. No. I almost topped on that poll. Why did I do so well on that one? I don't know. Okay. It's been a long time since I've done Black Temple. I'd have to relearn all the mechanics in the fights. It's been a long time since the old Sunwell as well. It's been a long time since SSC as well. Honestly, it's been a long time since Karazhan as well. Wait a minute. 30 resilience and absorbs 440 damage. How good is 30 resilience? Is that even like what is this? Better than 20 resilience? Okay, I'm just gonna pop a greed then. Thanks, guys. Okay, this pull actually could get us killed. Let's see. We're limit testing here, boys. Limit testing. Ow! I had to bubble, had to. Absolutely had to. Oh, dude, if the fear breaks, I have laying hands. Okay, that was kind of my fault. The healer got MC'd. We know that happens. Oh my gosh, Oswald is still alive. Oswald and Louis are still alive. Let's go, Oz. Let's go. Let's go, Louis. Let's go. See, guys, they need me. Without me, they crumble. Watch this. See, guys, without me, the rest of the team goes down. Watch.
All right.
Oh, ads are playing. Weird. Okay, let's just get some reses up, guys. Let's res the dead and rebuff. That's crazy. Why am I slowing these warriors down? That's the question. Why am I in this group? What is the point? You're just a cosmetic tank and they're to buff. should have played a warrior. What is going on?
Bro, where the fuck? Oh my god.
Note to self, don't pull those 3 again. We were kind of limit testing and we found the limit, so we can kind of not do that again. Brilliant Wizard Oil. I found it.
Oh my god.
Okay. 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 Wow. Nice. Why are you not tanking? No, I am. This is what tanking looks like. I am tanking. I'm tanking. Guys, these warriors, I put salve on them. They started complaining. They said they needed kings, and now it's turned into this.
TBC hype.
TBC hype. Okay, here we go. Here we go. This pull is gonna be fat. I've aggro on everything almost. I've aggro on everything almost. I have aggro on everything almost. Almost. Oh, it's help! Okay. No, I've got it. I've got it. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry. I have it. See that, guys? Right there. That's the value of Paladin tanking right there. I don't know if it's worth doing this extra pull if the buff leaves anyway. Maybe it is. I mean, I guess it's just a free extra mob. What's the time per run? I didn't time this one. Okay. He started at 4, so it was approximately a 17-minute run. Cool. We still have to run out, so it'll probably be about a 20-minute run by the time we run out, right? Or something. Oh wow, our healer got one shot. Ooh, okay, I actually might need this now that we don't have. Wait, what happened there? Guys, you want to respect the threat meters, okay? You got to respect the tank. All right, no one else needs this. Guys, would you use spore-soaked veneer as a paladin to gain more stamina, intellect, and damage? Purple Goose, 10 gifted subs. Let's go. Thank you very much, Purple. Welcome in, guys. Enjoy your stay. Enjoy your lack of ads. Yes, yes, yes. No, yes, no. You need to play Mythic Plus? I love Mythic Plus. I mean, I do more damage with this, right? I'll keep the defense one, yeah, as a like a tanky option. This thing kind of cranks though, bro. 19 damage is kind of disgusting. Tankier stuff, but I don't think we'd ever like. think just pure damage, man. Like 389 bonus damage is kind of crazy. Maybe if I flask up, I can beat Oswald on the meters. Why not make a warrior? Pally items are obsolete anyway. Guys, we're too far into it, man.
I've gotten my wife into watching your stream. She does so a lot during her evening alone time. She just sits in the bedroom and watches your top clip from last year. So weird, lol.
Schlimmy, thanks for the prime. Glad your wife enjoys the stream. Let's keep moving. Okay. Keep rolling. Just keep going. At least I look cool. I don't do any damage compared to the warriors, but I mean, do the warriors have aura like this, guys? Wait a minute, I am doing the most damage in the group as a shield user. Okay, I am topping something. There we go. And look how quick we're running too. 3 points pursuit of justice. We're waiting for all the warriors at this point. Yeah. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Just change your details window to damage taken. Yeah, true. True. Very true. Do. OMG, OMG, it's him. Hi, Chrome. I love you. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream, Chrome. We're waiting on... Someone's inside. We're waiting on someone. Oh, South Cat. Did it reset? Yo, knock 110 on the Twitch Prime. Thank you, man. We got it. We're in. We're in. We're in. We're in. Move, 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 move. We're missing Oswald. This is not a good sign. We're missing Oswald, my friends. There he is.
Maybe I should have went Paladin. Oh boy.
Yeah, there we go. What level Manitomes? 64, I think. I'm gonna continue this to 64, and then I'm gonna quest a bit more, and then we'll pick this back up, I think, at Manitomes. I think that's the plan. So we probably only have, like, what, 6 more runs or something? Actually, probably more than that. 8 more runs? Actually, maybe more than that. Maybe 10 more runs? I don't know how much XP. Do you get, like, 10% XP per run or something? Probably 10 more runs? And then we're done with Slaypins until next TBC. Sag. Dungeon spam is peak content, though. I found it fascinating that, like, some people absolutely love spamming dungeons, and some people absolutely hate it. It's really interesting. Okay, let's just do this. We got feared. Into that one. I'm scratching my eye. Should be good. Look how much more DPS I'm doing with this new cloak. Okay.
TBC Summit.
Okay, so this is another one of the hard pulls. I think we just take this one a little slower. It's literally the mind control dude. The soothsayer. Zortaz, thanks for the prime catch. Thanks for the gift of T1 to Ozzy. Okay, we're feared up. Rogue or Warrior can't decide which to play for TBC. I don't know. I like Rogue and Warrior both a lot. I think Warrior might perform like a bit better, but it's not all about performance, you know. Yeah, PvE Warrior, PvP Rogue. I would probably agree with that in general, but depends what you want to do too. Okay, so this is one of the fatter pulls here. This is not looking very good at all. I bopped Oz. He removed it. So, like, I do better at pulls like that, right? But even that, I only did 900. Like, that's more of like a paladin pull, right? Like, it's a lot of mobs just hitting you. No casters, no, like, mind controls, no totems. You're kind of just there doing it, right? Healer OP? Yeah, Alori is solid. Alori's Oz's brother, IRL. You should salve yourself because you're a ripping threat off of the DPS. Very funny, man. I mean, we can go for the Omega pull again, but I need some mana. Are we doing it? Are we doing it again?
Oh man.
There we go.
I don't know if
This
this
pull's
anymore.
actually sick, dude. Kill the totems.
Oh my
It's actually a super fun pull if you do that, right?
Oh boy.
Dude, I had aggro the whole time. Look at the damage meters, man. I just need to pull bigger. Small pulls aren't conducive to prop paladin play. If we pull bigger, I'm gonna be pumping harder. That's literally all it is. Miss. Gotta pull more. Princely rain leggings. I used these for transmog on retail for a while. I remember farming these for a minute. I was talking to some prop hallies that played classic TBC, and some of them say that they wear cloth gear on purpose so that they take more damage, so that their healers can heal them more, so they can get more mana back with spiritual attunement, so that they can do more damage and get better threat. Let me say that again. The prot paladins wear cloth robes to take more damage, to gain more mana, to get more threat, to do more damage, to get more mana. That's crazy. Apparently that's the like the hidden techniques. Oh, whoops, wrong way. Is that nuts? But yeah, you need that. That's if you're a gamer, right? Like that's if you have a gamer crew. If you have a gamer healer, everyone's locked in and dialed. That's not like if you're just doing like a pug. That's like if you have a main team, right? And it stresses the healer a bit more, but then you're just doing more damage and clearing better, quicker. Sounds like some tech to ninja the caster gear. No, I mean, I think it's legit, man. No cap. Trust me, bro. Woohoo! Yeah. We could kick Rain of Fire if we want. Or we could just keep doing damage and kill them all. I guess that might be better use of rage. I mean, I don't know. Sorry to backseat Mr. Warriors. Okay, let's keep playing. One of them's gonna whisper me and say, "You're just mad you don't have a kick."
Okay.
Paladin. This poor healer is sweating. Yeah, healer's locked in and tiled. Interrupts cost a global cooldown. True. Sorry, sir. Oh no, don't pull the boss. Oh, great. Well. DI would be real good right about now, huh? Oh, the boss actually didn't pull. Let's think about this for a sec. Bubble bandage. I can do this. I'm the main character. Come on. Yeah. Yeah, we can do this. Yeah, we just lay on hands here. Do this. We can definitely do this. Just health pot. Target dummy. A whole lot of cooldowns. Man, that's a brutal run back. We got feared straight into the boss. It happens. It happens. We're not the main character, guys. We're not. Sorry, put your raid leader voice on and tell these warriors to keep their salvations on. Guys, I already tried. We got vetoed. We did a poll and I asked them and they all said they all wanted kings, dude. It's like, all right.
Alright, I can't even get groups. What the fuck, dude?
Do I use gel or wax in my hair? I don't have anything in my hair right now. I just kind of got out of the shower and then just did it. Are you guys gonna replace the tank then? I'll look at the damage meter right now. Nappy, all right. You shower? Bro, showering in the morning is such a nice way to just like let the water flow over your head and just kind of wake up and like not be so tired and you know, it's just nice. Once in the chat if you agree with me. Once in the chat if you like that morning shower and you just get in there and just... It's a nice way to wake up, man. I actually don't know how one would survive without a morning shower. Like, I feel so groggy if I don't take a morning shower. Like, if I just try to, like, go live or, like, just, like, go do something without showering first, like, wake up and just go, it's like, no. Wash the day away at night. I mean, nighttime showers are also great, but if I had to only do one, definitely going day. I don't function without my morning shower. Yeah, it's a critical piece of the...
Oh no. Oh boy.
Before my morning shower or after my morning shower. So I will wake up, hit my workout, then shower. But it's still a morning shower, right? But then I'm streaming all day, so I'm sitting. It's not like I'm working up a sweat, so I'm like still kind of clean when I go to bed, unless I'm getting real sweaty, which sometimes happens. How about sweaty gameplay? I mean, dude, when we used to grind rank 1 titles, I mean, dude, some of you guys remember, I was real sweaty. I was very sweaty. Oz would remember. Guys, Oz was one of my arena partners. We played a lot of arenas. Oz remembers the sweaty czar days. We were very sweaty. Yo, Woozy, thanks for the primer. A lot of my workouts are on weekends, Sucrose. When I'm not streaming, so I can take a slower morning. Just shower twice a day. That's a lot of time in the shower. I'll usually just do one a day. Yeah. Yeah, Rowas, I watch it live, man. Man, that's a brutal run back. Depends on your day. I work construction, so I shower only at night. If I worked construction, I would 100% shower at night. Yes. If you're gonna wake up and you're outside all day, yeah. You're gonna get all dirty, you're outside, you're working, like 100%. I would shower at night. So it depends on what you do, I think, right? Do I like to eat chips and salsa? Definitely. A little too much. I don't get the point of this conversation. Yeah, why are we talking about showers, guys? Someone brought it up. Okay, let's get moving. I should buy the mats for a divine intervention. That actually would have saved us there. I could have DI'd. Actually, no, it wouldn't have. Because he would have been DI'd like right there.
What level am I supposed to do? I don't even know.
Time to shine. The Warriors are still running here. Guys, see how much better this is when all the mobs are hitting me? I, for one, still think Salve is a better strat than Kings. When all the mobs are hitting me, I'm doing more damage. I look better on the damage meter, and the healer is stressed less because I'm taking way less damage than the spread damage going out. It's gotta be. Salves are better. That's what I think. Although, yeah, it is a shaman. Shamans can just spam chain heal. Doesn't really matter anyway. TBC hard. Just let him pump, Czar. Oh crap. Speaking of pumping, wait, how I can't hold aggro, man. Wait, what's going on? Put my arcane elixir back on. Maybe that's what it is. Okay, pop a greed on the wand. We have wizard oil. Arcane elixir. I need like full food buffs just to like hold aggro right now. Okay, this is another pull that we want to take a little slower. If we pull all three, I think we wipe. We're gonna do a double pull. We just can't do the triple. I mean, that's a lot of numbers on the screen. Don't look at the damage meters. Just look at like I'm doing a lot of damage. You can feel it, right? Yo, chat, what level are you guys right now? If you're leveling in TBC right now, what level are you in the game? Where we at? I'm seeing a lot of 61s. A lot of 62s and 61s. Lots of 62s and 61s. $62 because I'm not a sweat. Okay. 61 and a half. I'm level 80 because I'm playing retail. Alright. What level is retail going up to at midnight? Is it going 85 or are we going 90? Level squish out. Okay. Opening all the clams so we don't piss people off in the chat. There we go. Locked in and dialed.
All right.
Okay, here we go. Here we go.
Okay.
Somebody a bot, Mr. Oswald. Wow, Alori, you're a beast. How is our healer such a beast? Doing 600 HPS. No one's dying. I guess we all decided to skip that one. He's pressing one button, it's chain
Still
heal.
level
Guys, it's
60.
more complicated than that,
Somehow
man.
not many need healer when I cave for dungeons smiled.
Guys, I like, what, I can't give someone a compliment because they're doing good things, man? I'm giving the healer a compliment. That's what it is. It's more than just chain heal, guys. Look at the breakdown from last pull. It's 40. Well, it's 88% chain heal. It's also Earth Shield. Okay, that's not that wasn't my point. My point was that I can still give someone a compliment if I want. Okay. Let's keep moving. Let's keep moving. Okay, so from that entire dungeon run, we got approximately 10% of a level, I think. Which means we need, and we're 20% through, we probably need about 8 more runs of slave pens until we move on to the next one, which is, I can't remember. And Kai is ready to get out of slave pens ASAP. Watching on YouTube, thanks for all the content. Thanks for watching, man. I really hate that none of your uploads there include your chat. Wait, what? We usually do include the chat on the... I don't know. Was that a backhanded? I don't know. It's just... I'm glad you like the content if you do like it. No way this is the most efficient leveling. I think this is pretty darn quick. I think this is pretty darn fast. Ampy would disagree. I think Ampy would agree because the Europeans did this and they beat him by what, 5-6 hours? Unless they use some other hidden tech, you Europeans. Huh. 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 I don't know. We are way too degenerate when it comes to WoW. We haven't slept yet. I mean, Ampy hasn't slept yet. I'm on to you guys. I'm on to you guys. Yo, what up to Spain? How's it going? What buffs do I need? Let's get some juicy bear burgers on. This is my one time to buff while all the warriors are running out. We have brilliant wizard oil and arcane elixir. Sank. Food buff. I think we're dialed in. Okay, let's get back in there. Get back in there. Yeah. 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 I mean it is kind of nice. There we go, team. Okay, so we entered out this one at like what, 152 or something? Well, let's try to time this one. Actually, I'll do a stopwatch, but it's like 2 minutes late. Actually, I don't know if I want to get that second pack. He needs like 10 or 12 more runs for a level. I think around... I think I'm getting about 10% XP per run, and we're 20% through. I think I can level in like 8 more. Unless I'm off somewhere. Why do people stay loyal to a company? I mean, I think people play WoW because they like to play WoW. There's no better alternative. If there was another game that people like to play more, I think people would go and play that game. But there's simply not. And like, I wish there was. I wish there was more like really good options, but I mean, every MMO that spins up seems to lose its funding and die instantly. So, just kind of how it works. I think people would play more stuff if there was other really good options out there. Maybe one day. Okay, this pull actually might be a little tricky here. That Frostbolt casters hit like way harder than you would expect them to for like non-elites. You see the updates to Overwatch? Blizzard just needs competition. I mean, I think competition's great, yeah. If we have more MMOs in the scene, it's so good for WoW. Like, so, like, that's one of the sad things about all these MMOs losing their funding or like going out of business is it's good for WoW to have some healthy competition, right? And like, what's been the real competition in the MMO space for the last like 10 years? I mean, there's been stuff, but it's nothing really crazy. FF, I guess, is the big one. I guess recently you could argue RuneScape, yeah. last target dummy. That's it, guys. We're all out of target dummies. Whew, I had to bubble there. And I canceled. Alori is doing infinite chain heal HPS here. Oh my chain heal. Oh my chain heal. I think I had to bubble and target dummy there though. Without bubble target dummy, I don't know if we live that. That's my favorite pull of the dungeon for sure, man. I wish we had more pulls like that one. Hopefully New World gets this revival. I mean, New World's GG'd, man. If you missed the news, they called quits. Yeah, but they might want to buy it, so it could be back. Oh, I didn't hear about that. Oh, that would be rad. If someone buys it, maybe it'll be back. Yeah, that would be sick. I would not be upset about that. Menu the Betrayer's up there, so I think we just go.
I discovered my love for music growing up in the church. My father's a drummer, my mother's a singer. It made it so easy to just engulf yourself in music. For me personally, Orlando has a certain feeling to it. You can truly hear and feel where I'm making the music. If I was to leave a legacy with my music, truthfully, to feel good and love however you love, that's all I want my music to represent.
It said how much? So I don't know if that's like, if that's even real. He wasn't joking, he actually met. Okay, cool. I'm just gonna let Oz tank this one. I'm taking one for the team. So I just regen mana here. There's a chest over here. Nice. It seems like everyone's just racing to 70. Why aren't people invested in 370 loot? It's just how anything that's not classic plays out, right? Same thing happens in Wrath, same thing happens in Kata, same thing happens in Mop. I've said this before, but every expansion past classic becomes less and less about the leveling experience and more about just getting to the end game and doing the raids and heroics and stuff like that. Yeah, a remedy to that would be like playing hardcore. So like hardcore TVC would probably change that. Like in general, that's just kind of how it goes, right? Do. I still think Salva's better. Okay, I'll say it. Dude, another reason Salva's better. I take more damage, which means I get more healing, which means I get more mana back, which means I can do more damage. And I can take more damage, which means I block more, which means I deal more damage. Which means the healer doesn't... Yeah, guys, Salva's definitely better. Confirmed. Yep. Rain of Fire Hive. So we're at a 9-minute pace right now, but I started the stopwatch at what, 2 minutes late, so we're at like an 11-minute pace right now. Wow, I think we're gonna be like a 15-minute run. Maybe a bit longer. Maybe 18-minute run. I just hit 57. Am I cooked? Yeah, man, you're cooked. You might have to wait till next TBC. What's the XP per hour on that? I don't actually know. I should download a XP per hour weak aura, or maybe Rested XP has it built in, but it's got to be pretty good. Oh my gosh, the same thing is about to happen again. Fear broke this time. Block, 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 block. Damage, damage, damage. I don't have Nova Instance Tracker on right now, which I probably should because I think we're getting close to Instance Lockout. You're at 330k per hour doing quests? Okay. I should ask someone in the group if they... anyone have XP per hour add-on? I mean, my slash played is 52 minutes, and I'm 28% through this level. Whatever that means. Coilfang Hammer of Renewal. 106 healing. It's the third time that's dropped, but every time I get just as excited. Okay, so the one pull, we don't want a double pull. We could probably take him with the defenders. Whatever. I think we can take him with the defenders, just not the other big pack. Thunder Fury I'll probably keep to 70, man. I'm thinking at least. Another consideration with Thunder Fury is I actually do have it enchanted with 30 spell power. And any other weapon that I would get, I would have to enchant it for it to even maybe be better. So yeah, I mean, I'll definitely keep Thunder Fury to 70, man. I don't think there's anything that could be better than that. But at 70, we will replace it.
Hey.
King's Defender replaces? No, it's spell damage weapons. So the Honor Hold Exalted and the Gruel's Lair, Bloodmaw Magus Blade. Yeah, as a warrior, you can use it all the way to Black Temple. That's right. Pallies want that spell power, though.
TBC Boomba.
TBC Hold. Ali, thanks for the T1 sub. Ah, crap. I just bopped Oz. Nice. That pulls a little sketchy every time, but we haven't died to it yet, so I think we just keep doing it.
All right. Hey.
828 HPS. There's just start attack macros, Sauron. Yo, Bid'em Sky, thanks for the sub. Sorry, I missed that. Someone pulled. Okay. I would assume the mechanic is like whoever he does his spit on would go off to like the side or something. The cloak dropped again. 19 damage, 11 crit, Stamint cloak. We have that already. Def not bad. All right, let's do it. I think we're gonna do a 5-minute break. Some people are gonna get some water, AFK, and I'm gonna go to the city. And that was like a 15-minute run too, bro. Maybe maybe like a 17-minute run. I'm just gonna hearth and vendor and repair too while we're doing that. It's probably fine. Everyone run out so I can reset. Baginator is the add-on. Someone's gonna get upset that I've ended this clams, I think. Uh-oh. Crap. I'm not using Plater. Am I honored with Hellfire? Yes. We have like 7 more slave pens runs until... Yeah, 7-ish more slave pens runs until no more slave pens either, man. We're moving on through. Everyone uses Baginator nowadays. Well, Bagnon kept bugging, and Baginator I think looks a bit better too. So it happened. Slowly. I don't know if I'm griefing myself by disenchanting all these items, but we're doing it. We're disenchanting them all. It's nice on the inventory space because I can just vendor or disenchant like everything. Do 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 do. All right, bags are looking nice. Vendor. Bunch of auction house gold. We'll take it. Bunch of auction expired stuff. Just gonna keep all this in the mailbox. I don't know if that's ever selling now. And then I wanted to repair my gear before running back as well. Do. All right. We repaired, we sold, we disenchanted, we vendored. Let's get some more water, huh? Because I only have 80. I mean, that's kind of a lot, but we're gonna go through it. Okay. 118 of them now. We'll go through it. We DE'd the spell power weapon. Yay! I thought about it for a second, but the big deciding factor is Thunder Fury has plus 30 spell damage on it from the enchant. So there's basically no way I'm replacing Thunder Fury. Because well, one, it's Thunder Fury, but two, it's the enchant, bro. Like, I did think about it, but I can't use another weapon unless we enchanted it, right? Turn the quest in. Yeah, I think I'll turn him in later. Rest at XP will just tell me when. We'll just continue running slave pens at 64, and then after that, I think it'll have us hearth, and we'll turn the rest of the quests in, and then I think it'll have us go to Terrakar Forest, I believe. What blessing? I use Blessing of Sanctuary on myself. It reduces damage taken up to 24 on every attack. So it's really good for AoE tanking. It's not as good for single target tanking, but for like dungeons, it's amazing. Hey, what up? No hugs for you. How's it going? What up, Susa? RIP Solve. Have I ever had a chocolate frosty from Wendy's? I don't think I have. Negative. Why? What's good, Taylor?
Brother, cause of you, I will play first time prop paladin in my life.
Dude, enjoy the prop pally. Bro, everyone's calling me nuts. Guys, when I was younger, I ate really bad, but when I was younger, I didn't really like sweets. So when I was a kid, I didn't really enjoy eating like cake or like ice cream or like cookies. I just didn't really like it. I would rather have, like when I was a kid, I would rather have like a McDouble or like a burger or like nachos or like a pizza, right? I don't know. So yeah, I never had the never really went to Wendy's. I don't know. Same, sweets made my stomach upset, bro. I could eat sweets fine. I just didn't like to eat them as much as, like, I don't know. I remember at like kids.
For all of life's moments, we're here for you and your loved ones. With HMSA, you have access to our large network of Hawaii's top-rated doctors, hospitals, and clinics, keeping you healthy no matter where you are in life. HMSA is here with you.
I'm still kind of similar, but I don't know. A little different now. Guys, we got the Oz collaboration request if you want to see the top damage POV. Which is not me, I guess, unfortunately. How much of your gear have you replaced so far? One piece. I got a new cloak. The spore-soaked veneer. And I do think I'll replace my trinket, or at least like, I'll probably get like a new trinket, a new librum, a new, probably some new bracers at some point. I'm probably keeping full adventures and Face of Death and Thunder Fury the whole way though, man. Anyone here in chat answer Pally mana problems? Do you downrank 1 or 2 for consecration?
All right.
It's complicated.
Game.
What I'm doing in my runs is I'm just keeping up Seal of Wisdom the entire time. Since we're not stopping start to finish, I don't really have time to drink. So I'm just Seal of Wisdoming. Having said that, I have threat issues that way. Like, my threat's not great, right? Is Solth here? But I'm doing like a cleave, right? We're not stopping. Like, we're running the whole time. If I'm doing like a normal run, I'll use Seal of Righteousness, and I just won't judge very much. Like, I'll judge like once on the pole, but like, that's it. If you're spamming judge and sealing, you're just gonna go And then in terms of threat, like, yeah, I'll do like rank 1 consecration. If I'm under like half mana or something. So like, I'll full rank when I can, but then I'll down rank it if I'm getting too low. So it's like a mix of all of that, I guess. But yeah, if you're using Seal of Wisdom, like, you'll probably lose threat. My brain is not working. Where is friendly names, bro? That was fixed. World buff stopped working at 63, I believe. Hey, what up, Nico? How's it going? My weak ores are all in Discord. Solth is not here. Oh, here, there he is. Now he's here. So like right there, rank 1 consecration, right?
All right.
What is this comp? OP comp is what it is, man. Melee train, dude. How's the melee cleave going? I had to leave when you started your first run. It's insane. it's really insane. I would say much better than caster cleave. I think at a high end, caster cleave can work or be really good, but you have to have every pull down to a science. Like Warlock Eye pulls and like line of sight and like perfect. The melee cleave's just easier. Like you can literally just run in and everything just melts. It's like right there we have like no threat on anything, but it's like Seal of Wisdom, it is what it is. Remember when you learned you didn't have max rank spells? My mana was doing much better with rank 4 consecration, I'll tell you that much. Maybe I should go back to down ranking, I don't know. Oh wow, Holy Shield is doing 18% of my damage on that last pull. Oh, it's much higher than I thought. Much higher than I thought. I thought it would be like 3% of my damage or something. Okay, on that pull it was only 6%. Yo, Zante, glad you're liking the channel, man. Have you not updated Link for the weak aura? I have changed a couple things since updating it, yes. I don't think I put Blessing of Wisdom in there. Or Blessing of Sanctuary, maybe. Yes, that's probably needs to be updated. Dang, this pally is really slowing the warriors down. Big pull. Okay. Dude, I swear, I think Salve is better. I 100% think Salve is better. I pop Louis. Taunted off Louis.
Oh no.
There we go. Dude, that pull is fun every time. Hey chat, does anyone know the add-ons are uses for threat? It's all in my Discord. 3 Fury Warriors? Oh yeah, it's very nice. Do they take aggro with Salve? Have you tested some pulls? Here, yeah, let's test some pulls and see how it goes. Good call. I'm just doing some internal testing, guys. Some Salve testing. Testing Salve. Look at the aggro difference with Salve. I've aggro the whole time. I'm topping the meters. We're doing 1k DPS. I mean, I swear, dude, Salve, it's gotta be way easier on the healer, too. Healing ward. Killed it. Rain of fire. Stunned it. There's a dispel here. Look at me. I'm a utility player, baby. Look, I have threat on every single mob. There's no way this isn't better, man. Move from the Fire Nova. Fire Nova just kills our guy. Healing ward. Wait a minute. Menu the Betrayer is full life. Did a healing totem not die? It must have been a healing totem that didn't die. Uh-oh. Must have been a healing totem. Huh. Healing ward. Yeah, that's probably what it was. Yeah, guys, we gotta lock in salve. Look at me, a permanent full mana. We're full mana. We're. It's like more damage. I mean, guys, it's gotta be salve. 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 Yep, we're locking the salve in, guaranteed. Do that. Zero Sunders? Dude, it is what it is. What's my armor at? We're at 11,500 armor. You can only rep till honored. Yes, that is correct. Dude, Uncle Oz took off the salve. What are we clicking off salve for, man? What's going on? Uncle Oz, it really helps, man. It really helps the healer mana and my damage, and it helps everyone. Okay.
Alright, fuck this. I just gotta do solo quests then.
Here we go. There we go. There we go. Let's keep moving. Let's keep moving. Let's keep moving. Numbers. Yummy. Numbers. Very nice. Numbers. Okay. Take a little sippy sip here. Open up some clams. There we go. Uh-oh. Rain of fire. Which one's casting Rain of Fire? Oh, there it is. Cripple into Dispel. All ref only has 5 minutes left. Good comms. Sent a little rebuff right there.
Oh.
Poor shaman. Oh, poor shaman. Okay, so we're, yeah, it's like 10% XP per level.
I just realized something.
Mana oil is off. Oh, definitely need that. Actually, Wind Fury might be very similar to Mana Oil. I think Mana Oil might be better just because it's AoE and it's gonna buff Consecration, but Arcane Elixir fell off. I'm gonna pop another Arcane Elixir. Although I only have 5 left of those. I'm still doing some research, but I feel like some of these massive pulls that were scary before are now easy. Would I want retail graphics in Classic Plus? No way, dude. No way. Well, I've said in the past, I like, I think retail graphics are good. They just don't feel like Warcraft. So that's my problem. I don't like to give, you know, hate to the artist or anything like that because they're good in their own way, but they don't feel like Warcraft to me. That's why I'm not a big fan. But the other way around, I would, if they put classic graphics back into retail, I would use them. For sure. For sure, for sure. If there was like a setting. I'll look at all these warriors waiting for this poor paladin's mana. Brutal.
Yeah, my gear sucks. I gotta get gear first.
Okay. I replaced my cloak so far. Yeah. But that's it. Just the cloak.
Julep.
So I have like 40 arcane dust, small prismatic shards, lesser planar essence. Like I have like a good amount of enchanting mats, which I'm gonna use to level enchanting. But if I decided to sell them, it would probably be a couple hundred gold of mats. I don't know. Dude, Snake, yeah, we're 8 hours deep into the stream. My brain is definitely getting there. Definitely gonna grind for a bit longer though. I knew going into today it was gonna be a long haul. Like, I wanted to spam some dungeons today. Someone just dug up Oswald 64, big GC. Dude, so the healer, I mean that dude, that's gotta be that pull is normally so hard. With salve, that pull becomes a joke, right? Like it has to be different. That has to be different. EU is unplayable because it's so laggy. Oh no. Is it still lagging? For us, yesterday, like NA, dude, like it was brutal on launch. But it's been fine ever since. Theft, handguards. I think we've seen all of the drops now. We need probably 6 more runs, chat. Maybe 7, sure. Ampy isn't human, bro. If I did that grind, I'd probably feel like I had the worst hangover and need to rest in bed. Yeah, I was thinking the same, dude. Last time I pulled an all-nighter, my head hurt, my eyes were pounding, my forehead feels like I had like a splinter in there. I got rolled over by a car, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, this is brutal. I don't know, it's probably just getting old. It's probably what it is.
Oh, yeah.
Probably what it is. Bum ba bum ba bum bum. Bum ba bum ba bum bum. Gollies, thanks for the prime. 6 more runs until 64, and then we're gonna go back to questing for a bit. Ampy with epic flying already is Giga Chad. Yeah, that is kind of wild. Guys, there are 5 level 70s now on NA. Europeans out there, how many 70s, if you slash who 70, are you seeing? I'm seeing 5 on Dream Scythe Ally. Crazy. You're seeing 31 level 70s on EU. $31. Bruh. That's kind of crazy. Half of them are in the same guild. Oh my gosh, bro. That is crazy. Dude. Oz and Alori are calling cheese for now. Yo, Chi-Chi's Alori Oz. Massive. Alright, guys. We need a replacement for Alori and Oswald. Guys, send me a whisper if you are a... We probably kind of need the Giga Chad Resto Shaman. And then it doesn't have to be a 3rd warrior. It could be a feral or an enhance or something. It could be another warrior. But we kind of need the Giga Chad Resto Shaman. That's probably like the big component. Is Seal of Vengeance going to be better than Righteousness for tanking? I think for single target, yes. But I don't know for AoE and like snap threat. But for single target, definitely. Resto or Ellie Shaman, not Giga Chad. I'm a normal Chad. Hit me up for Manatomes and other dungeons. Yo, sounds good. Laura is a rogue. We have a feral. We kind of need the Giga Shaman. The Giga Shaman. Unless we got a Giga Priest and brought an Enhance for Wind Fury. But I don't know. I feel like Shamans are so good for healing this because they can just chain heal. You know? Giga Chad Resto Shaman finishing up a ramps run. He's level 62. Okay, we can check out Corv Sham. Check it out. Either that or we drop the group altogether and we try a full new group comp. That could also be fun. We tried like full hunters or full locks or full rogues or full something. You guys want that? That might be fun, kind of fun. Maybe we drop the group and do something brand new. Send it. All right. Let's drop the group, but let's do a new comp. Okay, we've already done warriors. We've already done mages. Part of me wants to try full hunters. Hunters have got to pump. What do you guys want? All paladins? Yeah, I don't know how good that would be. I mean, we could try.
Oh no.
I guess send me a whisper and let's see what's out there. Because I guess it's not up to me. It's up to you guys. If you guys want to do an all-in-one dungeon group, it's really probably 3 of the same class. Like 3 warriors, 3 mages, 3 hunters, 3 something. Let me know. Like, let me know what we have. I don't even know what we have available here. Real main tank. Nice. 4 shamans. 4 shamans could be kind of fun. 3 hunters. Go, go, go. I don't even think we have 3 hunters. It's GG for me. No other rogues. All rogues says Kotzi. Savix plus 2 others. Savix says he's running a dungeon already, guys. Oh, Hunter, that's 2. Hunter. No, don't leave your dungeon if you're already in it. We could try triple hunter. Guys, if you're a hunter, send me a whisper. I know there was that one hunter that was spamming me a bit ago. He's not spamming me now. If we do go triple hunter, we would need a healer. Holy Priest here to heal all the classes. Tib. Are we Giga Chad? Are we Giga Chad Holy Priest here? What's going on? Hunter here already outside. He's in the guild too. Do we commit to hunters? Do we commit? Corv Shaman says, I'm still happy to heal. Trying to think if we want the shaman. What helps a hunter more, a shaman or a priest? I guess it doesn't matter. I'd say we send the hunters. Let's get dad. Let's get the dad 62 dad sweat. You're a dad hunter, and then let's get Big Car, who's another hunter, and then Poon Squad, huh? Don't leave your dungeon, Bisselair. Guess we're getting Poon Squad. Sure. And then Corv Sham looks like he's still in Ramparts. He says coming. Last boss. Okay, we can wait. That's fine. We'll get Corv Sham. Your target does not meet Poon Squad. You're level 27, bro. Like you're level 27, dude. Okay, let's not get. Okay, we need another hunter, man. Any Giga Chad hunters? This guy says, get me in full rank 14. Chakal. I said I'm a Chad. Okay, yeah, but dude. Anyway, Corv Sham's ready. Okay. We need one more hunter for the triple hunter. We gotta test out the hunter tech. Shakal is in a group now. Crap, we're missing a hunter, guys. We're missing a hunter. 62 required. I mean, yeah, probably 62 or 63 or 64. 4 hunters, I crank. Alright, we're gonna get cuz. Alright, let's try it out. Let's try this. We'll time it. We'll give it a run or two, and we'll see how it goes. Let's see how it compares to the warrior. I don't know. Warriors might be bis, yeah. I'm definitely putting salve on the hunters. Putting salve. And the shaman can get wisdom. That's fine. Salve on the boys with feigned death. Oh, true. Okay. We'll give them kings. Okay, fine. Triple hunter. All right, hunters, let's see it. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. All right, this is what we're working with. Let's do it. Let's do it. I just wanted to quickly see what we were working with. All right, stopwatch. Let's start the stopwatch. Go. It's at the top of the screen. Little speed run. Let's see it.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know what the strat for hunters should be. I guess they could start DPS if they pull aggro, they just feign death. Like we want to, like hunters can AoE, but they can also single target, right? So like we want to like, it's kind of like the warriors, I think, where we want to like continually run. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe salve is still better on hunters, just so we can like group them. I mean, this is working. I swear salve might actually be better just because it's not about pulling threat once. Like I want all of them on me all the time. I think I'm gonna go salve, even though it feels troll. I think salve just is gonna be smoother for this. Okay. Alright, let's see how it feels on the hunters. The hunters are, I mean, the hunters are kind of pumping. They're doing 600 a pop. 500 a pop. Okay, that's something, huh? What is going on in my threat? How do I not have threat? Oh, there we go. There we go. Nice. We're moving. 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 8 hours live already? What? Dude. We started early this morning. We started 3 hours earlier than normal, so we could lock in and dial up on the TBC. I mean, the hunters make me feel good about my damage. I'll tell you that. So I'm kind of liking this because, like, with the warriors, I was feeling like a little self-conscious. It's like, what's going on? Okay, we're back. We're back on number 1. We just have to invite hunters. The green health bar is
what
good
is this
threat.
fucking
The
animal?
yellow health bar is decent threat.
Oh no.
The red health
Gonna
bar
kill
is
me?
bad threat.
I better not die to this. Oh. No way.
Green, yellow, red. Cyterius, thanks for the prom.
Every business in Hawaii works a little differently. Some start before sunrise. Some run late into the night.
Where's
Behind
Destiny?
every door, there's a team doing the work that keeps our islands moving. And behind
They
them,
just don't work as well when you're unplugged versus when you're plugged in.
Yeah, because they don't give it the same amount of power.
Yeah.
On battery. Yeah, they well, it's not undervolt. It's just literally giving it less watts.
Sure. And I don't think USB-C is only 100 right now, at least for that laptop. I don't know if there's something to do more. I think that wall charger for that laptop I think it's like fucking 360. But that would be sick if I could plug that in to if I could bring that big battery with me. Then I could play my laptop on the plane at full power.
The most you can bring on the plane, I think, is 99 watt hours per device. Or, I don't even know.
Well, maybe you could build like a thing using our knowledge of electronic circuits. Like if we could parallel or bridge together enough stuff, you could build enough wattage or something. I don't know. Are you playing video games? Why do you even need that? Yeah, I was raiding on my last flight, okay?
Dan is wrong, it's way lower. How fucking low is it? Hold on. Airplane battery. It's 100 watt hours. It's literally what it says. And then spare batteries can go up to 160 watt hours. Maximum 2 spares allowed. But let's look at American Airlines.
Why can't you just use a normal charger on the plane? They have outlets on most flights. The outlets will cap anywhere from 40 to 100 watts. You're never plugging anything in. At least I haven't found one that'll let you plug something in over 100 watts.
Okay, so you can have 2 separate 160 watt hour batteries plus the 100 watt hour battery inside of your laptop.
Well, then you just need to bring a friend on, and then you both have that, and then you build a bigger, better battery.
Yeah. Hey, real Will Smith?
Uh-oh.
Chill it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Whoa!
Cool it, in fact.
What is what's the emoji that like most clearly maps onto the Sweatstiny guy? Because I use that a lot on Discord and chat, but I don't know how to use this in like other things where I don't have.
Oh,
emotes.
you mean like on
like a whew, that's kind of spooky, but not like
yeah,
oh,
on,
scared. Like on
it's
texting or whatever.
It's a sweat. Yeah, it's a sweat one. Sweating drop.
That one, I just don't like the way that guy looks.
Yeah, because it's like the grinning.
Like if I could have the
grinning face with sweat.
Yeah, if I could have the grimace face with sweat, that would be perfect.
No, because the other one makes you sick. It's like you're sick. You have to do the happy one. This is the sad one is not good.
Yeah, the sad one that just looks sad. That doesn't even look scary or nervous. Or wait, so which one do you think?
The happy one. This one right. It's called grinning face with sweat emoji. Here, right here.
Grinning face with.
I just linked it in chat.
Oh, but I feel like when I think of this, maybe I just watch too much anime. I think of like a guy who's like awkwardly laughing in like a shonen anime, like ah or whatever, and then everybody's like.
It is a little bit. It's like deploying on a Friday, and instead of doing Sweatstiny, you might do this, and it just adds. It does add a little bit of context difference because now it's
it's like a not. Yeah.
Yeah, like okay, but it's not too far off. That's the closest you got though.
Okay. Bro swallowed his laugh.
antingen två eller inga talspråkliga uttryck. Neutrala och oförtydliga formuleringar. Alltså man inte... Användning av hela meningar. Inte så mycket förkortningar.
Oh no. Fuck. What was the, where's the, was it Obama giving an award and they were like, these guys were getting pounded?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Up at their tiny post, Ryan and his team were being pounded. Almost instantly, every one of them was wounded.
Pounded.
Oh no.
I played again. I didn't get to hear it.
God damn it!
Up at their tiny post, Ryan and his team were being pounded. Almost instantly, every one of them was wounded.
That's some real military training right there, okay? Oh, fuck. Hold on. I still need to find the... Somebody has it. 1 second.
You download the Anchor Solix app.
Haven't yet. I don't mind the Anchor apps. I've got them for my portable battery or whatever.
Initiated by a court order, the Michigan investigation team obtained forensic access to a DS-200 tabulator, the machine that counts the votes. A Telit 4G wireless chip manufactured in Taiwan was discovered embedded into the motherboard. The voting machine tapes clearly indicate modem engagement and transmission of election data.
Does it though?
Some of the anomalies that we noticed in the 2020 general elections, that 5 key states all stopped counting at a certain time in these key battleground states. These were all where the software, Dominion machines, ESNS machines were used, the Smartmatic, the GEMS software. So when the vote stopped counting, and this has been noted in other countries as well, President Trump was significantly ahead. When reporting and counting resumed, there was a massive spike occurred that favored Joe Biden.
Why? Hands up, no ChatGPT. What did that text readout mean as it relates to election fraud? I don't fucking remember. It just looks like some fucking IP address. What is it? Hold on.
It's also retarded. They say it was made in Taiwan.
To the motherboard.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. We have
100 tabulator, the machine that counts the votes. A Telit 4G wireless chip manufactured in Taiwan was discovered embedded into the motherboard.
Was discovered embedded into the motherboard. Okay. User selected. Begin modem process.
Voting machine.
4G network available. Okay.
Machine tapes clearly indicate modem engagement and transmission of election data.
Listen, okay. I don't know. This looks to me like it just looks to me like a post, like a power on self-test or whatever. Like the thing is turning on or something, and it's just like the kernel sees this. I don't even know what you would say. The firmware, whatever. It sees the network. It sees the modem device. You're starting services. SFTP service started. Is this some kind of file transfer protocol, right, or something? It's just like a service that's running.
Secure file transfer protocol.
Yeah. SFTP transfer completed. Complete for file, whatever. This shows some transfer being completed for IP address 10.48511. Is that local? Does that have to be? Is that a local range? Do you know?
Sounds like it. Wait, 10.1 is 10.4? I don't fucking know. I forget this class.
Sure. Well, okay. So you guys are saying that it doesn't. I mean the small brain is like it doesn't show shit. The medium brain is like it could be really bad, but I think the big brain is doesn't show shit. The small brain is to say it's just a local IP address, so it doesn't mean anything. But then a mid brain is like, well, it could be transferring to another thing on a local network, and then on that local network, once that other device receives the information, it's doing bad stuff. But I think the big brain is we don't know what the fuck is even being transferred, or if a meaningful transfer is happening, or if this is just some default power on test to make sure that this service is running. Or we don't really have any information whatsoever. We just see a little small printout. I don't even know what the fuck this machine is or what it's supposed to do, or What does the top of this receipt say? Completed printing, write-in review request?
The voting machine tapes clearly indicate modem engagement and transmission of election data.
Like, that statement is meaningless.
Some of the anomalies that we noticed in the...
Like, that doesn't mean anything. Actually, so, like, I know for a fact that they have, like, just by seeing this is what I like sometimes about lying. And I think it's why lying is so much more interesting. When somebody just says things that they think are true, you don't really have any fucking idea. They might be stupid, they might be retarded, they might, well, like, who knows? Maybe they really believe it. When somebody lies, lying implies a higher level of intentionality, which usually shows a little bit more effort than what the service statement means. Like, just by seeing this, I'm very confident that whatever they looked at on these machines, there is absolutely no proof that they actually transmitted anything meaningful to any type of foreign IPs, or they had any evidence of this. Because this does not show that. The fact that they're not showing us this entire receipt, the fact that they can't speak with any detail, with any certainty.
Voting machine
so, for
tapes
instance,
clearly indicate modem engagement and transmission of election data.
what is this file? What is it transferring? This transfer is completed for file, whatever. Like, if that was really important, I feel like you would say something about that, no? But I have no fucking idea. I don't know, it's retarded. This is just retarded. I don't even know if that came from that machine. Yeah, who the fuck knows? I don't even know. But all of these things, it's just like the 2000 Mule shit is all fucking retarded. These addresses are local LOL. It could literally just be an RFC, a message sent to another software component within the same machine. Yeah, sure, I guess. That could be it too, I guess. I don't know if you would go to that. Somebody get the layers. Would you normally go to the IP layer to transfer within a machine? I mean, I guess you could. I don't know. I don't host shit. I don't know what the fuck. Apache or any of these fucking loser hosting private local networks. Who's got time for that? I have a modem. I'm a real American. I plug in a big phone cable. We call it an Ethernet cable. That's all I know about routing. I plug it in and it works. Suck my dick. If you have a service hosted locally on the same machine, you connect to it via IP/port. Are all of the services connected via IP? There's no way that's true. When I push Control-Shift-Escape and I look at services running, all of these are connected on the fucking IP layer or whatever? Is that true?
Wait, what? Sorry.
For services that run on Windows, all those services are connected on the... These are all hosted on, like, local
ports, but not necessarily accessible by anyone else requesting your machine. There's different types. There's...
No, there are many ways for inter-process communication. Okay. Yeah, okay.
I don't know what we're asking.
That guy was cringe. Destiny, this machine is absolutely shipped with modem functionality. The initial mention of the chip is just an attempt to poison the well, make you think foreign chips are embedded. Yeah, I mean, like, the words that they're using here are also loaded, but this is, like, stuff that's so boring to me. Like, when somebody's like, it's embedded with a chip from Taiwan. Like, we used to make a joke. We had jokes like this in fucking high school, where it's like, what do you do for work? Me? I do financial management for one of the largest market cap companies in the United States, in the world, or whatever that exists. Like, what do you do? I'm a cashier for McDonald's. Like, this retarded shit like that. Like, that's embedded with chips from Taiwan. Like, aren't all fucking microprocessors made in Taiwan? Like, what the fuck does that even mean? It's a modem, bro. Wait, like, you could fucking play video games with it or download child porn with it. Or if you're Epstein, you could do both. Actually, that's not true, because I guess it got banned from Xbox Live, so.
What is all this stuff about Fortnite also?
What do you mean? That's the place to go to find kids.
No. Like, apparently he has a Fortnite account, and people... obviously he doesn't. Obviously he's dead, but people are losing their fucking marbles thinking that Epstein is playing Fortnite in Israel. This is what I'm talking about. I can be the chosen one. You don't understand. I can be the chosen... I can come up with so much better conspiracies than this. This is fucking...
Go get him.
We need a better class of villain. Actually, we don't, but yeah.
I noticed Jane Doe's been zeeting a lot lately. Does something she gave up on the case? She gave up on that case like fucking months ago, my dude. She gave up on that case 6 months. She gave up after the water analogy, okay? That's when I saw the light leave her eyes. The service has the ability to serve off device connections. Probably also on-device connections are done with IP, but just referring to local host on 127. Okay. White House defends AI video of Obama's as apes posted on Donald Trump's Truth Social account. Wait. Oh, they backtracked after defending AI videos. Oh, like because they deleted it or they've been removed. A White House staffer erroneously made the post. It has been taken down. I think that is what happened. It looked like a mistake. Like they were scrolling while they were screen recording or something, got fucked. Because then it played like the first like 2 seconds of that video.
Not good.
I think that is what happened. It looked like a mistake. I'm sure you said it, but what is the current status and expectation for the lawsuit? Whether the win or loss is not the question. The question is just how long can they drag it out. The hope is that it gets dismissed soon. Worst case scenario, because the judge is busy, then maybe we go all the way to trial. I can't imagine they would want to, but just a matter of time. But we're just chilling.
Clip 4. Is it the case?
Oh no, he got the socialist mustache. Fuck. What is... Should I watch Hassan's whole speech on this thing? It sounds super memey. What is this?
Instances where I get something wrong. We're human after all. I will apologize for it and I'll retract the statement. And there is this constant back and forth that's always taking place that keeps me as honest as possible with the audience. If there's something that I've gotten wrong, they'll immediately be like, this is something that is incorrect. And they'll send additional information. I'll verify it on the spot.
Bruh, this vocabulary. Oh my god. It's so propagandy. So yeah, me and my audience, we are engaged in a real-time collaborative effort to investigate the claims that we see laid out to us by the media every single day. And the thing that I appreciate the most is the ability for my audience to, in real time, fact check and verify the unbelievable amount of information that I have to consume and then disseminate to my audience on a daily basis. And they keep me honest. We operate with a high degree of integrity. They trust but verify.
And we'll continue with the coverage that way.
Bro, there's just no way. How do you have the audacity to get on stage and just blatantly lie about everything?
Yeah.
This guy just said, if I get something wrong, I apologize and I issue a retraction. I'm sorry, is the apology in the room with us right now? Is the apology here on planet Earth, or did you send it to fucking Mars, bro? You have not apologized for shit. You have not apologized for shocking your dog with 10,000 lightning bolts. In fact, you did the exact opposite. You literally lied in 10 different ways and basically did everything humanly possible to actually cover it up, right? Projection Piker taking over again. He says that other people, other commentators don't verify their information and they just have biased narratives, right? Hassan, of course, would never be biased. He's never been biased in his entire life. He actually fact checks everything. Where's the fact check? Literally just asking his Twitch chat.
But as far as the responsibility goes, it's still up to the individual, right? I don't have an editorial team. I don't have fact checkers that are working in real time. And it's just something that I have to make sure I care about.
Like, to be clear, that's by choice. You're making more than every single person working in media, besides people with huge equity stakes or like fucking CEOs. Like, you make like 10x or 50x, depending on what level of reporter or journalist we're talking about, like the salary of any of these people.
Some independent content creators don't, especially in this new media environment where everyone wants to be first to market. We do see a lot of people that either go along with biased narratives or sometimes refuse to verify the information that's coming out and immediately blurt it out because they want to be first to market. They want to get the maximum amount of attention possible.
That sounds like a JDAM, guys.
So it's unfortunately up to the individual, and I don't know what the best possible way of checking all of the independent resources are.
Oh, come on, Hassan. You know the best way to verify information. I mean, you do it all the time. You open up Twitter and you believe the first tweet that you see. I mean, that is literally your mode of operation, right? You find a bunch of deranged lunatics that blindly sort of agree with you and have been brainwashed and brain broken by politics, and you just blindly believe them. You basically pretend they are the official source, the actual facts, and then you just run with the story. You know, one of you guys actually left the funniest comment that was so true, that Hassan's source is his chat and his chat source is him. So it's like this never-ending loop of like a snake that eats itself. Also, this guy literally just went, some content creators are very biased and they don't verify their info. And you know he's just dying to spin the wheel, you know, bring up one of the names, bring up Asmongold. He's literally edging right now. This is the equivalent of edging for Hassan Piker.
Wow. Clear a video of Hassan crashing out at a black viewer 4 months ago. Wait, why was I? Did we watch this? We probably did.
Suck my fucking cock.
Oh yeah, we did. What the fuck is Snub not mentioning Destiny? Pretty sure that guy is calling me a pedophile multiple times, so. King.
Alright, Arc Raiders, a fairly demanding title. The game can run well on low to medium settings. That's on the display's native resolution of 2880 by 1800. We used XeSS upscaling to achieve these results. Intel has several options available. Ultra Performance renders at the lowest base resolution, so it gives you the most frames, but the least visual quality. Ultra Quality, on the other hand, does the opposite. It renders at a higher base resolution, so the game looks better, but you don't get as many extra frames. Now, you may be wondering why we just didn't run the game at a lower resolution. Surely it will be fine on a small 14-inch display, particularly say 1440 by 900, which is a quarter of this display's native resolution. Two issues with this approach. Firstly, you'd lose the anti-aliasing that upscaling provides, so diagonal lines and edges, they just wouldn't appear as sharp. Secondly, the UI elements would be a bit fuzzy, like your ammo counter or mini-map. With upscaling, the UI is actually...
How many hertz is your laptop monitor? I think it's 120 or plus. Is it 240?
I have no idea. I'm guessing 240.
I
bet
think
it is.
it's 120. 240 is a lot. That's a lot of hertz. I get worried sometimes upping screens. I think 120 still looks pretty good to me. A 60 hertz monitor is very hard to look at now. Well, let's see. I'm pretty sure I can see a big difference between 240 and 120. 240 is buttery smooth, but let's see. Maybe I'm retarded and my monitor's still set to 120. Oh no, it's 240. 240 is very, ooh, that's like some good shit.
All right, it's HDR time. I'm gonna let you get to it.
Okay, be careful.
Do the HDR stuff. I want to learn with you, so that's why I'm not gonna be in here.
Okay.
Okay. About broadcasting and playing games in OBS and all that.
Gotcha. I'll be starting that video in about 5 hours.
Actually rendered at the display's native resolution. It's only the gameplay itself that is upscaled. Back on Arc Raiders, we found XeSS Ultra Performance at medium settings was the best balance of visual fidelity and playability, an average FPS close to 70 and 1% lows of 44. If you do want more frames, you can drop down to low settings. On that setting, you can even up XeSS a notch to performance. We felt the bump up in visual quality of medium settings was worth the performance hit. Now on all settings we tried...
Could video games please do this thing? You used to do this for old games, but I haven't seen it in any new games recently. I guess I don't play many games, maybe there are some. On a lot of I say older games, like the 2000s, I feel like games used to have this option where you go to option graphics and there would be like a run benchmark where it would have like a predetermined scene, and then it would be like a minute of like walking through a couple different terrains, and it was like the easiest, best way to benchmark your graphics card using the most real world shit you can. And then you're guaranteed to have the exact same run through, the exact same renderings, the exact same events, everything. Final Fantasy XIV does this every expansion, Cyberpunk and Red Dead Redemption 2. Okay, maybe more games too. There's the ones I played just haven't. Okay.
We did notice some occasional hitching in this game. You'd be running around and there was a sudden stutter. Unreal Engine 5 games, they are notorious for such issues, and that is well documented. We also noticed this in Fortnite, which is another UE5 game. We actually tested that game on a much more powerful gaming laptop, the Asus Zephyrus G16 with the 5070 Ti. It also exhibited the occasional micro stutter, so likely not an Intel issue.
Whoa!
Next up, we have the 2025 award-winning game Claire Obscure Expedition 33.
Whoa!
This title is really...
Oh, fuck, I have to get out of the intro area so I can beat the DLC for this game. Fuck!
Hitting the limit of what this X9 processor can handle. Even on the lowest possible settings, you're still getting sub 60 frames per second on average.
Whoa.
That being said, this game is still somewhat...
Why the fuck was I linked this benchmark? Can Intel's new iGPU... Oh, integrated GPU. Oh.
We had a little debate about this one in the office. You see, all of us agreed that for a title like this one that isn't...
It's just an area, it's not much? Well, yeah, but like, do you get achievements for it? Because I feel like I don't have 100% achievements in the game anymore.
A fast-paced game, you can get away with less frames. That being said, I wouldn't want to play on anything that didn't hit around 50 to 60 FPS on average. Now, Seth and Sierra felt lower is okay. That's if you're used to console or handheld gaming where you can get less than 60 FPS. Now, if you are going to play Claire on this hardware, we recommend setting XeSS to performance. You see, even though you lose a couple of frames, on ultra performance, the game just lacked clarity. On that note, we did find the visual fidelity looked a good amount better if you step up to the game's medium settings, especially lighting. I'm going to call a spade though. The integrated GPU in the X9, it really isn't going to give you the experience you probably want in this game. Next, we tried Space Marine 2. We knew this one was going to be rough going in, so we only tried the lower settings with FSR upscaling set to ultra performance.
Help me with my homework for my sysadmin class. I have to build a PC for Arc Raiders. Well, sounds like something your mom. I'm too lazy to make a joke, sorry. What is this? This was the release trailer, or the launch trailer. Not the launch trailer. This is a reveal trailer for what Arc Raiders was originally going to be.
Queens. We will not die in the shadows.
Before there was any PvP.
We will face our fears head on.
Wow. Look at them blow those robots up. Wow. Wow. Wow.
Watch it. Scout ahead.
Okay. Want to just play Arc Raiders on your Steam Deck? I ain't got a Steam Deck. Are you crazy, motherfucker? New version of We Are Charlie Kirk.
Hi everyone,
Stop. Okay, hold on. Did I have anything else I need to do before we watch this fucking bullshit? Blah, 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 blah. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, okay. If you wanted to go and get... Okay, I just want to make sure I'm not dying, okay? Because I'm getting older, and I need to, like, do a doctor visit, I think. If I wanted to just schedule, like, labs, what would I schedule? Do I want to do, like, a physical? Like, I don't have, like, pain. I don't hurt or anything. So I feel like I don't want to go to get a physical, and they're just like, oh, can you, like, touch your finger to your nose? Like, yeah. It's like, well, good job. I know that, like, A1C is a thing people check. Is it really just a physical? Is it? Are they not just gonna ask me like bend my elbow and I'm like, oh. Do you get any blood work done on a physical or no? Do you get any blood work done on a physical or no? You can ask. So if I schedule. Oh my god, bro. I try to navigate the fucking... It was either CVS or Walgreens or some lab tech shit to do like labs or whatever. And I gave up after an hour. I was like, I have no idea what the fuck I'm looking at. If I were to ask for a physical and then I go to the physical and I say, can I also get blood work? Will they just do it there? Will they like withdraw it there? Or do I have to go back home and go to the 20 different sites and schedule and integrate the 50 million different accounts to get it? They'll just do it there. Okay. They'll likely schedule it for another day. Okay. I'll do this. Okay. Physical. They'll likely schedule for another day. Why don't I just call your doctor? I don't know. That's a good one, dude. Funny. Chad is retarded. You just want to check up with a primary care doctor. I'm not going to a hospital. I ain't got time for that. I don't even know where a hospital is. And the fucking hospitals suck. I don't have the time to figure out. I don't even know where to go, okay? Hospitals in America are like American colleges. It's like, oh, I walked in the front thing and now I'm in the oncology department and I don't know where I'm supposed to be. And then if I go to talk to the person in the front, they'll say I have to schedule an appointment to come back to schedule another appointment. And I don't, listen, I can't. I'll just die. I'd rather die. I can't do it. Okay. What is this? For immediate release, Sinai Law Firm is offering to evict Billie Eilish from her Los Angeles home on a pro bono basis on behalf of the Tongva tribe. Sinai Law Firm is the premier eviction firm in the country. Why? What did she do? Wait, what? Eilish's admission that she lives on stolen land gives the tribe a rightful action for possession as the true owner of the property. Is this a troll account? Evictions are a modern vestige of imperialism and conquest. Mass displacement functions like conquest itself, erasing people, culture, and community. Dispossession turns residents. Oh, shit. At first, I was like, it is a troll account, and this is an awesome troll account, because he's like, I am the evictor god. But I don't think it's a troll account. I think they seriously believe this. What? Okay. Read the next tweet under. Eilish's admission she lives on stolen land. Incredibly concerning to me that people in media are reaching to me as if this is a serious post. Oh, it's not a serious. Oh, fuck, bro. I can't tell anymore. Fuck. Okay, so this. Okay, so then my first read that this was a troll is right, and this. Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay, so this. Okay, so then my first read that this was a troll is right, and this. Okay. Jesus Christ. Oof. Wait, do we know who Tiffany Fong is? Why do I feel like I've debated that person before? Have I? I don't think I have. Why would you leave this up? Or is this a troll account? I can't tell anymore. Hey, Grok, remove the retard. MAGA Asian chick. That's a girl Elon was trying to chase. No, the fourth post says calling it a troll was a troll. Wait, what? Stop. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, you leave it up because you get engagement and paid for your tweets. One of the most annoying fucking things lately is it'll be like, it'll just be a picture of like a guy doing, it'll be like a guy walking into his home. And the caption will be things like, the caption will say something like, girls don't realize what it is about this that makes life as a man so special. And there's like, but there's like nothing, there's nothing. And it's just like engagement bait. And then everybody's just like, wait, what the fuck? What are we missing? And then everybody starts tweeting on it. And then you get paid money for, so cringe. I hate vague posting. It's not vague posting. It's literally meaningless and it's intentionally meaningless, but it just is engagement bait to get money on X. I hate vague posting. It's not vague posting. It's literally meaningless and it's intentionally meaningless, but it just is engagement bait to get money on X. You would just go to private clinic for bloods, ask for a basic blood panel plus iron, ferritin, vitamins and hormones, add in liver, gallbladder. Private clinic for, it's a blood panel. How hard? We've been measuring blood for probably a century at least. Why do I no, it shouldn't be that hard to do. No, I like CVS. Okay, so ignore everything I said earlier about monopolies and everything. Okay, I want to be able to just log into one place. Okay, I am the reason monopolies exist. I just want to be able to log into one place and see my STD tests, see my blood panels, see my prescriptions, and I can do that on the CVS portal. Okay, I just want to be able to do that. So I'm gonna go to CVS to do my, or Walgreens, or I think they might share the same one. I just want to do that. Okay, I don't want to have to make a new account on a new site and then go to a new, and fuck all that shit. Okay, it's called fucking My Chart. Is that what it's called? Whatever that is, that might be the thing. Oh yeah, My Chart, CVSHealth.com. Don't go there. That's for my chart, not your chart. I literally told my wife that on average, women are shorter than 5'4", and she replied that she is 5'6". Do I have to divorce her? Unfortunately, mate. I literally told my wife that on average, women are shorter than 5'4", and she replied that she is 5'6". Do I have to divorce her? Unfortunately, mate. She was asking him how tall she was. My chart is for UCLA. Wait, what? Or does my chart just work with a lot of other services? It says CVS Health, my chart. Oh, but that's because I'm on a subdomain for mychart.cvs. Oh. It says CVS Health, my chart. I'm retarded. I don't know, bro. What do you want me to say? Are you going to check out the Isaiah Jubilee episode? Oh, yeah, I need to do that. When's your last TDAP? I was living in Glendale, so 6 or 7 years ago? No, 5 or 6 years ago. They gave it to me after I got fucking roasted by my doctor person. I don't know who she was. The person who... Why did I even see a doctor? Was it just to read my STD results? What was this for? I went in to do testing, and then they had the sign where it's like, get your vaccines. I was like, oh, sure, I'll get those too if I need them. And then I think it was the doctor that came in. Why did a doctor give me vaccine? I don't know why. But they do the thing where they ask you about like, oh, what's your, like, what drugs have you done in the past, like, year? And it was like, well, a year is a long time. And I think at that point, the answer was like, tried whippets, MDMA, LSD, mushrooms, and drinking. And then the lady's like fucking looking at me, and I'm like, okay, that sounds crazy, but like a year? That's a long time. And then she asked me, she was going down, and she's like, how much is your LSD? How much is it? She's like, when you drink, like, how much do you drink? And I'm like, oh, I like to have fun. I get fucked up. It's like, what does that mean? I was like, I don't know, like 6 or 7, whatever, like shots or whatever. And then she gives me a pamphlet on binge drinking. And this woman is like treating me like I'm a fucking drug addict. Okay. And I'm like, I don't think I'm a binge drinker. And she's like, medically speaking, if you have more than like 4 drinks or something when you're drinking, that constitutes binge drinking. And I was like, bitch, give me my fucking TDAP. Let me get the fuck out of here. I didn't come here for this judgment. That's the last time I saw a doctor. I'm never going back. Never, never, ever, ever, never, ever, ever going back, okay? Literally, by definition, I like to binge drink. Okay, but I binge drink in limited quantities, not that much, okay? So is it really, it's like selective binge. They need to have an SBD, selective binge drinking thing. That's not a disorder. It's just, you just like to have fun, okay? Some people just like to have fun. It's not like I'm binge drinking. Motherfuckers will be drinking a glass of wine every night. Make fun of me for getting fucked up twice a year? Excuse me.
You need to get...
Making fun of me for getting fucked up twice a year? Excuse me. Never again. Now when they ask me, I say, don't worry, doc. I just drink 1 glass of wine a night and I smoke cigarettes, so we're good. Okay, you don't have to... I'm not a crazy person. Okay, I wouldn't do crazy, horrible stuff for you. All right? Just what the man says I can have, legally.
Flock, you need to get down from there and pledge your allegiance to Benjamin Netanyahu. Aaron is attacking the chosen people and the land that was promised to us 3,000 years ago.
This Goy's really full of himself. Huh? What the fuck do you want?
Aaron is coming to kill us all. He is anti-Semitic and a threat to the nation of Israel.
This femboy really thinks I'm about to accept his 7K to betray Aaron. I hate to be the breaker of bad news to everyone, but it's turned out Mikasa and Armin have been exposed as undercover Mossad agents. For fuck's sake. They have sided with Israel and betrayed us all. We are going to slime out those Israelis.
I swear you had a take last month that said people who drink super heavy but only on some weekends were alcoholics. What? Can somebody repeat what my take was about this? I just got one guide. You know what? That's the one guy sound. I've decided. Good job.
Israelis.
You got me.
Show them no mercy. Free Eldia and free Palestine.
Okay, this was not that good, okay? Nebraska lower their minimum wage? Based? The GOP led Nebraska legislature just passed a bill lowering minimum wage from $15 to $13.50. Damn! Nebraska minimum wage is $15? Good. Fuck you. What the fuck? As of when? Ooh. What the fuck? You motherfuckers don't know what it was like to work for $5.25 an hour. I don't remember what it was. My McDonald's. Fuck you. Pieces of shit. You need to suffer. You need to suffer like I did. Suffer. What was your lowest wage in your life? For effective wage, it was all the hours I was doing all that fucking carpet cleaning shit. But the actual dollars lowest wage? Actually, it wasn't McDonald's. Because they didn't start me at minimum wage. I think, was minimum wage $5.25? They started me like $5.32 or some retarded shit. I think my school janitor job, though, I think that was legitimately minimum wage. And there were no fucking raises for that. We called it work study. So I could pay for my wonderful high school. Based. How much inflation has happened since 2010? I don't know. What would be the equivalent to $5.25 an hour? $5.25 USD adjusted for inflation. 2005. It'd be $8.71 an hour. Yeah. Okay. That was suffering. You did work study in high school? Yeah. I had to pay for my education, motherfucker. I'm being canceled by a gay Jew for being straight. Sunlight is the best disinfectant. I won't let these people blackmailing me during my FBI lawsuit have any more power over me. Oh no. What's done in darkness will be shown in the light. God damn. Why do people tweet and make a new paragraph for each sentence? It's called dramatic. Oh shit, wait. Do they have sex videos of him? I'm sorry, I just read this last line. Expose it all, it's healing to me. Post my dick even. Do you think they have... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Why would your parents send you to a school they couldn't afford? That's what do you think being a middle-class American means, if not constantly trying to buy shit that you can't afford? That's like the definition of middle class. What do you think being a middle-class American means, if not constantly trying to buy shit that you can't afford? That's like the definition of middle class. I'm gonna get a Red Bull. But the answer is yes. God! Damn it! Sorry. Fuck! I'll be right back 1 second. The answer is yes.
Right. a
Okay, theoretically, if one wanted to make a second Steam account, is there like an easy way to do this, or do you just make a whole new one with a new email address and everything else? Okay, theoretically, if one wanted to make a second Steam account, is there like an easy way to do this? Why? Because I need a Care Bear account and I need a PvP account. Okay, I need two. Why? Because I need a Care Bear account and I need a PvP account. Okay, I need two. You can make multiple Steam accounts on the same email. Is that true? Multiple Steam accounts on the same email. Is that true? Can you make a new character on an Epic account? No, it's like Embark, no? Can you make a new character on an Epic account? No, it's like Embark, no? You can share the access of the game for the second account. You won't even need to buy it again. If you seriously smurf, you deserve to be. How is it smurfing? You fucking. It's the opposite of smurfing. Okay. Fuck you. Can't you make a second Embark account? No, it's only one per one Steam. Okay, so I just want to make a new Steam account. Whatever. Okay. Can't you make a second Embark account? No, it's only one per one Steam. Okay, so I just want to make a new Steam account. Whatever. Wait, there's an Epic game. Does anybody use the Epic Games app? Is that a thing that people, or did that die? Wait, there's an Epic game. Does anybody use the Epic Games app? Is that a thing that people, or did that die? Yes, they give free games. Ooh, doesn't sound good. Yes, they give free games. You don't need HDR for stream, by the way. It exclusively means brighter highlights, and that's it. Color space and color depth. Well, I just want to know more about coloring, okay? You don't need HDR for stream, by the way. It exclusively means brighter highlights, and that's it. Embark usually gives a permaban to people who do this. To have two Embark accounts? Wait, why? Wait, no shot is that true. To have two Embark accounts? Wait, why? Wait, no shot is that true. I don't believe you. Wait, where the fuck did the Pisco video go? Wait, somebody link that video again. Wait, where the fuck did the Pisco video go? Wait, somebody link that video again. Wait, my brother has two Embark accounts on one Steam account. I don't think so. I feel like I looked this up last night that you can't do that. Wait, my brother has two Embark accounts on one Steam account. I don't think so. I feel like I looked this up last night that you can't do that.
Obfuscate. Okay, I understand what you're saying. But this dude just called babies militants.
No, I understand. And there are baby settlers as well. But there are baby settlers as well. There are babies in this.
You consider not being a degenerate just not killing people in the game? The problem is every friend I play with just wants to go kill people. Like, I don't have any Care Bear friends. So if I'm playing like offline with people or whatever, because I have a lot of casual friends that play this game, they're all like, oh, let's go kill people. And I'm like, oh, you're fucking my trials up. I'm like, what's a trial? Let's just go shoot people. I was like, okay, but then my shit gets completely fucked. They're on Xbox, but I can't see why PC couldn't too. They're on Xbox, but I can't see why PC couldn't too. Why are you asking me about PG? I need a new account. I'm working on it. Don't worry. Okay, what is this?
Settlements.
But the babies that killed were not.
I know.
Okay, so
here's now that we establish that. Yeah. No, hold on. Now that we establish that, the other school of thought here is that all matter of Israelis living on Israel.
Was that it?
Hold on. Now that we establish that, the other school of thought here is that all matter of Israelis living on Israel.
Was that it?
Proper are they're also.
Wait, if you have it on Epic Games, can people on Epic Games invite friends that are on Steam? You must be able to, right? Like you can make the same lobbies? Yeah, okay, fuck. Okay, I should just do that. That's way smarter.
Doing the exact.
So far, he's not saying that it's good that babies get killed, that he wants babies to be killed. None of that even close.
What?
No.
Obfuscate.
And that is precisely the reason he's back.
Let me back out. Hold on.
Looking at this clip 4, is it the case that Hassan wants dead settler babies, thinks it's good that settler babies get killed?
Let me back up more.
He's dodging the ethical question. Dodge and weaselness, which I think is horrible and bad, and he should just own one of the positions. But if it's the case that he continues this way, and people say Hassan justified killing babies, by which they're playing on the ethical, that he's a monster because he wants babies dead, then I'm going to be angry at the people who made those claims.
Well, those are two different claims. He does this so much with moral language. God, I wish we had different words with this. Somebody has to correct me eventually. If he's hanging out with Avia and Isaac, you guys, you need to correct him. You have to stop mincing words with, like, is it acceptable? Do you want? Is it morally virtuous? Like, these are not necessarily the same things, you know? Like, in a way, functionally, you should want people to do virtuous things. But it's like saying, but it's a very unintuitive way to speak about moral things, especially with things we're talking about that are only justifiable in response to other bad things. So for instance, is it morally acceptable? Is it morally justifiable to kill someone in self-defense? Yeah, it is. Do you want him to kill him? Well, Jesus fucking Christ, no. I don't want anybody to kill anybody. Oh, so it's not good for him to kill him? Well, I mean, I guess it's good and so it is good. You want people to do good things, so you want him to kill him. And it's like, damn, I guess strictly speaking, kind of, but like, Jesus, that's like it doesn't feel very good to say that, because it's we're using the language to obfuscate in certain parts and then to give an impression of other things that aren't actually. I don't really want anybody to kill. I don't want the original situation to happen at all. I don't want anybody to have to kill anybody. But I think it's morally justifiable to do this thing. I think it could be righteous and virtuous to do this thing if you need to as well. Do I want somebody to kill anybody? Jesus.
And represented this as that. Because this is bad for other reasons. Okay? But it's not because of that, right? Because how it's been presented to me, to be clear, is Hassan wants settler babies to be killed.
That's like the strongest version of the claim. But really what people say is that Hassan thinks it's justifiable to kill anybody in Israel, including children. That's the claim. That's the real claim. Now, in a way, you can kind of sort of boil that down to, like, they want them to be dead, because you should technically want everyone. But, like, that's... Okay.
But the question here is about what the law allows for.
That's... Okay. Or maybe in this one it is. JT Chapman is the second thought bougie fucking loser guy, but...
And the previous context here makes it clear, I think, that he's dodging. He says that I don't think it's viable. So he's dodging the ethical question. In other words, he's not answering it, not addressing. So, all right, the Hague regulations prohibit the confiscation of private property. The Fourth Geneva Convention prohibits the destruction of private or state property. All right, so let's see. The Fourth Geneva Convention. Actually, let me just watch the whole thing before we get into it. Okay, so, because it's not really relevant, right? Okay, this is why it's not relevant. Grant that Hassan is misstating the law, right? That's not really what we're looking at this clip for. We're looking at this clip for, is it the case that Hassan wants dead settler babies, thinks it's good that settler babies get killed or something, right? That's the question.
This is a matter of law and maybe ethical and possibly very violent, but this is a matter of law and maybe, even if you agree with this, a matter of morality. Palestinians...
If you agree with this as a matter of morality.
have
and law, yeah.
Whatever that says.
Technically, the reason why the IDF has to exist in the West Bank and behave in the oppressive manner that they behave is because Palestinians, and this is going to sound very radical and possibly very violent, but this is a matter of law, and maybe even if you agree with this, a matter of morality.
If you agree with this action, a matter of morality. This is a matter of law, and if you agree with it, meaning the action, a matter of morality. I don't think Hassan here saying is, if you agree that this is what the law is, therefore it's good. I don't think that's what it said there.
Oh my god, dude. Why do you guys keep linking me these fucking videos? This is the last one for 1 month, and we have to go on a Peace Corps break. I can't. I'm just gonna kill myself for the next hour. Somebody stated this best. I saw a comment in the subreddit where it was like, I think that Pisco could legitimately like run into the Amazon like fucking rainforest, and he could run smack dab into a tree and go, oh my god, there's no forest here, it's just a tree. Like that would be him. Like, it's okay. All right, sorry.
I'm just being honest in terms of what I'm hearing.
Palestinians have the legal ground to violently seize back their own homes from the settlers. This is a reality. And that is precisely the reason why they have to exist under endless occupation in the West Bank.
And that's why I say, if it was settlers, that would be a lot more understandable. Yeah. But let's not obfuscate, okay? I understand what you're saying. But this dude just called babies militants.
No, I understand. And there are baby settlers as well. But there are baby settlers as well. There are babies in the settlements.
But the babies they killed were not.
I know.
Okay, so
now that we establish that, no, hold on. Now that we establish that, the other school of thought here is that all matter of Israelis living on Israel.
Was that it?
Proper are
So just to be clear, like the chain of logic is very clear, right? You have a moral and legal justification to kill Israeli citizens if you're a Palestinian. And then Ethan says, well, what about babies? Well, babies are settlers too, my friend. That's a very clear, very obvious chain of logic that's being used there. It's not only obvious by what he says, it's obvious by what he doesn't say, right? Like, if somebody were to say, like, do you think you have a legal right to have sex with your wife? And it's like, yeah, if you're married, for sure. And it's like, what if you marry a 2-year-old? And it's like, you have a legal and moral ability to have sex with a wife of your choosing. And it's like, so, yes? Like, if somebody were to ask you that for clarification, you didn't have the position that you should be able to marry somebody of any age and have sex, you would immediately clarify, whoa, no, I didn't mean that. Jesus Christ, okay? It's gotta be at least 12, okay? We're not saying, let's not be crazy, right? No, right? Joke. You would clarify. So if somebody pops up with the baby settler question, you go, okay, obviously you shouldn't be killing children, right? You wouldn't clarify in the other direction of, well, even babies can be settlers too, my friend, after you justified morally and ethically Palestinians killing settlers.
They're also doing the
So far, he's not saying that it's good that babies get killed, that he wants babies to be killed. None of that even close.
Good or wants? He's saying it's morally acceptable. Good or wants? It's such a weasel intuition pump. I don't know. I can't. 4:13:20. I'm watching a 4:20. I can't go past that. I can't go past 4:20.
Exact same thing in the eyes of some. I do not agree with that because I don't think that the exact same thing. They're also doing the exact same thing in the eyes of some. I do not agree with that because I don't think that is a reasonable solution, and it's not.
He doesn't believe it's a reasonable solution.
Realistic anyway, and
it's not realistic.
Meaning he's dodging the moral question, which I think Pisco accurately identified earlier. He's dodging the moral question.
Will lead to the complete evisceration of Palestinians,
and he doesn't want the complete evisceration of Palestinians.
And
hence he doesn't want baby settlers to be killed.
Right, Israel.
Oh my God! Oh my God! I think I just cummed. Oh my God! I think I just cummed. Hold on. That was actually so impressive. Hold on. Oh my God! Check out this. Check this out. Okay. This has got to be like some Naruto Shippuden. I don't know what the fuck it's called. Whatever shit. Okay. Wait, did you catch that? Oh my God. That was so good. Okay. Is it moral? ... Question mark. Okay. Is it moral? I'm trying to think of how I would even draw this. He's playing on this word want so well. We're using like this interchangeability between want and good, okay? So what we're trying to figure out is, the question is like, does Hassan think it's moral to kill babies? Is killing babies moral? Is it moral? And Hassan basically lays out a justification for, yes, it is. Palestinians have a right to resist, and there are people that live in settlements that are under occupation, even babies, right? Oh, okay. But then the question is, but then the next question of this is, should they kill the baby settlers? Should they kill the baby settlers? And Hassan goes, well, I don't really think that's the best way that they can achieve their outcome. So I don't really want them to do that. But when we say want there, we're using this in a non-moral sense, right? Like, for instance, if I say want with respect to accomplishing some prior goal, we're not really using that in the same way as we would say want in terms of like a moral statement, or should in terms of moral statement. Let me give you an example, okay? You should treat your mother with respect, right? Well, why? You should do it because because treating your mother with respect is a good thing to do. It's virtuous. It's good. That's a moral statement, right? You should do this. This is a moral ought. You should want somebody to do this, right? You should want somebody to treat their mom with respect because that's morally virtuous, all right? However, let's say, okay, you should pour 1 cup of milk into a 2-cup capacity glass if you want the glass to be half full. You should do it, right? Well, now we're talking about a should with effect to some outcome we're trying to achieve based on some system, right? You should do that, and you should want someone to do that if that's what they're trying to achieve, but that's not really a moral question. I think you would still consider that a normative question, but that's not a moral question, right? Is it? What's the morality there? Well, if you want it to be half full and the capacity is 2 liters, right? You should pour 1 liter in, right? So you want them to fill the cup, okay? With 1 liter to make it half full, right? But that's not really the same type of want, right? So when Hassan is playing this game here, so what we're asking is, now, if you're phrasing it imprecisely, and Pisco will capitalize on this, if you phrase this imprecisely, and you go, does Hassan want to kill settler babies? Pisco's going, well, let's find out. So when we say, does Hassan want to kill settler babies, we're asking a moral question, right? Do you think it's good or acceptable, morally defensible to kill babies? And then Hassan goes, well, I don't think that would be the most effective way to achieve their outcome. So with respect to the outcome they're trying to achieve, they shouldn't. Well, that's not really answering the question that we're asking, right? And it's like, well, didn't he say he doesn't want them to? So in that case, no. Like, he doesn't want in the moral sense, which he does want. He does justify this. But because we're now treating this want word as just like this with reference to affecting some outcome and not actually with regards to the morality of the question, oh, so no. But then he takes this no down here and then he applies it and subsumes everything up here under it. It's like, wait, you're talking about categorical versus hypothetical imperatives. Hypotheticals are conditional. Categorical are absolutely in the context they're said, which means in moral situations. Oh, okay, that might be, I don't have the philosophy jargon for it, but yeah. This is such a trick that he's playing here, though, because
of Israelis living on Israel.
Like, imagine if I were to say, imagine if I were to ask somebody, do I have to explain this? I feel like it's so obvious. Imagine if I ask somebody, okay, I heard yesterday that you said that you can hold down a woman and punch her in the face until you can fuck her. All right? I heard you say that. Kind of sounds like rape. Do you think that men have a right to hold down women and punch them until they can fuck them? Do you think that's the case? If somebody were to answer you, well, honestly, you're probably not even going to be hard. The woman's not going to be, wet, or if you are hard as fuck, it's going to be a struggle. It's not going to be like a satisfying sexual experience. I don't think guys should even do it. I think it would just be easier to like court a woman in a traditional manner. Mate, it kind of sounds like you think rape is okay if it would achieve a better outcome. Is that what you mean to say? Because that's what Hassan is saying here. So if killing babies was the best way to clear all the settlers, would that make it a thing you would recommend then? Because you're not really giving a moral defense, or you're not making a moral assertion in terms of why they should or shouldn't. You're just giving a practical concern.
Was that it?
Jesus.
Proper are they're also doing the
so far. He's not saying that it's good that babies get killed, that he wants babies to be killed. None of that even close.
Exact same thing in the eyes of some. I do not agree with that because I don't think that
yeah.
The exact same thing in the they're also doing the exact same thing in the eyes of some. I do not agree with that because I don't think that that is a reasonable solution, and it's not.
He doesn't believe it's a reasonable solution.
Realistic anyway, and
It's
that
not
only
realistic.
will lead to the complete evisceration of Palestinians,
and he doesn't want the complete evisceration of Palestinians.
And
hence, he doesn't want baby settlers to be killed.
Right, Israelis will use that to continuously radicalize just regular Israeli citizens in their endless bombing campaigns and ethnic cleansing campaigns and the brutal occupation. This is why many thinkers, I believe even including Norm Finkelstein, who has dedicated his entire life to speaking the truth about...
Wait a second. Baby settlers. Hang on a second. All right. Couple things. First off, as a matter of fact, right, unless there's some special technical meaning of settler, does anyone here deny that babies can be settlers? What it is to be a settler is to be part of a group that settles in a place. Am I wrong about that? Who here disagrees with that?
You can have that definition, which is fine, but in creating the category of settlers, Hassan earlier said that Palestinians have a moral and legal right to enact violence against settlers. So if that category of settlers now expands to include babies, we really have the right to kill children? Really? The moral and legal right to kill children? By the way, you don't. For definitely not the legal one. Most likely not the moral one either.
Does anyone disagree that there is such a concept as a baby settler? And on what grounds do you disagree with that? Settler implies an intentionality. Settler implies an intentionality. I think the act of settling implies intentionality. I'm not sure that being a settler, any more than being an immigrant, right?
He's a raper, but I wouldn't call him a rapist. I don't know.
You can be a baby immigrant, can't you? Or are you saying babies can't be immigrants? I think there's a separate thing. To immigrate is to have an intentionality. I think the term immigrant or the term settler can refer also to children and people beneath the age of reason. Okay, so yeah, I don't think there's anything. I don't think there's anything absurd about just the term settler being applied to babies any more than an immigrant baby, a baby of an immigrant, maybe you would say. And so the negative statements here is in a misstatement of law.
Hi, what's up?
Hey, yo. Just real quick while you're watching the video. Pisco genuinely does not understand the difference between what you're trying to say, the moral versus the... What was it somebody in chat said?
No, he does. He absolutely does. Because when push comes to shove, I understand if you call him out. I understand you call him out. But I watch this happen in real time in the Hutch. Every time he debates Hutch on things, when push comes to shove, when he gets out of his super debate brain and starts to intuitively just argue things, he leans into the correct intuitive terminology immediately when he's not in hypercognition mode.
Agree.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah. Whenever however many months ago, whenever you joined that hellish VC in his server. Earlier that night, it was Hobbitfaller trying to do it, and then he had to leave, and then I kept trying to do it to explain this difference to him, and he could not. He was either refusing to understand or he couldn't understand. It was unbelievable that he couldn't understand the difference between the different types of want, the moral versus the practical. It was insane.
Sure.
Yeah, okay, but I agree. Obviously, he does it in the Hutch thing, which was why we were trying to get that across to him. But impossible. Okay. That's all I had.
All right, be careful.
All right, see ya.
I'm granting for the purpose of the conversation. But crucially, what's not happening is he's not morally justifying the killing of babies.
He did morally justify the killing of babies. And by the category you've just created, he literally did. He literally did. You just said that babies were settlers, and Hassan earlier said that Palestinians have a legal and moral right to kill settlers. Did he not say that? What did he say right before? Let's see if we can get the exact fucking quote. Settler. It would have been at around 410-ish.
Palestinians, and this is going to sound very radical and possibly very violent, but this is a matter of law, and maybe even if you agree with this, a matter of morality. Palestinians have the legal ground to violently seize back their own homes from the settlers.
They have the legal grounds to violently seize back their homes from settlers. Like that's what he just said here, right?
What do we think? Do we agree with that? They have the international law, the power to violently seize the homes back from the settlers. I'm not sure. Does international law have a view on that? I mean, pull up the law piece. Google's free. Is the claim that the
manner that they behave?
I don't put much. I don't.
Like in general, and that also isn't what was being said in the clip. Now I understand the frustration.
Hold on.
Faith in the dudes that decapitated babies treating their POWs really well.
Well,
I think that's kind of a psychotic take too. Where it's like why are you trying to give Hamas the benefit of the doubt on this one? You know, being like, oh, they treat their prisoners fucking awesome. Yeah.
Well, just because Hassan didn't just say that. Hassan just said like in general, and that also isn't what was being said in the clip. Now I understand the frustration for sure, but it's not that they'll treat them very well. It's not that we should trust them. It's that is what has happened in the past, and that's what Hassan said. So again, not to excuse the normative evilness of the clip and the weaselness to not to engage, but I don't think that that's what's being said is to trust Hamas. It's just kind of historical look.
No, let's not try to do that.
Okay.
So, but anyway, and that combined with just the callous, the laughter.
Listen,
hold on.
The Palestinians actually take civilian hostages. That's fake news. I don't care.
Yeah.
Okay,
and they're laughing.
So let me pose a question for you.
Go ahead.
So you have said that those in the West Bank are fundamentalist settlers. Are you familiar with the international law surrounding the justifiable forms of violence towards?
So first of all,
terror?
I don't put any stock, frankly, in whatever these quote international laws are.
Yeah, it's.
Is he representing that it's justified to kill under international law anyone who's a quote unquote settler? Well, he doesn't say that yet, but maybe that's what he's suggesting.
But no, I'm not familiar with whatever that says.
Technically, the reason why the IDF has to exist in the West Bank and behave in the oppressive manner that they behave is because Palestinians, and this is going to sound very radical and possibly very violent, but this is a matter of law, and maybe even if you agree with this, a matter of morality. Palestinians have the legal ground to violently seize back their own homes from the settlers.
What do we think? Do we agree with that? They have the international law, the power to violently seize the homes back from the settlers. I'm not sure. Does international law have a view on that?
Okay, keep going from this.
I mean, pull up the law piece.
I think Hassan goes on to clarify ethically as well, but like he's using the law here to support the ethical view. It's not like Hassan is saying this is crazy and I don't even agree with this, but the law says they have a right to, right? He's using the law to further his point here.
Was free. Is the claim that that this is untrue? Not against civilians, obviously.
Well, that's not what Hassan thinks, but
well, he just mentioned the IDF, right? Or what did he say? Oh, no, he's mentioning the settlers.
Yep.
So he's not allowed to bring up homes. It's a war crime. So it would be a war crime. Let's just make sure we understand this. It would be a war crime for Palestinians to violently kick out, with threat of force, settlers, and to reclaim their homes. I'm just trying to think like is this I'm trying to understand the claim.
Does
the claim that
does Hassan make more? Do they talk more about that?
Justification under of being on the presented to me to allow something.
Okay.
This is a matter of
get killed or something, right? That's the question.
This is a matter of law and maybe radical and possibly very violent, but this is a matter of law and maybe even if you agree with this, a matter of morality. Palestinians,
if you agree with this as a matter of morality,
which Hassan does,
have the Technically, the reason why the IDF has to exist in the West Bank and behave in the oppressive manner that they behave is because Palestinians, and this is going to sound very radical and possibly very violent, but this is a matter of law, and maybe even if you agree with this, a matter of morality.
If you agree with this action, a matter of morality. It's a matter of law, and if you agree with it, meaning the action, a matter of morality. I don't think Hassan here is saying is, if you agree that this is what the law is, therefore it's good. I don't think that's what it said there. I'm just being honest in terms of what I'm hearing.
Palestinians have the legal ground to violently seize back their own homes from the settlers. This is a reality, and that is precisely the reason why they have to exist under endless occupation in the West Bank.
And that's why I say, if it was settlers, that would be a lot more understandable. Yeah. But let's not obfuscate, okay? I understand what you're saying. This dude just called babies militants.
No, I understand. And there are baby settlers as well. But there are baby settlers as well. There are babies in the settlements.
But the babies that killed were not.
I know.
Okay, so
now that we establish that, no, hold on. Now that we establish that, the other school of thought here is that all matter of Israelis living on Israel.
Was that it?
Proper are they're also doing the exact.
So far, he's not saying that it's good that babies get killed, that he wants babies to be killed. None of that even close.
Exact same thing in the eyes of some. I do not agree with that because I don't think that.
Hang on.
the exact same thing. They're also doing the exact same thing in the eyes of some. I do not agree with that because I don't think that is a reasonable solution, and it's not.
He doesn't believe it's a reasonable solution.
Realistic anyway, and
it's
that
not
only
realistic.
Will lead to the complete evisceration of Palestinians,
and he doesn't want the complete evisceration of Palestinians.
And
hence, he doesn't want baby settlers to be killed.
Right, Israelis will use that to continuously radicalize just regular Israeli citizens in their endless bombing campaigns and ethnic cleansing campaigns and the brutal occupation. This is why many thinkers, I believe even including Norm Finkelstein, who has dedicated his entire life to speaking the truth about...
Wait a second. Baby settlers. Hang on a second. All right. Couple things. First off, as a matter of fact, right, unless there's some special technical meaning of settler, does anyone here deny that babies can be settlers? What it is to be a settler is to be part of a group that settles in a place. Am I wrong about that? Who here disagrees with that? Does anyone disagree that there is such a concept as a baby settler? And on what grounds do you disagree with that? Settler implies an intentionality. Settler implies an intentionality. I think the act of settling implies intentionality. I'm not sure that being a settler, any more than being an immigrant, right? You can be a baby immigrant, can't you? Or are you saying babies can't be immigrants? I think it's a separate thing. To immigrate is to have an intentionality. But I think the term immigrant or the term settler can refer also to children and people beneath the age of reason. Okay, so yeah, I don't think there's anything absurd about just the term settler being applied to babies any more than an immigrant baby, a baby of an immigrant, maybe you would say. And so the negative statements here is in a misstatement of law, which I'm granting for the purpose of the conversation. But crucially, what's not happening is he's not morally justifying the killing of babies. And everyone agrees with that, right?
Oh my God.
He's not morally justifying the killing of babies.
Okay. Hold on one sec. Credit card.
Well, no, unemployment means that you're, I think the technical definition of unemployed. First of all, I do think they're unemployed babies. I think babies are all unemployed, right? Wait, can we just examine this guy? Fresh paycheck 777. Is it a coherent statement to say babies are unemployed? Does that statement make sense? And is it correct?
Not really.
Let's just... Only one person I'm looking at right now is fresh.
I feel like employed or I feel like unemployed. I feel like that has baked into it like the concept of the capability to be employed, right? Like I feel like there is an underlying understanding of that. Like it would be very weird to say like, oh, here's my newborn baby. My newborn baby is also a virgin. It's like your 2-month-old baby is a virgin. I mean, like I guess that's true. That's a really weird. That's like a really weird descriptor, you know. I feel like the term unemployed starts to make more sense when you talk about like who could even be employed, like the potential to be employed. But like you would never describe somebody who's 80 generally. You wouldn't say, "Oh, you're unemployed." You say, "No, I'm retired. I don't even have the desire to work anymore." Right? I'm retired. I'm not employed, or I'm not unemployed. The fuck?
Used to juxtapose the history of Israeli Jews. I think it's being juxtaposed with respect to he has a view on what Israel's doing here, but I don't want to conflate the substantive issue of what the Israeli conflict is and to double count it, right? So here's the problem, right? If he's bastardizing Jewish history, that's one thing, right? That's his own faux pas or whatever. I don't want to double count to the extent that you believe he's wrong on Israel-Palestine. I don't want to double count that and be like, oh, he's using this for this end. Well, if you already disagree with him on that, it doesn't sound like the use of Jewish history, which is accurate, or a narrative that you think is already false. I don't want to like double whammy him. I hope that makes sense. So just like be aware of that the disagreement on substantive policy grounds should not be used, I think, to rear its head in other places, except for where there's like an additional bias, an additional indication of bad faith or like bad thing that you've done. And then someone said something about Charlie Kirk.
So you really and fighting, citing principles of Judaism.
Surprises here, but Charlie Kirk.
These people betray
these people. I mean, he's not saying. It sounds like he's just like interrupting him bringing up Charlie Kirk. So it doesn't sound like it's because they just responded to these people are betraying the Jewish values. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Just being honest.
Principles of Judaism and centuries of Jewish history of always siding with those who have been oppressed, always being at the forefront of social justice and fighting for emancipation for all people. It's really, really, really disgusting to see that. 100%.
I want to read this one. So basically showing all these goals, feeling very comfortable with
calling them cool,
pushback, expressing their desire for genocide.
And again, I do think, and again, thank you for the memberships. I do think that Ethan is being very reasonable here in light of very like circumstances that are super traumatizing, even for people who are not in Israel. You know, I knew I have friends who are Jews who it's not like this was a faraway thing that they felt, right? It very much felt personal, even in America. And so, credit to Ethan here. I think big credit.
Western media. Oh, here is an Israeli. Hold on, who said this? Okay, so here it is in Hebrew. This was from an unnamed defense official told Israel Channel 13 that the Palestinian territory, home to more than 2 million residents, would be reduced to rubble. Quote, Gaza will eventually turn into a city of tents. There will be no buildings. The ground maneuver will surprise Hamas, the official said in a stark warning to the terrorist group behind the weekend assault that killed more than 1,200 Israelis.
I mean, the Israeli defense minister literally said, we're shutting off the electricity, we're shutting off the food supply,
I don't understand
and we're shutting off the water into Gaza because we're fighting human animals, or a better translation, I think, was beasts. Like, but ultimately, that's collective punishment, is a violation of the Geneva suggestions. I don't want to call it conventions.
Is that like some...
It is. This has happened for far too long. You can't attack the press. You can't attack, medics.
Yeah, we don't like Trump, but can you not spam? Do we have a kick mod? Don't spam, okay? We don't like Trump, but don't spam. Please don't spam.
They killed. There was the Red Crescent guy who was crying in his ambulance because he could not. He had seen far too much death and destruction, and a couple hours later, he got bombed. They allowed him to enter a site of.
Why can't I spam? You have 3 people because you're. That's in the kick chat, but you appear in the chat where there's hundreds of people, and you could get me fucking banned. Dipshit. All right, I'm gonna ban this guy. Stupid idiot. Oh, you're getting banned, bro. Fucking kick chat. This motherfucker, right? This mother. Banned.
The rubble, a site of the bombings, and they bombed him and killed him, like a couple hours later.
Okay, so
directly just a violation.
At this time, I want to turn my attention to some of the very evil takes I've heard.
Wait, did we go back somehow? Did I go back somehow? We were at 420, no? Or around, we were heading in that direction. I think I did. I think I pushed a... I'm fucking retarded. Okay, sorry. Where were we?
I believe even including Norm Finkelstein, who has dedicated his entire life to speaking the truth about...
Wait a second. Baby settlers. Hang on a second. All right. Couple things. First off, as a matter of fact, right, unless there's some special technical meaning of settler, does anyone here deny,
No, we got through this.
Be a baby immigrant, can't you? Or of reason. Okay. So, yeah, I don't think there's anything absurd about just the term settler being applied to babies any more than, an immigrant baby, a baby of an immigrant baby, you would say. And so the negative statements here is in a misstatement of law, which I'm granting for the purpose of the conversation. But crucially, what's not happening is he's not morally justifying the killing of babies. And everyone agrees with that,
he
right?
Did. No, he's
not morally justifying.
Somehow I must have rewound from this
babies.
point. If you click on a word in the transcript, it takes you there. Oh, maybe I accidentally clicked a word. Okay.
Well, no, unemployment means that you're, I think the technical definition of unemployed. So I do think they're unemployed babies. I think babies are all unemployed, right? Wait, can we just examine this guy? Fresh paycheck 777. Is it a coherent statement to say babies are unemployed? Does that statement make sense? And is it correct? Let's just, only one person I'm looking at right now is fresh paycheck 777. Now, you could be taking the definition of unemployment or employment, which means you're actively looking for jobs, but then that's just a different definition.
Somebody should ask him about, like, disabled people or retired people. Like, are they unemployed? No, I don't think we view unemployed that way. They don't have a job, but we call them unemployed. I just think normatively that just implies more when we say that word. I think most people would reasonably agree with that.
Ethically justifying violence against babies? All right, let's take a look. Is he ethically justifying violence against babies? And where is that? If you agree with that, I mean, that's almost a circular question, right?
Like, it's almost like you could even use it as like a punchline for a joke. Like, oh, here's my fucking 9-year-old. This little unemployed fuck lives with me. Like, would Pisco look at you and go like, what do you mean unemployed? Like, of course he doesn't have it. Or like, oh, like, yeah, unemployed, that makes sense. Or no, he wouldn't laugh because he said, oh, that's true. He's unemployed and he lives with you. It's like, well, no, it's a joke. Why the fuck? He's not looking for a job. He doesn't need to work. He's 9 years old.
It might even be moral if you agree with that, which is with the actions. You understand that? And then he says, I don't agree with it. I don't think it's reasonable. I think it will eviscerate the Palestinian people.
But he doesn't say, Hassan doesn't say he doesn't agree with it because it's bad to kill babies. He just says he doesn't agree with it because it's not effective enough.
And I take what something is moral as something that someone ought to do, right? What you ought to do.
Oh my God.
And he's saying you ought not do that.
Because it's not effective, not because it's immoral. You're mixing up oughts here.
So I view that his statement there is saying we ought not kill the babies.
Because it's not effective, not because it's immoral.
It means something different when you use the word unemployed to intuition pump something about, I don't even know what that means. Intuition pump.
True. It means something different when you use the word unemployed to intuition pump something about the baby. That's true because unemployed, it feels like it carries more than just not have, like unemployed doesn't just mean does not have a job, right?
Something about the baby. It means something different when you use the word unemployment to intuition pump something about the baby. I don't even know what you're saying there. It's clear. What do you think he means by baby settler? Settlers of babies. Does anyone doubt that when he says baby settler, he means babies of settlers? What do you think he means other than that?
That is what he means, but it's the morally justifying and the legal justification of killing them.
If there's something other than babies of settlers that you think he means by baby settlers, tell me what it is. A baby who has settled. Isn't it clear and obvious? And I'm just being like totally. Isn't it clear and obvious that what he's talking about are the children of settlers, baby settler, or children of settler? Even grant that in order to be a settler, you have to have intentionality. All right, grant it. Isn't it obvious that in this context that he's saying it's the children of settlers? It means babies are fair targets for Hamas. Okay, from which perspective? From an ethical perspective or from a legal perspective?
When you bring up intuition pumping in normal conversations, I don't think they have any idea what you're referring to. Yeah, you'd have to explain it. Fuck, maybe I haven't done that recently. We talked about that so much a few years ago. An intuition pump is like when you say a thing in order to, what you're doing is you're trying to borrow some kind of like normative value from like another word or metaphor or something in order to make something sound worse than it actually is. Kind of. You're borrowing from the intuitions of a thing in order to give more weight or gravity to something or get somebody to intentionally kind of like misinterpret a thing in a way that's not really what's happening. Like, I'm trying to think of, when we say intuition pumping, I'm trying to think of an example. I can't think of any right now. Oh, maybe abortion is murder is kind of like, oh, hold on. Now, if you talk about like, well, the fetus can feel pain, I wouldn't call that an intuition pump. That's like the thing, you're referring to the actual thing you're talking about there, right? You're not really pumping intuition. You're like, that it is the thing, right? Oh, maybe when you would say something like, would you take a vacuum cleaner to a 1-year-old's head and suck its brain out and then use forceps to chop its body up if you don't want to take care of it anymore? Then why do you think it's okay to do that to a 2-week fetus? That's an intuition pump. Because in your mind, you're thinking of like, whoa, shit, that's a live baby. It's crying. You probably already named it. It's been to the hospital. Or what did I say? A year old, month old, whatever. Yeah, obviously. Yeah. And now you want to fucking murder this thing with a vacuum cleaner and whoo! But it's like, this organism is not at all resembling a 2-week fetus. That's an intuition pump. That would be an example of an intuition pump. Yeah.
Both. In virtue of what do we think that Hassan is saying it's ethical to kill those babies?
Because they're settlers, and he believes that Palestinians... Somebody just asked Hassan, or somebody should ask Pisco. Pisco, do you think that Hassan believes it's ethical for Palestinians to enact violence against settlers? Would Hassan, or would Pisco say, Hassan would say no? Does Pisco think Hassan doesn't believe that?
Because I just heard him say he thinks it's something we ought not do.
But... this is bad faith. Like this, I can say this with 100% confidence. This is bad faith. Or the most charitable read isn't that it's bad faith, but that he's so oppositionally debate-brained right now that he can't give any ground on this because he thinks somebody he doesn't like has this position, or he's just like kind of mind-fucked himself, which you could argue whether or not that's bad faith. But like, yeah, this is so stupid.
I think he's conflating the two. No, I think he's specifically not conflating the two, right? Doesn't he specifically not conflate the two? Let me just look at it.
So anyway, go ahead.
So you have said that those in the West Bank are fundamentalist settlers. Are you familiar with the international law surrounding the justice?
Yeah, he said it's not good to target settlers. Okay.
Viable forms of violence.
Why?
So first of all, I don't put...
He brings it up in the context of settlers are fair game legally, right? That's what he's saying. He could be wrong with that. But how this is told to me is that he wants babies to be killed. That's how it's told to me. I'm just telling you how it was told to me. Okay?
I don't put any stock, frankly, in whatever these quote international laws are.
Yeah,
but no, I'm not familiar with whatever that says.
Technically, the reason why the IDF has to exist in the West Bank and behave in the oppressive manner that they behave.
Where's the distance between him passing what is legal through to what is moral? In that they're different things. It could be illegal to do a highly immoral thing.
Oh my God.
Is because Palestinians, and this is going to sound very radical and possibly very violent, but this is...
like when you say this is going to sound radical and possibly very violent, just like think about how people use language. That's some shit you say to prep somebody for a belief that you have that they might think is like kind of out there. You're like, listen, this might sound pretty out there, okay? But like, you can do this thing, That sounds like some shit you agree with. Otherwise, you would phrase it differently. You would say something along the lines of like, okay, here we go. You would say something more along the lines of like, this is this crazy fucking thing in law where you can do this thing. Or like, it's a vestige of older legal systems, or for some reason you can still do this thing. It's legal, it's protected that you can do this thing. It's unbelievable. Not like, you You, this might be radical for you, maybe for you. This might seem kind of crazy, maybe for you. But for you, it might be crazy. But here's what's allowed, right? That doesn't sound at all like this. It's very obvious and plain, like what the intention is there.
A matter of law.
That's a matter of law. That seems clear. He's saying law there.
And maybe even if you agree with
maybe even if you agree,
there's a matter of morality.
With this, I take this to be not coextensive with the law, right? It's saying if you agree with this law, perhaps at best. I think it means with this policy. But if you mean maybe if you agree with this law, there is some distance. In other words, he's saying it's not necessary that if you believe it's legal, that you believe it's good. I think that's clear. There's a distinction between those two. Saying maybe it's
my
God. If you agree with
God.
this, a little ambiguous. Maybe you could say maybe if you agree with this is a reference to a law existing. I doubt it, though. He's just saying it's a matter of law, so he seems quite confident in his position on the law. So I take this to be.
But it's when he disagrees with
or this action or this statement that we just heard. But either way, it's clear there's a separation between law, morality that he's recognizing.
But it's when he disagrees with.
I know the question asked wasn't. That's the weasel. That's the dodge. No, I totally agree with that. But is there anything unreasonable about what I just said in the following discrete? This is the only thing I'm looking at right now. That here, Hassan's statement clearly delineates between legal and moral and does not imply that they're coextensive. Maybe they result in the same result, but that they're different inquiries. Everyone here must recognize that, right? There's no reasonable way to interpret the statement that doesn't recognize that truth, correct? Is he not saying that if you agree with this law, then it may be considered to be moral? That is one way to interpret it, but even then, right? It's saying you need not necessarily agree with the law, and in which case, there's a separation still, right? Even if you read it that way, which I wouldn't actually. Okay, not what I'm asking, right? So people, if you're too triggered right now, I want you to leave. I want you to leave if you're too triggered, right? Because the rude boy
bro,
is too triggered.
Okay.
Now he's opining on whether he's correct about what the law says. That's not the question I asked, okay? And if you're too triggered, you need to leave. You just need to leave, all right? There's a very narrow thing here, which is it the case in this clip, in context, that there is a separation in Hassan's mind between law and ethics? And if you're, the only thing I want to know is if your answer is no to that, in virtue of...
He's using the law in support of what he's saying, though. Like, you could tell people would say something different. If I were to say, I think you should be able to kill somebody if they break into your home. If I were to say next, now some people might find this radical, some people might find this crazy. You actually have a protection in the law to kill people that break into your home. You actually have a defense for that, right? It sounds like I'm using the law to bolster my argument. I'm not speaking opposite. If I thought it was the opposite, if my moral position was aligned with the law, that's how I would present the law. If my moral position was contrary to the law, if I think you don't have the right to kill somebody just for breaking into your home, you don't know why they're breaking into your home. It's a life versus property, right? I would say something like, this is insane to me, or this is a crazy application of the law, but legally you can kill people that come into your home. I wouldn't say some people might disagree with it, because those some people would be me. That would be me. I am some people. Like, you would never say it that way. I shouldn't even have to explain this. This is a thing that you just intuitively, obviously understand.
What is it? No.
Especially when the whole context of this conversation is talking about justifications for killing Palestinians.
And if you're too triggered and you want to ask like irrelevant stuff, then you should probably leave. Well, I think that there's plenty so far that I've seen from Hassan that's condemnable right now. What I'm not granting is that he has said that it's moral to kill settler babies. That's what I'm not granting, because I haven't heard that, and that's what it was told to me as. I already explained what makes me think that there's a difference in distinction there that he's putting there, and it's just the plain words of what he says here, right? Like, if you're too triggered by this, like, honestly, really, just calm down, take a breath, and listen to the words.
Has to exist in the West Bank and behave in the oppressive manner that they behave is because Palestinians, and this is going to sound very radical and possibly very violent, but this is a matter of law, and maybe
a matter of law.
Even if you agree with this, a matter of
maybe even if you agree with this ambiguous grant, this ambiguous
morality,
a matter of morality. The maybe a matter of morality sounds that in Hassan's mind, the legal issue is settled, the moral issue is not settled. They're not necessarily coextensive. Is there any better way to interpret that statement in context? Not triggered. I'll grant you, he didn't say it was moral to kill babies. Where is it legal to? Okay, right. So understand that I think that that's probably true, that it's not legal to target a baby. Your question implying that, but understand the huge different moral.
His Pisco has turned into like what people like the Sargon of Akkad types were, what like the center right people were to the neo-Nazis in like 2016. I always said this. I always complained about this. that when I want to argue against like an actual neo-Nazi type figure, I've got to go through this whole room of centristy types first that are making infinite excuses, and then by the time I'm arguing with a neo-Nazi, I come off as like an unhinged leftist because they're like, well, when he says that race and IQ are inseparable, he doesn't necessarily mean that black people are better or worse than, or when he says that we need to be worried about our culture in the United States and our civic nationalism, and that race might be a part of that, that doesn't mean that he necessarily believes that black people are stupid and that they have a bad culture because of their race. And it's like, bro, Jesus, that's obviously, and he's even saying, if you listen to what he says, he's even saying that's what he means. Why do I have to go through you first? And now I look like a crazy lefty because I've got to go through somebody who calls themselves not unhinged.
Implication in the following two scenarios. Hassan thought it was legal to kill baby settlers, and Hassan wants settler babies to be killed. Right? Because I'll give you the following example. Counterpoints thought it was good that Alex Preddy was shot, versus Counterpoints thought it was legal to kill Alex Preddy in that context. It was justified use of force. Don't we see a...
Yeah, but if I were to ask Connor that question, well, maybe because he's an online debater or whatever, even for people that thought that it was a morally justified shoot, if I were to just spring that, do you think it was good that Alex Preddy got shot? I think the intuitive response, even if people think it was justified, I would wager that most people say, no, I don't think it's good to get shot. I don't want anybody to get shot, which is a fair statement. Now, if I were to specify more clearly, did he was morally acceptable for the cop to act in self-defense and shoot? And I was like, okay, yeah, I think it was a good shoot, but like, no, it's not good that he got shot, right? You're using the word good here, and you're pretending it means the same thing. It really doesn't. It really doesn't. Oh my God, bro.
Massive?
How long is this like little segment? I don't.
Gulf between those two statements?
No.
A massive gulf? And what this was sold to me as was Hassan Piker justifies.
He does.
The killing of babies, an equivocation, yet again, between legal justification and moral justification.
Oh my God. And it's an equating of the two. Not an equivocation, but...
I have plenty of condemnation for Hassan based on this clip. And that is the weaselness, not answering questions, irrelevant tangents on an issue where your interlocutor has conceded the horrible...
It's interesting. He does the Trump thing too, where I'm like, would you disagree with Trump on anything? Well, yeah. I don't like it when Trump calls people names. I don't really like it when Trump is, I think that sometimes he's too hot-headed. No, motherfucker. Do you think it's okay that Trump is an authoritarian fucking dictator that is destroying the United States' reputation abroad and destroying our ability to function as... Well, I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of Trump coin, I guess. Like, well, what the fuck? Like, well, I don't like Hassan's weaselness, and I don't like that Hassan is avoiding the question. Why is he avoiding the question, motherfucker? It's because he thinks it's okay to kill babies. You would never avoid the question in that manner. You would never avoid the question otherwise. You would just answer it dead on. Fuck, somebody posted a clip yesterday. Wait. This is a good-ass clip. In my subreddit. It was like, this is my favorite Destiny clip. And it's this point exactly. Fuck. Did I see this last night or this morning? Thank you.
Or if you're using it as like a manipulation technique to silence officers.
My intention is never ever to paint an entire party as fascist or anyone in this room as fascist. I don't think anyone is. But I think that there's a blindness and there's a normalization of fascism. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Was the 2020 election stolen or was it not? Was it legit?
I'm not sure, but can I ask you a question?
No, that's
I'm not sure. Then you're saying, oh, okay, just curious. Does your dad like to fuck little children? Are you agnostic on that? Because you don't know, right? You haven't even known your dad his whole life, right? Because he was alive for 20, 30 years before he had you, right? So I'm just curious. Would you answer that question with the same level of fairness, right? I don't know if my dad fucks kids. I'm not sure. He might have before he had me. Maybe. Who knows, right? Answer that question. That should be the follow-up every time. You should ask for people to see if they would give equivalent statements of wishy-washiness, because they wouldn't, right? If I'm having a conversation about whether or not you can kill children, you're never going to come out of that conversation thinking that I have an ambiguous position. I'm going to make it known, because Jesus fucking Christ. I hate kids, and you should. I'm just kidding. Like, especially when you're being accused, especially when the conversation is you being accused of supporting killing children. What the fuck? If somebody were to come up to me and be like, oh, Destiny, you've debated a lot of the incest pedophilia stuff in the past, right? Do you think you should actually be able to have sex with kids? And my response is, you could fuck kids until like 1915 in the U.S., what the fuck are you going to think my opinion on that topic is? Are you gonna, is a Pisco going to come to my rescue and go, well, Destiny was just speaking legally? What the fuck?
Statements on the pro-Israel side. I think it's disgusting not to acknowledge the these horrible statements on the other side. That is condemnable. What it's not, and what it pisses me off, because if I were to repeat this, this claim, Hassan justified killing babies. If I said it like that, I would get called out on it, and I would be wrong. And I would look like a fucking idiot. So I'm glad I looked into this. So now I know the claim. The claim is Hassan, at this point in time, legally justified killing settler babies. And that has a very different implication.
Oh my god.
You're strawmanning. Who am I strawmanning? Who am I strawmanning? By justified, do you mean ethically justified or legally justified? Purple Monkey Dishwasher 9818. I justify there, do you mean ethically or legally justified?
Oh, wait. Wait, why are my controls still set up? Oh, I bet they saved to a similar config file or something on your computer.
Well, no, after this he says that it shouldn't happen. I take evil to mean that which we must not do. Right? Like, I just take, like, something is good in virtue we ought do it.
See, this is, now he's doing the thing. That's not, like, on a very strict syntactical sense, maybe, that all good things, all morally virtuous things. So, like, you can have, I don't know the actual answers because I don't study this, but I think some people would say there aren't gradients of, like, goodness or whatever. It's a thing is, it's a binary thing. It's either good or it's bad. You have a good thing or a bad thing. And you ought to do good things and you ought not to do bad things, okay? But then you get into weird worlds where it's like, technically, you should say that you ought to do every good thing, and a good thing is any good thing which can be rationally justified as being good with respect to whatever morality you have. So then there are good things that might feel like you wouldn't ever say in common language, I want that to happen. The self-defense example, a million times this, right? Did you want this wife to kill her husband? And it's like, well, no, not really. Really? You said she was justified in self-defense. The husband was trying to kill her and the kid, right? Okay, yeah, I guess. So you wanted her to kill the husband. Damn. I mean, like, that's not how we use the word. I've repeated this one a million times. This is, bro.
It's bad and we ought not do it. Oh, okay. In virtue of, I grant that he's legally justifying it here. In virtue of what is he morally justifying it? No, I'm not saying that there's a logical difference. I'm saying, what in virtue of what? What is the evidence that he morally supports killing babies here? What's the evidence of that? That he morally supports killing these babies in Israel. What's the evidence of that claim? What is the best evidence that Hassan morally supports killing fellow babies? I would agree with this. I think he's legally justified in the context of sweeping for the people who think it is more.
Did Destiny address retweeting Myron Gaines? Yeah, he's trying to get remonetized. And listen, if he gets remonetized, I'll probably get remonetized. So, you take the allies you can get, boys.
Morally justified. I think that he's definitely trying to downplay their positions. I think they do believe it's morally justified, 100%. And that is its own bad thing. But I just don't think that it's him ethically justifying it.
Okay. Oh shit! Wait, this is the intro. I remember playing this like 2 months ago. Can I beat the intro stage if I'm a good player now?
The entirety of the podcast, of this podcast? I don't know, I think this is totally reasonable take.
Palestinians have the legal ground to violently seize.
It's a dog whistle. You think he's signaling that he does want these babies to be killed?
Back their own homes from
dog whistle?
This is
it's
reality,
not a.
and that is precisely the reason why they have to exist under endless occupation in the West
You know
Bank.
what? And that's why I say, if it was settlers, that would be a lot more understandable. Yeah. But let's not obfuscate, okay? I understand what you're saying. But this dude just called babies militants.
No, I understand. And there are baby settlers as well.
And just to be 1 trillion% clear here,
1 trillion.
Ethan is suggesting that he might even agree that violence is justified against Israeli settlers. I don't think he's saying that about babies. Ethan is, but
well, there are babies.
But that presumably under international law with respect to civilians would still be unjustified, right?
So, well,
just the legal arguments.
But the babies they killed they were not.
I know.
Okay, so
now
here's
that we established that. No, hold on. Now that we established that, the other elements.
But the babies they killed they were not.
I know.
Okay, so
now that we established that. No, hold on. Now that we established that, the other school of.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I think, amazing that these same people can easily grasp justification related to collateral damage and strikes, then have this performative outrage. Yeah, I think that's what we're seeing in the chat is performative, 100%.
Oh my god, bro. Pisco always does this thing too. I mean, I feel like I do it too, I guess. I guess it's not bad to do. It just depends on if you're right or not, maybe. But I guess everybody will have that impression. Pisco does this thing constantly where he's like, you guys are all brain broken, and I'm the only one that's not brain broken. And then he proceeds to, I do this when I talk to you fuckers about healthcare and housing, and you guys all are brain broken, and I'm the only one that's not brain broken, so fuck you. But I'm right, and Pisco's wrong. But he'll do this thing where he's like, I'm not brain broken, you guys are all brain broken, and then he proceeds to give what feels like the most brain broken takes possible, okay? Jesus.
What I'm seeing in the chat right now, I think is 100% performative. I think nothing about what I just said is unreasonable. Like, I fucking challenge you. What is the unreasonable position?
Thought here is that all matter of Israelis living on Israel proper are they're also doing the exact same thing in the eyes of some. I do not agree with that because I don't think that is a reasonable solution, and it's not realistic anyway, and that only will lead to.
This is him saying it's a bad idea to kill.
Oh my my God! It's him saying it won't affect their. It won't be a good way to achieve their outcomes. How does he not hear what this is? It's such a crazy. This is just so crazy to me, bruh.
Civilians. You guys realize that? Let's start this again. I know that your brains might turn off, but do you understand what like, is this also a dog whistle? What is this? This is him saying it's a bad idea, right? By which a bad idea means you ought not do it, means it's bad.
Oh my God, that's literally not what he means. He literally doesn't say that it's a bad idea, like you ought not do it, like you ought not. See how he's doing this borrowing from, Hassan is saying you shouldn't do it because it won't affect some outcome. It's conditioned on whether or not they would actually achieve success or not. And Pisco is using the word want to pivot to, oh, well, you shouldn't want to do this because it's actually morally not okay, right? That's what Hassan actually means. Oh my God.
Are you guys, how do you explain this?
Oh my God, bruv.
In the are they're also doing the exact same thing in the eyes of some. I do not agree with that because I don't think that
for pragmatic purposes, not moral purpose. I just don't understand. Like, doesn't pragmatism fit into morals? It just seems that, like, to be clear, like.
The chatter got it. What was that response? Whoa, isn't pragmatic the same thing as moral? Really? Really? Really?
Pragmatism is with respect to an end, right? Something is pragmatic or not with respect to your goal, right? A goal is the nature of is by which pragmatism is defined, right? Pragmatism.
What a circular. What was that? He has to be careful because if he says the thing, he's obviously walked into a trapping of his own making, right? Like, well, when we say with respect to a goal, pragmatically, he just means, what does he mean, Pisco? He means whether or not the Palestinians can achieve freedom. And if he thinks that if Hassan thinks that there's a reasonable chance of success for Palestinians, achieving freedom by killing babies, then it becomes an okay action. Yes, it's not conditioned on any kind of like morality. It's just conditioned on some kind of outcome of Palestinian freedom.
Is meaningless if there's no goal, right? And so in virtue of getting the most just outcome, that is not leading to the worst of all possible worlds, or a world in which Palestinians are eviscerated. I don't understand pragmatism independent of some sort of goal.
Well, follow that on the other end then. So that if Pisco will at least say, well, sure. So Hassan is saying that if the Palestinians could be free if they killed enough babies, then it would be okay. Do you acknowledge that?
Like, what does pragmatism mean if it's not with relation to a goal? What does it even mean to be pragmatic? Oh, you're not pragmatic with respect to something. You're just are pragmatic. It's a referential word. That's a reach? No. Okay. Someone define pragmatism without respect to a goal.
You can't. But pragmatic with respect to a goal is not the same as moral. And moral statements, at least any moral system that I've ever heard of, is supposed to be pretty universalized. Maybe there are some fucking slavery moral systems or whatever, but like generally people believe that moral statements apply equally across all people in society. Like it's morality. It's not with respect to a situation. The morals don't change from situation to situation. Like it's okay to murder sometimes, it's okay to rape sometimes, and other times it's not. Inside the concrete things on the top. I don't know what you mean when you say on the top. Above me, I see open sky. Persec. That's what's on top.
I don't understand bad as something different than morally wrong. You guys are gonna have to establish what bad is as me.
Really? You don't understand bad as it is in something that's morally wrong. It's bad that my tire pressure is 20 psi. Is that morally wrong? Is that a morally wrong thing?
Mean something different than morally wrong? In my mind, they're the exact same thing. And if you think Hassan means something different, you have to explain what does Hassan mean by bad versus morally wrong.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my. He means the concrete barrels.
Because he might be pragmatic. If it were pragmatic, then it might be morally okay to kill settler babies.
Thank you. Jesus Christ. Yes. Who said that? Whoever said that in his chat yesterday, I'm giving you. Thank God. Jesus. Oh, in these? The 3 concrete tubes inside the middle one. The top is items. Why the dude, who cares? Oh my God. Thank you so much for helping me find this. Oh my God! This is just what I need for this conversation. Thank you.
I mean, this is just true of like most people, right? Like if you knew that like X, Y, or Z, that killing Palestinian babies would lead to, for example, the 100% future protection of Israel, maybe you'd be okay with that too. The difference there is, oh, target versus not target. It means unproductive.
I'm stuck.
Again, productivity is with respect to a goal, right? Productivity doesn't mean anything by itself. Productivity is just it's a reference, it's a referral tool.
Like, nobody thinks of morality this way, that you can change your morals with respect to a particular goal. This, by the way, this is why international law exists, is because you're not supposed to think of it that way. You're not supposed to think of it with respect to a goal. Like, well, if I think I can win the war, I can genocide this group of people. No! There are some things you're just never allowed to do. These are always considered, like, deeply immoral things. Now, there might be balancing acts between some types of moral things, for sure. So when we talk about, like, collateral damage, for instance, when you're involved in a war. But in terms of, like, straight just, like, I want to fucking kill a civilian because fuck yeah, let's do it. No, this is considered always wrong. You can't do, like, acts of terrorism.
He's saying that it has blowback and harms long-term Palestinian objectives. That's so much different from being equal to being morally wrong.
Correct.
So I just, again, the question is, like, what does he mean? What do you guys mean by morally wrong? He eventually says it would
define morality. Name every moral. What do you mean when you guys say morally wrong? Define. Really? What's every moral? Right now, go. Name 7 morals. I bet you can't even name 5 morals right now. What do you mean when you say that? I actually have no idea. What do you mean when you guys say it would be more? What? I don't even know what that. I can't even comprehend possibly what you mean by that.
Be bad solely because it would hurt Palestinians, not because it's evil in and of itself. Because lives. Okay, so is what you're trying to say? This I would understand. That he doesn't think Jewish babies or settlers' lives have value, right? That is a difference with a distinction with a difference. Is that it's not in virtue of any, with any respect, the lives of Jewish people. They don't have value in and of themselves. But that's just a separate claim that you need to justify.
That is a reasonable solution, and it's not realistic anyway, and that only will lead to the complete evisceration of Palestinians, and far-right Israelis will use that to continuously radicalize just regular Israeli citizens in their endless bombing campaigns and ethnic cleansing campaigns and the brutal occupation. This is why many thinkers, I believe, even including...
Yeah, I think it's deplorable not...
Holy true. Holy fucking true. Somebody in YouTube chat said, the Andrew Wilson of the left. Unironically true.
To say, and it's also bad to kill babies here, but and I think it is deplorable not to mention that, just to be clear. But I don't think it's the same morally justifying the killing of babies. So to understand the difference, right? He's not saying it's bad in this clip in virtue of, well, you shouldn't kill babies because babies also have value. In addition to all the pragmatic concerns that what you're calling the pragmatic concerns related to the Palestinian people, that is a chat. But also in virtue of the value of the life of the child, right? And I think it's deplorable not to include the life of the child there, 100%. No. What he's not doing is justifying the killing of babies, ethically.
Norm Finkelstein, who has dedicated his entire life to speaking the truth about Israel's occupation, and Noam Chomsky and many others, even Edward Said, as I brought up earlier, believe that the de-Zionification or the displacement of Israelis from Israel proper Jewish Israelis is...
No, he's not saying it's a morally neutral act. Where does he say it's a morally neutral act? You guys need to, like, focus. Think about this like real thinkers, right?
Oh my God.
Where does he say it's morally neutral? That's a claim that needs to be justified in and of itself as well. He's omitting saying that the lives have value. He's not saying it's morally.
It's not justifiable and it's not realistic.
Whether he's talking about West Bank or the fact that he's not talking about the West Bank versus Israel proper, I think isn't relevant to what I'm saying. I'm saying is, like, I'm not hearing him ethically justifying saying it's good, we ought to do it, it's good to kill these babies anywhere. Okay, if he said it in West Bank or in Israel proper or whatever you want to say, that I would condemn each iteration of that. I'm just not hearing it with respect to anything.
It's more so a single state solution, at least one that I advocate for, because I know a lot of people advocate for a 2-state solution. I'm a 1-stater, which would normally...
Was there a question? I thought you said I have a question for you at the beginning of that.
I think he, like, sometimes loses where he's going with shit.
I gave you the question. You already answered it. You said I know your position on like violent.
He's not losing, like, because he's just so he's rambling because he's trying to obfuscate. That's what's happening. That's why he's losing his direction. He's obfuscating endlessly because he knows that his moral positions are untenable. Keep in mind too, again, let's not even look at the context of what he's talking about. Let's back up and look at one level higher of the context of what's being spoken about. This is Hassan trying to kind of, like, save his relationship with his podcast co-host. So this is him at his most generous to Ethan's side, trying to communicate the most amount of understanding to Ethan's side, right? This should be over. You shouldn't have to be charitable at all, right? Like, imagine if I'm trying to have an argument, or you're trying to have an argument with a parent or a significant other or a coworker, and you're like, okay, like, and you know maybe that you're in the wrong, or you're up for, like, fucking getting fired, or you're divorced, or broken up with, or something, or you're the friend group is going to kick you out of the group chat. And you're like, okay, guys, here's what I'm going to say. Now, I need you to be very charitable towards me. Fuck no. You'd be like, okay, I got to present the strongest case possible so that every motherfucker understands it's going to require you to misinterpret me to think I'm not saying what I'm trying to say, right? Jesus.
Seizing back your land from settler occupiers.
That's not what they did.
So do you have any opinions on what conclusion we can draw from here, or what he's saying here, or are we all out to lunch? The conclusion I draw from here is that he's slimily not willing to condemn deplorable statements from his people who he's allied with politically. I think.
Why not, though? Why would he not condemn those statements? Is it inconceivable that maybe he won't condemn those statements because he agrees with him? Maybe? Maybe that's what's going on. Maybe, possibly, maybe.
It's disgusting, and I think the fact that you don't include in your list of why it's bad to kill settler babies or settlers in general, the statement seemed to broaden out more than that.
Well, but it didn't. He never said that. He never ever said it was really bad. Besides the fact that it wouldn't serve the ends of the Palestinians now, right?
Civilians or whatever is not just because of the blowback, but because of the the inherent worth of the lives. But what I don't hear though is what was told to me, in that Hassan said it was good to kill babies.
No, and
these guys, or at least I assume second thought, has the perspective that all matter of Israel is all matter of Israel proper is considered settler occupation.
And he's
which,
evil.
And again, that's more of the distancing, which I find fucking Weasley as fuck. He's like, oh, he thinks this on his view XYZ. Yeah, I think that's Weasel scumfuck shit.
Thinking that he is right after babies were murdered and decapitated.
Well, but when he's talking about those other people's views, he's talking about the views of the guys who were running a podcast that Hassan was on, listening to and agreeing with the entire fucking time. They're not just random people. They're not just even random allies. They're not even close allies. They're not even friends who are allies. They are people who are friends, who are allies that Hassan was on a show with, expressing these views that Hassan was agreeing with. Okay. Am I done? Did we make it to 4 times? Okay. One more minute. No, I can't. No, this is dumb. I'm getting triggered. Okay, what is this? One more. This is the last one, and then no Pisco for a month, okay? I don't think Pisco's YouTube channel is going to survive to the end of the year. I can't understand how people could watch this. I don't even know who he's trying to appeal to here. It is like so... It is just... this is just like unbelievable amount of like...
Structure the conversation the way you...
Stupidity. I don't get it. I don't understand it all.
Want, and what is it that you want to chat
I think
about?
it's pretty simple. Like, just piggybacking off of the tail end of what I caught from Josiah there. I think my red line, in terms of identifying who is a true coalition partner / ally to the cause, would be that the person is committed to voting for Democrats in the general election, or independents that caucus with Democrats, obviously. That's my red line. In the general. So if somebody is using the Hassan strat, for example, of not endorsing in a general to try to extract
You're out of
concessions,
here.
I view that kind of electoral strategy as, I don't know if I can say this on YouTube without getting demonetized, but it's like an unaliving pact, a self-unaliving pact, to use that kind of strategy. You can do that in the primary. You can do that in the primary. You can be fucking kind of ruthless in the primary, up to, I think, reasonable standards. Like, for example, maybe don't like spread lies that Josh Shapiro covered up a fucking murder. I feel like that is like very destructive kind of primary. But you can be like pretty combative and adversarial in a primary. But this strategy that lefties have, a lot of lefties have of potentially signaling, you know what, I might help Republicans win this election if I don't get this concession. That person is not a coalition partner. They're not an ally to Hassan specifically. He was just interviewed by, I don't know, some guy. He was interviewing some guy like a couple days ago, and the guy asked him, like, are you going to tell your audience to vote for Democrats? And Hassan said, well, I have my people that I'm going to tell them to vote for. That's not a coalition partner. His only concern is transforming the Democratic Party to be more leftist,
Correct.
more
Socialist,
more
communist.
kind of like moving in his direction.
Not
That is his,
socialisty,
top of his
socialist.
Maslow's hierarchy of political needs. His is like transforming the Democratic Party into basically a socialist structure.
Yes.
He puts that above beating Republicans. I put beating Republicans above everything else. And so to that extent, I don't think me and him are on the same team.
True.
Yeah, I want to eventually get into like what it means to be on the same team and what it follows from it. But I'm just taking what I heard. I heard your test for who's a member of the coalition and who's a coalition partner. I heard it. And I want to ask you, therefore, on that test, Joe Manchin is not a coalition partner.
What?
Sorry.
For Joe, the fact that Joe Manchin can win elections in deep red places. Oh my God. This is what I said before, by the way. If socialists were serious about actually wanting to have electoral power in the United States, bro, if socialists could go out into purple or especially red America and start winning elections, whoo, do you have a seat at the table to start making big policy demands? Imagine if Manchin and Sinema were Justice Dems. Imagine if Manchin and Sinema were Soc Dems or socialists or Bernie Sanders aligned or whatever. Ooh. Now, your Kyle Kuklinskis, now your Hassan Pikers, your loser socialists, now they have a big seat at the table. But when the only people you can ever win are in your massive plus 40 Dem district, why the fuck would we listen to you? Whether you vote or not, this is going to go to a Dem anyway, right? Your seat doesn't fucking matter. And if you're so unpopular with the broader party, you're probably going to lose eventually anyway. Like, why would they listen to you? You can't win seats. You can only infect and destroy from within. You can't win anything on your own. You can only infect and destroy what's in the Democratic Party. Show yourself. So I hope that they catch this. The comparison to Manchin is horrible. Manchin won in a place where no other Democrat could win. And they tried running a progressive against him. She got fucking, I think it was a she, right? Got annihilated in the primary. It was annihilated in the primary. Got annihilated. Okay? So it's not even, if it's not the same thing. Manchin was only a partner with the Democrats because he voted with and worked with Joe Biden, and he won in a place where Democrats can't win traditionally. It's so difficult to get a Democrat to win there.
Explain. What do you mean?
Joe Manchin did not endorse Kamala Harris, refused to endorse Kamala Harris in 2024.
Is that true? Then
Is
yeah,
that
he was
true?
not a coalition partner in 2024.
Why are you trying to say?
Oh man, Hutch shouldn't grant it. It's a tricky question. Pisco is so good at the tricky, horrible analogies, and but I will say, I think I've glazed this guy. I've glazed this guy way too much. Okay, Hutch has done an exceptional. I don't know if he's on some shit or if it was. Did he finally go bald like a year or two ago? Whatever he did, his brain fucking activated. The neurons started firing. He's just very, very good on the fly at catching a lot of Pisco tricks that I don't even know if I could catch on the fly. But this is another one that Pisco just did.
We need more Joe Manchins.
Joe Manchin, the senator, at the time that I talk about him, was probably the most valuable Democrat that we had in the entire Senate.
Yeah, but
I can't speak to Joe Manchin's attitude in 2024. When I say I want more Joe Manchins, I mean I want more Democrats that can win in ruby red districts and states. That's what.
He's a god! He's a god! This guy's a god! Yes, correct. Yeah, he's got it. That's correct. Yep, that's right.
I mean,
you're willing to work
Just
with
to
people
clarify-
who are not part of your coalition and even elect them.
And notice
clarify,
notice how
I'd forgotten about this, but he's right. Because
notice how Hutch gave the correct clarification, and then Pisco this is what I mean when I say Pisco's bad faith. So when I say bad faith, I'm still being nice enough that I'll say maybe he's just debate-brained on it, but like Hutch gave the appropriate clarification to demonstrate the absurdity of the generalized statement that Pisco made. And then what does Pisco do once Hutch clarifies? Pisco goes right back to the overly generalized statement, right? He goes right back to the overly generalized statement. What, hello? Did you hear what he just said? So you're willing to work with people who aren't coalition partners? Well, if they're winning elections in like highly contested places, sure. Oh, so you are willing to work with coalition partners who won't support. It's like, what the? Did you not just listen to what he just said?
because she said she was willing to get rid of the filibuster, so he refused to endorse. So
yeah, he was not
in late September.
Partner.
Yeah, but
in that moment, he was not a coalition
if not being a coalition partner isn't enough to get you to even pine for them to participate in elections and for Democrats to vote for them and to have more types of those people in certain situations where it makes it helpful, I just don't understand then what is meant. Like,
and listen to all the reasons. To have those people in certain situations that might make it helpful. So Hassan shitting on Dems and everybody calling Gavin Newsom a whatever the weird attacks are on him, or that Josh Shapiro, what was it, that he greenlit a murder or something, or that he looked over a murder and let it happen? I don't remember. I don't know what the claim is. Like, so these are, in certain circumstances, these are our good coalition partners. Oh my God.
Why is it important that you're part of the coalition or not, if you will even think that we should have more non-coalition members as part of the Democratic Party?
I guess I'm separating a coalition of like voters and a coalition like a coalition that includes both the voters and the politicians, because you guys, if it came out that Hunter Biden was caught on camera sacrificing children and sucking up their adrenochrome, we just knew that 1,000%. That he ran in Nebraska and was competitive, I would vote for him, and I would encourage my viewers to vote for him as well.
But it's not like that, Hutch, because, and I'm trying to be respectful, like, it's not like, you know, hold my nose.
God, I hate it. Oh, he's so condescending. I'm trying to be respectful. Motherfucker, you're the one who's acting like a retard here. Hutch is being respectful. I don't even know if you deserve that much respect at this point, because there's so many of these stupid fucking officers trying to be respectful. Like what? Like Hutch is just not understanding? No, like you're the one who's intentionally obfuscating, and you do because you know you're incorrect on this point. He knows he's wrong on this point.
I'll vote for Hassan versus Donald Trump and these like ridiculous hypotheticals that we construct. It's like part of your view is we need to have more types like Joe Manchin and actively encourage them to get involved in these different places. And so part of your view is to push for people who ostensibly would not be quote unquote coalition partners to be active members of the Democratic Party. And I'm sure
like, I'm like, it's such an, this is so obviously stupid. This is such a good question that fucking Josiah Hutch does. Oh, would you want a Joe Manchin as like a congressman or a representative in like New York? Would you want a Joe Manchin senator in California? Would you want a Joe Manchin from fucking Massachusetts? Fuck no. That's where your bluest, most leftist political people should be. Joe Manchin was Joe Manchin because he was from West Virginia. That's what made him so important. And that's why he was an important ally of the Democratic Party. Because he was a D in WV, okay?
Sure, if Manchin were running again, you would interview him, you would advocate strenuously that people vote for him, you wouldn't treat him the way that you...
Like, easy. But yeah, true, easy. Let's say that Joe Manchin ran again, but let's say he ran in New York. Would you support him then? Fuck no. No, what the fuck? Let's say that he ran again in Maine or whatever. No, you wouldn't support him then. No, that's the difference.
Treat Hassan.
No, I think I would push him on. You didn't endorse Kamala. What's that
the
about?
fuck?
I'm certain I would push him.
How do I turn those off?
But if Joe Manchin himself announced a candidacy in West Virginia,
yes,
and it looked
in
like
West
he could
Virginia,
win in that race,
in
I
West
would endorse
Virginia,
him even after this non-endorsement,
in West Virginia,
even though he's not a coalition partner,
in West Virginia, in West Virginia,
Mamdani in New York City didn't
New York
endorse
City.
Kamala Harris. I still encourage people to vote for him. And
What is the teeth of this coalition partner thing? Yeah, what's the teeth of the coalition partner thing?
I'm applying different standards to
different
like,
venues.
politicians themselves and the voters. Like I'm
Well,
separating the two
no.
things. So because my highest order principle, or my like guiding foundational kind of principle, is the idea that we have to beat Republicans in elections by any means necessary.
And you're
I
holding
really mean
politicians
by
to a
any
lower
means
standard.
necessary. Yeah, I am. Yeah.
No,
If it means
fuck,
your
Hutch got
principle,
derailed
my,
there a little
like,
bit.
guiding
No, it's not
foundational kind of
that.
principle is the idea that we have to beat Republicans in elections by any means necessary.
And you're
I
holding
really mean
politicians
by
to a
any
lower
means
standard.
No.
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. If it means like expanding majorities and making it more difficult for Republicans to win future majorities.
Like, bro. I think even I would probably support Hassan and Vosh types if these guys were part of like pro-Palestinian movements that were constantly outside protesting the RNC, that were constantly outside protesting the Republican inauguration, that were constantly outside protesting at Republican event. Even I might be like, okay, sure, yeah, this is based. As long as they were out there protesting the actual Republicans and not just showing up to shit on the other liberals in the fucking protests. The fact that Hassan fucking dragged his ass out to fucking Minnesota to get some press shots in a stupid, retarded little fucking downy vest that says media or press or whatever, and then he spent part of that time shitting on Democrats there. Fuck you, you fucking loser. Like, it's not even remotely the same. Jesus.
Then yes, yeah.
What if someone assesses that streaming with Hassan increases the chance of Democratic majorities because you're able to convince a more part of like.
I would endorse that. I would endorse.
But Hassan doesn't want to work.
Stream, even though he's a tanky.
And I should say as a point of clarification, because I guess I understand where there's seeming dissonance there, at least superficially. It's hard to imagine endorsing or supporting somebody who wouldn't endorse or support the Democratic candidate unless he was meaningfully better than the Republican alternative. So that's what you mean. Like your even now your support for Manchin depends on him being an ally to the Democratic Party if he were running for office, right? If electing Joe Manchin, for example, if he was just going to caucus with the Republicans this time as an independent, then
fuck him.
You probably wouldn't waste your time.
True.
Correct.
Yeah, no, I understand all that. I'm not saying that it would be irrational for Hutch to behave that way or even to argue like, fuck, we're going to need more conservative Democrats in given places. I'm not saying that I even disagree with that. It's just like the test, therefore, of like.
When you're in the second half, you should watch the first half in which we have a three-way struggle sesh over whether Dems should campaign on prosecuting MAGA. I'm not going to watch that because I'm pretty sure you're soft compared to me now. Just I hate these motherfuckers, okay? You say expand the Supreme Court. I say we should have fucking 2 new Supreme Courts, okay? I hate these motherfuckers. Sorry. I think Hutch is way too soft on... I think Hutch is a little bit too electorally focused and not enough, like, future focused. I think that Hutch is way too soft, these motherfuckers. I feel like I would probably... I don't watch bad things about my boy Hutch, okay? No, I'm just kidding. Maybe. I might go back in the beginning and watch. We'll see.
Whether you're a coalition partner, it just seems to mean very little. That there's no like necessary entailment from it. There's no like you should treat them bad necessarily. There's no you shouldn't work with them necessarily. There's no, and so I'm just like, well, then what is left of this whole are you a member of the coalition thing? I don't even understand. Like, therefore, like, why does it matter that you are or not? Does it just mean like me, like I like you or you don't like them? Like I don't understand what's left of this coalition thing.
When I say coalition, I mean anti-MAGA, anti-Republican Party coalition, a coalition that is focused primarily on taking power from Republicans. And
yes.
So if I'm confronted with a leftist or any other person who is only interested in boosting candidates that they personally like and will take actions and
that they personally like at the expense of other Democrats. Again, I've said this a million times. Now, like I give this as quote unquote advice. How do I turn off epic fucking achievements? I don't ever want to fucking do this. I give this as quote unquote advice, but obviously they don't want it because they don't care about electoral power. If progressives really wanted to, like, think about when I talked about strategizing for like assuming I have the money to do it and the time and everything, which I think I will, right? When we go to do districts, like, what do I want to do? What would I want to do to showcase the effectiveness of my community, right? The questions that I was asking was, what are districts that I think the Democratic Party is not going to have a heavy presence in? So, like, plus 5 or 6 Republican districts that have won it, plus 5 or 6 that the DCC is not directly involved in, and that there's not a ton of funding in, that we could go and flip. Because what would that do? Because it would demonstrate the power of my community to do something, and it would give us, I think, a decent seat at the table to talk to other politicians, right? Because look at the change we made. If I was just like, DGG, we're gonna go and we're gonna support our dude who's like an epic and base DGGer in like a plus 60 fucking Vermont district or whatever, like, the fuck? Why? You're just gonna go and throw your resources at fucking over your own party when every day the battle becomes more existential? When we might not even be avoiding hell now. We might just be avoiding the deeper layers of hell at this point, okay? Like, why the fuck would you do that? And that's what these lefties do.
and will take actions that materially help Republicans in some races because maybe the Democrat, they don't actually like them, then they are opposition, right? I don't understand how they're not political opposition.
They are.
If by definition you're defining opposition...
And now he goes to the super general. Well, if by definition you're just going to define opposition as not being part of the coalition by supporting the candidate, then that means you shouldn't support Joe Manchin because that's the same thing as Hassan Piker.
I mean, someone who would
help Republicans.
If that's the definition of opposition, then they're trivially opposition. You've just defined opposition in such a way.
Trivial.
But I mean, when I say trivial,
trivial? That's the whole game, right?
When I say trivial, I'm using it as a term of art. I mean, the definition you provided You're just stating facts that conclude the definition with respect to these different actors. And so when you ask, wouldn't that obviously be oppositional? Well, yeah, if you define opposition that way, trivial in the sense that all you've done is you've looked at the language of the definition and you just set out those facts about a hypothetical person. And so I have to grant you on your terminology that they would be opposition. So I mean, it's not like that.
Okay.
Well, I would consider them opposition because they are opposing my political goals.
Like Joe Manchin was.
There could be narrow instances or narrow examples of him opposing my goals. So he was, in my opinion, if that's true that he didn't endorse Kamala, then in 2024 I would consider him opposition.
Right. But then I'm like, well, then what is the significance of being labeled opposition? If you're labeled opposition, not part of the political coalition, but someone like you, who I think is very based in harm reduction, and you really do want to see the country better off, and not in the hands of like this fascist threat, you're willing to work with the opposition when it suits your interest. And when you think, and even think that like,
they wouldn't be my opposition if they were on the same page as me, though. That's my point. You're not my opposition if you're like a Marxist-Leninist who, maybe your ultimate goal is like a socialist revolution. But if you're on the same page about helping to elect Democrats because you think that helps your goal, then sure, we can be on the same team for that election cycle. And I disagree that that's going to lead to a socialist revolution, so I'm not that concerned about it.
Sure. Then it just feels like the Vanguard on that view, or at least Zach from the Vanguard, would be part of the coalition, and Joe Manchin would not in 2024. That's not how you act.
No, I'm not trying to attack the show or anything, but also like, because for Live and Learn, this is probably one of the largest, well, no, I guess that's not true. It depends on how large you expand. For like young liberal podcasts, or like multiple liberal content creators coming together, I'm trying to think who else exists, because you have like your older audiences for like the Bulwark and everything else. How much time do they spend on this the leftist infighting shit? Like, just do liberal shit and fuck the Republicans. I'm sure they do a lot. They do a lot of that as well, but this like constant, like, how do we appeal to the tankies that think we're the same thing as the fascists? Like, you don't. Fuck them.
I think they're opposition. And I think that we're touching on something a little bit different here. Like, there's a couple things. So they say that they'll support whoever the nominee is in 2028. I just frankly don't believe them. So they could surprise me. That's fine. Or they could do the thing that like Emma Vigeland did. She's like a really good example of someone who, endorsed Kamala Harris, told her followers that they should vote for Kamala Harris. And at the same time, she was like undercutting Kamala rhetorically along the way in a way that I think like suppresses turnout.
Well, I don't know if Manchin has as much. Are you suggesting that Vanguard has more influence than Manchin? And that Manchin wasn't also saying things like, she's not competent, she's not.
Oh my God.
So, it does feel like.
No, I'm not saying that they have.
It feels like Manchin
I'm not saying that they're.
Also, by the way, even if Manchin said that, Hutch should own that he would still support him. Because what is Manchin fighting for at the end of the day? Manchin is fighting for a 100% guaranteed Republican seat. If Manchin's out of there, that's a Republican seat, 100%. If the leftists all disappeared tomorrow, then what? We're not losing. There are no fucking socialists holding seats that we wouldn't be able to, capture with ordinary Dems. Like, that's not the case anywhere. Or there are no fucking federal seats held by socialists, unless you count Bernie Sanders, maybe.
I'm not trying to interrupt you. I think it's like, I really am not trying to interrupt you.
It seems like you're going for like a gotcha with Manchin, but if Manchin is opposed to helping every Democrat on the ticket in 2028, then he's my opposition, right?
But we can just put Manchin to the side. I think the point I'm trying to illustrate is I don't actually even disagree with you saying, well, we have to work with Manchin in certain cases, or people like Manchin, even when they are obstinate because of the realities of the situation. And so like not much fight with me on that. It just means that like the significance of being labeled opposition just simply seems to be, did you endorse or not? And there's no additional.
Oh my God,
that's like, how you should treat them. There's like way more facts that need to be known before any other kind of like entailment, by which I mean any kind of necessary response emerges. And in fact, it might even be smart sometimes to bring people who maybe were
like, this is also like, if you're having, and I feel like Pisco was so good at this when we used to argue in the past, if you're having like a collaborative conversation with somebody, you would never interpret them so stupidly. Like, what do you think is important, Hutch, for determining whether or not, we include somebody in our coalition? It's like, well, I think supporting the candidate is important. Oh, really? That's it. So if they support the candidate, but they murder the candidate, you think that person's okay? Just because they say they'll vote for the dead body after they murder them? It's like, okay, well, fucking obviously that's not what the fuck I'm saying. What the fuck? What kind of fucking question is that? Like, for him to be like, well, obviously, it can't be unidimensional, that there's only one single variable, and it's only whether or not they support. Well, yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Nobody fucking speaks like that. That's a crazy way to approach this. Like, of course, unless you think Hutch is an actual fucking retard. If you think Hutch is retarded, then sure. If you're trying to own somebody on like a super Omega debate floor or whatever, then sure. But like, Jesus Christ.
Or who moonlight in opposition to your side and treat them very, very well. So that's what I'm trying to say, is not that your responses to Manchin don't ever make sense, but that the Manchin example shows that this term, not part of the coalition, not part of our group, not part of, or part of the opposition, doesn't have a lot of weight other than to just be a synonym for didn't endorse. I hope that makes sense.
Well, I'm trying to use this. Yeah, go ahead, Josiah.
Just real quick, there's a chatter there, and he raises a good point, but I think it needs some clarity here. So he says, Manchin helps a coalition in a way a politician is supposed to by voting with Democrats. Hassan is a pundit. He did not help the way that a pundit is supposed to. And my only quibble there is the timeline that Pisco is referring to, Manchin was no longer in office.
He was a sitting senator, I think.
That would be like a separate.
Oh, wait, when did his term expire? Was it January 2025?
Yeah.
Oh, well, there you go. So he was a lame duck senator, not seeking re-election, but he was technically in office. And
he was fucking
not
up in office. He was like not voting. He was like not voting for Democrats nominees either. He was fucking shit up in the Senate. He was doing a bunch of that shit too. So like, but and also senators can wear different hats. Like I don't think he was operating as like a senator in that sense with respect to like the legislation when he goes on fucking shows to talk shit about Kamala, which he did.
I thought wasn't fucking Josiah IRI would know this more than me, but wasn't Manchin part of like a pretty big outplay working with Biden when it came to the Inflation Reduction Act, where Manchin was able to like make a pretty crazy vote maneuver in terms of, I don't know if he was if he was fucking with McConnell or what in terms of getting that act passed. I'm pretty sure. Fuck, I don't remember the details of this, but I'm pretty sure Manchin was like a pretty significant piece in that happening. Okay.
Right, and so I understand, I take the point, but I think that I disagree, I guess, ultimately. I think that Manchin did have an obligation to endorse Kamala Harris. I think the expectation needs to be the same. I think it's possible, because I think Pisco himself would agree with this. You would rather have a Democratic alliance.
But then keep in mind also, I know Josiah knows this, but Manchin's like, he's a lame duck. He's not even running again. So you're not even giving any to say like, oh, well, Manchin, you know, I'm not going to support that guy because he's not running for re-election. Okay, that's an easy give. Okay, yeah, you got me. Okay.
Joe Manchin in West Virginia, then a Republican. So there he has utility to the Democratic Party.
Yes.
But also as a thought leader in the anti-Trump coalition, he also had an obligation to endorse Kamala Harris and did not.
But Manchin was never seen as a thought leader in the anti-Trump coalition, right? Like nobody in the Democratic Party was looking to Manchin. It's like, oh, what do we do? Somebody get Manchin on the phone. Like, what's the future of our party? Manchin was like a necessary evil that we were kind of working with. Because like, well, this is the guy. He's the only one we got. You know, he got very popular in his state for a period of time because of just the wacky shit or whatever. But like Manchin and Cinema were so contentiously brought up by every fucking Democratic pundit and other Democrats in the country, I think.
One quick thing. I think, unfortunately, there's something very uncomfortable about what we're discovering now with this Manchin example, which is it is an undeniable fact that Hassan signaled more that he was going to vote for Kamala than Manchin. And if that's the only thing that we're assessing on whether you're in opposition or not, then
like it's just like it's so stupid. Like Manchin, the lame duck senator in West Virginia, who by the way I don't think markets himself as like a fucking Democratic thought leader, right? Does Manchin say that? If I go check his like Twitter or his Instagram, is Manchin like, hello, I'm here to start helping you build a better Democratic Party for tomorrow? Does he market himself? Does he have a podcast that I missed all it? Maybe he has a big Twitch channel. I just don't know about it. Like, bro, it's Manchin.
Unfortunately, just based on the empirical evidence and the tests you provided, Manchin in 2024 was more opposition than Hassan Pike.
I mean, I could even grant you that, and I don't understand how it undercuts my thinking at all.
Well, I'm not saying that it necessarily does. I'm just saying it doesn't seem that there's much significance to this label opposition if it doesn't really reflect how we're going to view a person, what we're going to do with the person, and whether or not that person should be like welcomed back. There's other stuff, and so it's just the opposition label, the coalition. It's a red herring. It's just being used as a synonym for did you endorse or not. But there's not any other necessary entailment or prescription that comes after that.
There's other things that come beyond just like an endorsement. Like the second order thing that I would focus on is like a good faith analysis. I mean good faith by like both in the sense that I know that this person is going to do what they can to just to not like lie and deceive, but also I know that this like commentator or pundit or whoever, this is someone that I can rely on to be rigorous in their fact checking and make sure that they're taking steps on their end to be like reliable sources of information. And that's where I think people like Vanguard and unfortunately Kyle Kalinske to a lesser degree are not rigorous in the stuff that they report on their channels. They will see stuff that pops up on their, you were watching the Kyle Kalinske video and you saw that he was like amplifying like a CCP propagandist to make a point about the Democratic Party. I can't even remember what the specific point was. That to me I think is extremely destructive because it
was more like it wasn't for its factual component, it was for like the analysis. And yeah, I saw the account. I'm like, this, they should probably like before they put some, unless they're specific, this is a viewer thing or this is what people are saying on Twitter as like a segment or something. And again, unfortunately, the video didn't provide enough context for me to assess whether it was responsible or not. And that's one of the failures of the video, is to give a foundation for why any given instance of look at Twitter bros, that it was irresponsible, because there can be uses of Twitter as news. Zaya, for example, will often, as part of his segments, look to the response on Twitter. It just is a fact that it is part of the commentary because people who are important are talking on Twitter, or maybe even not important, just have an interesting view. And so I think there's more to show that specific usage was irresponsible. But on your substantive point, I'm fine. Like, there are definitely things that would distinguish Manchin, Hassan, Vanguard, all these people, all right, in many different ways that you would have to be a fool not to think about. And I understand that, but I think that we need to get over the simplistic opposition coalition language and say, well, the reason you shouldn't hang out with Hassan, the reason you shouldn't hang out with the Vanguard isn't because they refuse to endorse, they didn't endorse strenuously enough. It's because they're liars. It's because the balance of their coverage is this. It's because there's a way higher standard for a pundit than a...
These are all things that everybody else has said. Well, like, why is he so pretending like he's discovering a better formulation for this argument? Yeah, this is what everybody has been saying. Yeah, no shit, no?
Elected politician. And like, let's get to the meat of the basis of the prescriptions and not just do the simplistic on-off switch of coalition.
Well, I feel like this has come up a lot, and maybe I'm not articulating myself well. I'm not even being insincere. Like, it's possible. My chat just introduced me to a Reddit thread where they were unpacking how I can be bad with my language sometimes or inarticulate. But I've never told you, and I've never told Josiah, and I've never told anyone else, like, do not talk to Vanguard, do not talk to Kyle, do not talk to Crystal or Emma. I don't even care. Like, it's not even my preference that you be just like outwardly hostile towards these people all the time. My only thing that I'm asking of people is to just push back in the particularly egregious cases and highlight the absurd claims that are thrown around very flippantly in those circles. Like the claim that Josh Shapiro covered up a murder.
I think it's ridiculous.
Absurd. And it just,
I think it's ridiculous. And I will talk to him about it. Yeah.
But the problem with that, Pisco, is that took me about fucking 2 minutes, 2 to 4 minutes of Google searching to get information about, like, and all you need to know about why that's absurd is, like, who is the one that gets to decide if a death is reclassified from a self-unaliving to a homicide? It's not the governor. It's like the coroner or whatever. It's like the local,
he was AG.
one of the local.
He was AG at the time, but
no, but the AG doesn't have the power to.
I'm just correcting on the fact that it was when he was AG is when they're alleging the malfeasance. But I agree with you on the disposition.
Did I say governor? Yeah.
No worries. I just want to make sure people. I think that you knew that. I wanted. That's why I'm not correcting you to be an asshole. I'm just saying it because
I mean, he was AG at the time. I misspoke. But like that example is so bad, it implies a level of recklessness that, like, I think if you do what we do for a living, you should have some fucking pride in your work. Okay, like
this is one of the reasons why I hate politics. Why I now have a second Arc Raiders account so that I can have two different, a Care Bear and a PvP account. Okay, what Hodge is explaining, this is such a stupid thing to have to ever go over because everybody intuitively knows this. Everybody intuitively knows this. This is why, like, most of what I've done over the past, I'm trying to just think of, like, what's a snappy analogy or what's a snappy example that I can give up so that I can just access your intuitions, because I shouldn't have to ever explain this thing, right? So, like, the response of you know, like, what do you think about Trump trying to overthrow democracy in the United States? It's like, well, it's probably, I don't know, it's not great, I guess, And it's like, what the fuck kind of response to that? What, like, if I walked into your house and I wanted to eat your animal, like, what would you say? Would you say, well, I don't know about how I feel, right? You have a much stronger response. You can gauge the sincerity of a person. You can gauge where a person's at sometimes by the magnitude, by the level of their response, or by the amount of coverage they give to a certain issue, or by the things they say or don't say, or by the way that they cover, or by the topics they choose to cover. This is not like a thing that I should even have to say. Everybody knows this. Everybody knows this intuitively. Every single person knows this intuitively. We know this in some cases weekly when we watch the news or listen to somebody talk about politics. In some cases very strongly. You're hanging out with friends and you see a guy who's been unusually chipper lately and he's like looking at his phone way more than usual. And it's like, you motherfucker, you're texting your ex. You're not supposed to talk to that bitch anymore. You're fucking retarded. You know that instantly, right? You're not sitting here going through a bunch of like if your friend were to respond to you, and they might even try to, it's like, actually, I could be text messaging any single person right now, and you actually didn't even see my phone, and you actually have no idea who. It's like, motherfucker, like, we're not retarded, But like people like Pisco treat you like you're retarded. Like they're acting like we have no intuitions, we have no understanding of what's going on. We're all like playing this game. Meanwhile, go to Hassan's audience. Everybody knows what's going on. Everybody knows the game that's being played. It's like, why the fuck are we pretending otherwise?
I think you have a responsibility to your audience who look to you as a reliable source of information.
Well, I'm saying this with respect to, like, because Hodge is having to explain this thing, and you guys know this by now from watching my stream. There are certain phrases or words or misinformation that people can deliver where the microsecond you hear it, you're like, oh shit, oh shit, this motherfucker, right? Like, instantaneously, you know it. You can extrapolate so much from how they respond to a certain political question or whatever, and to pretend otherwise, like, come on.
Do everything in your power to make sure that the things that you're saying are accurate. And everyone's going to make mistakes. Everyone is going to get the facts wrong on this or that thing. I'm not demanding perfection. I am demanding, as a reasonable standard, that you do a cursory fucking Google search. When you hear a claim like Josh Shapiro covered up a murder, you fucking just like Google it, bro.
I agree. I agree with that. But I want to push back on Timothy Douglas in the chat. It says, Pisco, no, not I will talk to them later. One of the reasons why I said I wanted to talk to them later is because I recall briefly looking into it in a cursory way during the conversations about VP, but I wasn't prepared in the moment to even know the name of the girl who was stabbed so many times and the facts of it. And one of the things that I don't want to do in any given situation is initiate a pushback when I'm not confident that I will be able to do so effectively. And so one of the reasons why I said we can talk about that later is because I was fairly convinced that, I'm actually quite convinced that it's not the case. And I remember doing a cursory look.
Like, what Pisco's saying here is fair, but it's besides the point. You should be upset. Like, there are people that I've had multiple debates with I'll run that card once or twice with you if you bring up some shit and I didn't know about it and then I look it up later and it's wrong. But you've heard me say this over and over again where somebody will say, well, in this case, when this thing happened, blah, blah, blah. And if I don't know the facts of it, you've heard me say this so many times. I'll just say like, you know what? I don't know the details of this, but I'm pretty sure if I look it up, it's going to be the exact fucking opposite of what you're saying because every single other time I've looked up some shit that you brought up that I didn't know about, it's been the exact fucking opposite of what you said. So I don't even think I believe you on this story. So we're not even going to go with this example. Or we can look it up right now. We can say it right the fuck now. Like, you should be upset that somebody is misleading you like that because that is what they're doing, right? And even what Hutch is saying is not strictly true, where Hutch is like, it would just take a Google search. Hutch was more correct earlier when he was like, this is like a gross negligence or an intentional negligence. It's not that they didn't do the Google search to check if they were right or wrong. It's that they didn't care if they were right or wrong. The goal isn't to be right or wrong. The goal is to attack a certain person. And insofar as the goal is to attack a certain person, then you'll accept any statement that's negative about the person. It really doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. What matters is how many people believe it.
But in the moment, I wasn't confident in my ability to recite them, and there's nothing.
Again, like it's not like I hate even giving examples. It's so stupid. If I'm on a debate platform and somebody's like, oh, like what do you think of Pisco? And it's like, Pisco, you know, I think he's okay. Didn't he murder like 3 people though? And it's like, if Pisco heard that, or what the people claiming he's a fake lawyer or whatever, if Pisco heard that, he'd be like, wait, why the fuck did you say you thought I murdered 3 people? And I'm like, I don't know. I think I read that on I think I saw like a tweet about this or whatever. Like Pisco wouldn't say, well, I feel like you should have a greater responsibility, like all the things I was just saying. Pisco wouldn't say, well, you have a greater responsibility to your audience to at least do a Google cursory search to see if the claim that you're making is true or accurate. Pisco would be like, why the fuck would you just believe that, like completely, without fact-checking that for 1 second? And you, like, what the fuck, right? He would be incensed about it. Rightfully so, he would be upset. Like, how could you just believe that? Wait, what the fuck?
Wrong. You guys took it, and I think Timothy Douglas took it as like, oh, he's running away from disagreement in that moment. What I wanted to do was me do my due diligence and not to initiate a conversation where they could potentially run laps around me and I would fail in my duty. So what I did was, I think responsible, I don't think people should have an issue with it, is to say, hey, like, let's focus on this other part, we can talk about that later. And when I go and talk to them about it, I will sound way smarter and I will be able to be more convincing to them and their audience than in that moment if I just did it off the cuff. I'm like, wait a second, this isn't even true, and doing this on the fly, which can be very difficult sometimes and make you look bad. And so, but everyone was shouting like, how could you just let that stand? How could you just let that stand? Like, isn't that fucked up? For like, why is it wrong for me to like say, hey, we can talk about that later? Especially when I'm thinking like, oh shit, what was the murder called? When was it? I don't have a timeline. Like, in order to do that and to do it effectively, you need to actually be prepared.
So I think that's reasonable. I mean, Josiah, you've been quiet for a little bit. I'm wondering if you have some thoughts here.
Well, I just saw a new Piers Morgan panel with Ethan Klein on it. This first time. Benny Johnson. I'm talking about Don Lemon. It's going to be Glenn Beck, Benny Johnson, Ethan Klein talking about Don Lemon, the Epstein files, and some what. So that's going to be interesting. I mean, look, I guess I just don't have a particular dog in this. I didn't see Pisco's conversation with the Vanguard. You know, my position is, as far as the coalition goes, and I go right back where I started. If you have a stated preference for the Democratic Party over the Republican Party, I consider you in my coalition, particularly if that manifests in a call to action to vote. The reason I would consider the Vanguard more coalition adjacent than Hassan is because, based on my understanding, Hassan never did anything. He doesn't say. Not only did he not.
Why is this guy on your podcasting? What are you saying? Oh shit, I guess, yeah, but I don't have any... What, do you need a cooling coil? Or rusty gear? Oh, he's giving me shit.
Oh, I'll take the rusty gear. But yeah, if you don't have either of those, you can take them.
Oh, never mind, this guy's so nice. Do you need a light bulb or industrial battery? Or a Raider hatch key?
I'll take a light bulb. Yeah, that's a fair trade. Actually, oh, fuck off, let's go escape.
Bro, this...
Kamala Harris, as far as I'm aware, but in the clips that I've seen, like Hutch provide, like there was one where I guess he was in Minneapolis, and you know he just gave the asinine comment that this would have happened under a Democratic administration. Like, that's just incredibly reductive and irresponsible. I don't think the Vanguard would say something like that. If they did, they would be objectively wrong. I know that Kyle, I used Kyle as the example while Hutch had us deafened. Kyle dropped the ball in 2016. He dropped the ball in 2020. He picked the ball back up in 2023, right before Gaza, then dropped it again. And I don't think he ever explicitly endorsed Kamala Harris or Joe Biden. But my grace for Kyle has come for what he has said since then, which is that the resistance libs were right, and he would vote for Joe Manchin over any Republican. He would go out and vote for Joe Manchin over any Republican. And so I'm willing to show him some grace there. Now, if Kyle Kalinske drops the ball again in 2028 and just says, you know what, both sides are the same, or I'm not endorsing or supporting, then that's the end of our bridge. I could still be friendly to him, but that'd be the end of our political coalition.
I just want to say, like, I think that Josiah's summary there is fine. I totally agree that for me, the more relevant thing is like now. That's why I treat treat Richard Hanania differently than I treat someone like Rob Noor, who I treat very differently with someone like
or Liz Cheney.
Liz Cheney. So there's skills here. But I have no problem on specific issues like contradicting or calling out Kyle. Unfortunately, sometimes when I want to do that, it might be something that some libs don't like.
Like, I don't like the examples that Pisco uses are so mindfucky. Like, nobody cares that you debate Rob Noor. You're not talking about bringing Rob Noor into the left-leaning coalition. Nobody cares that you debate whatever the fuck other names that he said. It's the fact that you're saying that these are people that we should consider as allies and then promote them as such or encourage other people to, you know, perceive them as such. Like, that's the issue.
Just saw him today on the Epstein files make all sorts of, in my opinion, what I feel are wild extrapolations in terms of the certainty of knowledge. Even though he gives this kind of statement, we don't know that all these specific allegations are true about Trump on some things, he, without any qualification or equivocation, says that we know for sure that Trump is a rapist with respect to children. He knows for certain that...
But Alex Preddy was the victim of a targeted assassination. You know?
Oh, yeah, he said that too. I think that he doesn't caveat the way he should. I don't think that's responsible. I don't think that's right. And I would talk to him about that stuff. The thing is, like, I understand that, and I understand that there are good criticisms that can be made of him, of me, of Crystal, of all these, of Josiah, all that shit. At the end of the day, for me, they are disagreements. They are disagreements, and they might, in fact, be discrete. Maybe they're broader in the sense of like who this person is and their continuing coverage of events. But what I'm interested in is like, what is the so what? You know, English teachers ask, so what? So what to your essay? What is like the call to action? What is the thing that I'm not doing that I ought do? And where's the best example of that so that I can understand why so many people seem to raise this like, you're bootlicking for tankies, come into tanky yourself. These people are not part of the coalition. Where is the thing that I'm not doing or that I am doing where I either should do it or should refrain from doing it?
My answer to that question is to be more confrontational. Just generally, just to be more confrontational when in the face of some of these, you said not responsible, I will say reckless. I think Kyle is just reckless. I think he's been reckless throughout his entire career, and I think he's just a reckless kind of person that does not seem to do. I mean, I feel like he was different because I'm told that he used to put sources in the description of his videos, and now that just doesn't happen anymore. And so, I'm told, I didn't follow his career closely, but I'm told that he used to be better in that respect. But in the particular case with Vanguard and the Shapiro thing, I think that's reasonable if you're not keyed in on the facts. Like, that happens all the time when you have conversations with like insane conspiracy theory people like Rob Noor, for example. Yeah. Like, he can go on a fucking 30-minute rant about like really.
But I'm more familiar with those facts usually. And I saw a comment from Timothy Douglas again in the chat. Was like, well, you wouldn't do that for MAGA. Usually, because I spend more time covering MAGA, I like know about the Burisma stuff.
But you're not trying to make those people your coalition partners.
I know about it, the different allegations about Alvin Bragg and this and that, and so I'm able to. Like almost magically in front of the audience's eyes, I have the capability because I'm just more well-read. But it actually does take a lot of facts to contradict some of the conspiracies. And on the left, I just spend less time on that than I do on the right. And maybe that's what I should do more, is spend more time on conspiracy on the left. But I just don't know in virtue of what should I. Like, I feel like I should spend most of my time on the MAGA stuff because that's like my primary enemy.
Yeah, I mean, me personally, I'm not going to spend. I mean, I shouldn't say not spend, because there are times on Twitter and in my YouTube videos where I'll call out, you know, people on the left or even Democrats as well. So I'm not going to say that it's just never going to be my primary focus. And again, for me, the line is, that's just me. Do you prefer the Democrats to the Republicans? Will you urge your people to vote for the Democrats over the Republicans? So now let's say that you have a commentator who says, yes, I recognize that the Democrats on their worst day are better than the Republicans on their best day, but I'm not going to encourage my chat to vote for them. Then I would say I would probably leave myself open to engaging with them, but I don't think I would consider them part of the coalition. So let's say Zach and Gavin from the Vanguard come out and say Josiah, which I don't even know if I consider them part of the coalition anyway. I haven't really thought about this, but I like the guys, and they've been friendly with me. We've had some heated back and forth.
These are the Vanguard people, right?
And I've gone back and forth on when they've had me on their show 2 or 3 times. But let's say they come to me and they say, Josiah, listen, we recognize empirically the Democratic Party is better than the Republican Party, but we're not going to encourage our audience to vote for Democrats in 2028. And then I would probably say, well, listen, we can still be buddies or whatever. I'll test your, check your polls from time to time, but we're not part of the same coalition. And so I'm going to spend less time, trying to do outreach or whatever. That's how I look at it. It's got to be a stated preference, and it's got to be a call to action to vote for the Democrats when push comes to shove. And that goes for Kyle too. If Kyle, reneges on it like he did in 2016, 2020, 2024, that would be the end of. You would see a lot less Kyle content on my channel, a lot less me covering Kyle in very flattering lights when he goes on.
100%. And there's tons of proof of this, because like if Kyle was talking like Cenk Uygur, you don't think that we would be calling him out? I take whenever I see something like negative, like Cenk Uygur doing a false equivalence. He did it the other day, where he even said that Biden opened the border or something, like they weren't enforcing the border, and that was madness. And that's part of the uniparty shit. Like, it was the most stupid fucking thing there's ever been. And if he was talking like that, making a false equivalence or in that kind of respect, I would be calling that out. And the final thing I'll let you talk. I'm sorry. Timothy Douglas says, treat a leftist saying Shapiro covered up murder the same way you treated MAGA saying it, and that's not like we'll have a conversation about it later. Do Wilkers? I guess I'll talk about it later.
True.
If I say something like, you guys are fucking liars, this is so wrong, whatever, and they call me on it in that moment, and I like don't have the best command of the facts in that moment, like, do you understand that if I write a check that I can't cash and they call me on it, it looks fucking horrible?
But
and
it's
look like
different.
An idiot saying that if I'm not confident in the moment to have that discussion, that I should.
I hope somebody catches on this. You're trying to make these people coalition partners, and you know what? Pisco knows this. The strongest point of evidence of Pisco knowing this too. Oh my God, and he knows. He really does know it. I think it's more intentional. Do you remember when we had our debate? And I was calling him out for him being friendly with people that I think he shouldn't be as friendly with. And then he tried to do well, aren't you really friendly with Myron Gaines? Which I am. We do have a decently friendly relationship. And then I asked him, I was like, here's the difference. How much of my audience do you think agrees with the things that Myron Gaines says, or thinks that I agree with the things that Myron Gaines said, versus how many people think that you agree with like the crazy tanky shit? And he started to answer the question or something, and then he immediately stopped because he realized, oh no, fuck. I think I asked a slightly different question, and then he started to say that, and then he stopped like halfway through because he realized like, oh fuck, okay, never mind. Yeah, like he was completely fucked on that point. He's cooked on that point, which is the issue, right? If Hassan loses a debate to fucking Rob Noor, doesn't know the facts about, I think, to Rob Noor, and because he assumes he's lying about it because he's trashing Democrats because that's what MAGA does, I mean, then it's whatever. But like the issue is that it seems like he's kind of co-signing what a lot of the Vanguard is saying. So when you say like I don't know to Rob Noor, what the audience is hearing is like, okay, we need to fact check this shit because we know these MAGA people are pretty shifty. But when he says I don't know about to the Vanguard, who are our political allies, and it's like, okay, well maybe what they're saying is true. We'll have to dig into it later, you know. Destiny, this clip.
Logically aligned with you.
Do you agree? Did you agree that you had a nice tone with Myron Gaines?
Nobody will come
Yes
out of that.
or no?
It is a
Do you agree that
combative
you had a
tone.
nice tone with
Nobody
Myron-
will come out of that
Okay,
conversation.
so-
Tone is more than just your like actual timbre of
playing
voice.
footsies,
How
were
many?
you?
Hold on. How many
Yeah,
people
you're
would come out of that conversation thinking, "Wow, Destiny and Myron seem to agree on quite a bit"?
And how many people would come out of my conversation and think, well,
Ah, careful! You got yourself because you knew how much you knew how full of shit you were. Oh my God! Exposed in 8K, 120 FPS, fucking 120 frame rate, 240 refresh rate on monitor, broadcasting live. All of the.
He absolutely realized how, like, he knows this. He knows there's a difference when you're talking to Rob Noor and when you're talking to the Vanguard, right? But he conflates it endlessly. It's got to be intentional.
Should anyway, or to have a strong position and be like, yeah, well, I know you're wrong, I just don't remember. Like, this is so stupid. Obviously, the right thing in that context is to say, I don't agree with you, I think that's wrong, let's talk about it later. And unfortunately, you're saying, no, I had to have known all of those facts. I had to have known to debate it in that moment. And even if I didn't, I should have, like, puffed up my chest and say, I know it, so that they can just call me on it and I can look like a fucking idiot. That's what you would do, Timothy, because you are an idiot. Sorry, Hutch, good.
Well, I also say, I'm sorry, real quick, as a chat, and not to give one guy, I understand what they're saying. I just disagree with it. People are saying that Jenk and Kyle are the same. I don't think even Hutch would say that. I mean, Kyle's gone after Jenk nonstop. Since Jenk started his like MAGA diplomacy thing. I mean, one of the worst ass beatings we've seen in like alternative media was the conversation that Jenk had with Crystal on Breaking Points. Like I think right before Trump was inaugurated, or shortly thereafter. Like I do think there's a meaningful difference between Kyle and Crystal's commentary and what Jenk is doing. I mean, Jenk is talking about breaking bread with MAGA, and he's you know he has all the negatives associated with Crystal and Kyle, and I think very little by way of the positives. Like Hutch, would you agree that you think
Jenk is worse? I mean,
yeah.
I would say Jenk is worse, but I would push back against the idea that Kyle doesn't do false equivalencies with the Democrats and Republicans. I just watched a video just like a week and a half ago where in the video he, in no uncertain terms, basically described the Democratic Party, while they're the minority, by the way, as Republican light. I mean, you can call that colorful language or hyperbole if you want, but I find that to be extremely destructive. And I know I brought it up in our conversation, Pisco, but I'll bring it up again here, because I don't know if he saw that. It was a couple weeks ago. I just pulled up, I'll check in with Kyle's videos like once every couple weeks on stream. So I just pulled up the first video that I saw where he was talking about the Democratic Party. And in that video, he made a claim, speaking of the recklessness that we were talking about before, that Gavin Newsom vetoed a single-payer bill in California. That might not seem to be like a big deal on the surface, but I think there's more to that kind of rhetoric than meets the eye.
Yep.
Because I think Kyle is in that moment.
Before, maybe I should say this. The issue is that you are not criticizing, because people will say these things like, oh, you should be able to criticize somebody in the primaries and then come together in the general. Depending on the type, this is going to be my surveyor vote. But depending on the types of criticisms you levy against a person, there is no come together, bro. You can't call somebody Genocide Joe, Genocide Joe, Genocide Joe, Genocide Joe, Genocide Joe, Genocide. And now it's the elections. It's like, okay, guys, let's vote for Joe Biden. Like, what the fuck? You can't do that, bro. You call this guy a genocidal freak for how long? Nobody's going to vote for this dude. You can't say that. You can't give the worst attacks possible on these people and then pretend like your audience is going to, especially when you don't enthusiastically support them in the primary.
He is basically telling his audience that Gavin Newsom committed a cardinal sin.
Yes.
When you look at the priorities of Kyle Kulinski's political wing of the last like 10, 15 years, it's been Medicare for all, single-payer healthcare. That's been like the #1 goal for their movement. And so to say that a bill to give everyone in California single-payer healthcare landed on Biden's desk and he vetoed it, I think he's actually communicating something deeper with that.
We can never
and
support
I think
him.
He is signaling that
the Uniparty
in 2028, and I think he is. You guys surely would agree.
I will
that
ask him.
Newsom, as it stands
I will
now,
ask
has
him.
a really
Yes.
decent chance of
Yes.
winning the nomination, right? So
I will ask
think
him
it's really bad for someone with a audience size that large to be telling people information like that is just simply not true.
I don't understand that, Hutch, because on the one hand, I'll ask him that. By the way, if he answers yes to that,
it doesn't matter. The thing is, it doesn't matter what he says. It really doesn't. The question isn't, are you going to support the candidate in 2028? The question is, do you think that your audience will support the candidate in 2028 that you said was pro-genocide, or that you said single-handedly robbed the country of, or robbed California or whatever, of single-payer healthcare? Would you support that candidate? The answer is no. Doesn't matter if he supports him at that point. That's lip service, literally, definitionally.
Well, half the audience, as they did with the Vanguard, when I asked them the very same thing, they will say, "I don't believe him. Do you believe him? Do you believe him?" And like, so they can't win that respect because they'll just say, "Well, come on, he just says that as a self-serving statement, and you have to look at the balance of the coverage. He's doing material harm, whatever you want to say about that." But I will ask him the question the next time I talk to him. But number two, with respect to the other statements that Kyle has made, where he has said, "I would like walk."
True, not lip service, lip service. True.
Through nails to vote for Joe Manchin at this point. You don't think that would apply to Gavin Newsom, or you think that he was being insincere in that moment when he does regularly say stuff like that? And I understand, I saw in the video that you showed me that he referred to Republican light in the context, I think, of a Cory Booker statement on Israel or something. And so I don't know if it was the same, as broad as you're trying to make it, but regardless, he makes the statements that I would like do anything to vote for Joe Manchin, like given how different they are in this context. And so why don't you credit
I think we judge people by their actions, and I know how he's been for his
the
whole
audience
career in terms of his political strategy. Just the fact that he's saying that it's going to be different now, that's not enough for me. Like, honestly, we have a good test coming up in the midterms, you know? Like, will we see him suggest to his audience members that they
more than just like socialist candidates? Yeah.
You know?
Yep, correct.
If we see that, then great, I'll welcome that. And if he does do that, then, you know, he will have like built goodwill for me, and I'll be inclined to believe that he'll do the same in the future. But that's not going to change the fact that I think that people like Kyle and people like Emma, I think is like the worst example of like
Emma endorsed Kamala.
Oh my God, dude.
Emma,
it's so one-dimensional.
It's just like when we talk about the flowchart meme, it's like a literal meme with her. Like, I don't know if you watched. I watch like a decent amount of Majority Report stuff, and it's like comical. We'll do like bets with the chat, like how long until she makes this thing that Trump did about the Democratic Party, and it's just a matter of time. It happens like basically every fucking time. And so for me, it's like that's the basement of whether or not I would consider someone to be like on the same side. Is, you know, are you willing to endorse a policy or electoral strategy of straight to
which Emma meets more than Joe Manchin.
Oh my God!
So listen,
my party's crazy. I mean, my party's insane. Everyone in my party's insane. I think they're totally out to sea and everything. Like, Manchin would constantly shit on Democrats every single second.
We're not talking about.
I'm trying to compare the standard.
Is that even true though? Did Manchin constantly shit on Democrats? But I feel like Manchin, there were definitely times where he had to signal differences from them. But like, he's also, this is a Republican who's fucking fighting for his life in a fucking, I don't even know if I would call it. Would you consider West Virginia a purple state or just a red state? Like, it's a different thing, you know? Like, it's a totally different thing.
Okay, I know that there's a different standard. You're saying you're applying a higher standard for pundits.
Manchin was also instrumental in getting all of Joe Biden's.
I understand that. I'm not.
Clear, you know,
I understand that. I'm not disagreeing with that. All I'm just trying to say is on purely the metric of coalition or not coalition. You know, I consider Emma Vigeland way closer than Joe Manchin's conduct, and that's including. I understand that Joe Manchin was essential for Biden's policies in a way that Emma Vigeland was not. But on the specific question of political alignment and the standards that you put forth, I don't even think it's close.
It's like the Soviet Union and the United States in World War II. I view it that way, you know, where it's like after the election, we're in a kind of a Cold War situation with people like Emma Vigeland. But I'll take the help. I'll take the help during elections.
Reddest state in the country, bro. There you go.
But I think it's extremely disruptive. I want to let you speak your side, but I just want to give you like an assessment of like, here's where I view people like Emma, Kyle, Hassan, and Vanguard. I think all of them have a philosophy that can be summarized as, you know, they represent a silent majority of people in this country that are actually super far lefty, but they just don't know it yet.
Yep.
And they think that the Democratic Party
needs to listen to them.
Of the Democratic Party is to prevent them from taking power.
Yeah.
And so their main priority is changing like the Democratic Party fundamentally, which there's nothing wrong with that goal in itself. Like everybody kind of has that goal when you're doing political engagement. Okay,
no.
that's fine. But
change the party fundamentally, not everybody necessarily has that goal. That's not necessarily true. But
they serve up this narrative, this constant narrative, that they're the victims of like the Democratic establishment boot. And if only the Democratic establishment would just get out of the way, then all of us would have healthcare and you know, we would all like
the
just
corporate overlords wouldn't bully us and
that I think like I totally disagree with them.
Yeah, but that's a substantive like disagreement though. Like what about that?
I think they're wrong. I mean, I just think they're wrong about like their assessment of where the voters are at. I think they're wrong about the, you know, the merits of like their political movement. I think like it's kind of disruptive the way that they do it. It's like better than MAGA in terms of like the destruction done, but I think that they are selling a kind of vision of America that I don't think is.
Can we walk through it, Hutch? Because like I am actually not sure there's that much disagreement on policy between you and Majority Report. So number one, you're in favor of some version.
I'm gonna hit the road here real quick. So I just want to say, I just two quick questions just like popped into mind. I can't even remember the first one. Oh, first one was again, I take your point about Joe Manchin as long as he's serving, you know, in a lawmaking capacity where he coalitions with the Democrats. Now that he's out of office, obviously he has no congressional utility. So to the extent that Joe Manchin doesn't endorse Democrats and shit talks Democrats, you agree that Joe Manchin in 2026 is not part of the coalition, but that he was in 2024 as a sitting member of Congress. Now Joe Manchin, because you mentioned he was instrumental when he was a member of Congress.
No.
Now,
Hutch granted that he wasn't part of the coalition, but he could distinguish how he treats them based on their instrumentality of his effectiveness.
No, but he said something earlier about you know, Joe Manchin was instrumental, and he was in a lot of Biden legislation, but that doesn't give him a pass. Right, but that doesn't give him a pass for forever, is what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Right, but he wasn't a part of the coalition then. Like on the grounds of coalitionness, he was not in the coalition. He may have been more useful for other reasons, and maybe we would have treated him differently. But on the grounds of is he part of my side or is he opposition, he was more opposition than Hassan Piker was. That's what Hutch said.
Well, they're such different people that They're playing such different role. It's so Weasley to say this. I just hate I think this is also intentionally Weasley. I don't know if Manchin wanted to go onto Hutch's stream or onto Live and Learn. If Manchin wanted to do a show with Josiah and Hutch, and that whole show was going to be attacking the fuck out of Democrats, I don't know if they would agree to the show, or if they would, it would be an obviously contentious show. Like, Manchin would be there for a debate. If Manchin was like, I think the entire Democratic Party needs to be more like MAGA policy-wise, my guess is going to be that that entire show would be Josiah and Hutch being incredibly contentious, right? That's the difference. Like, it's not going to be like they're there to buddy-buddy when you talk about who's part of the coalition. But Manchin's not there to do podcasts. Manchin's an elected fucking person, you know? It's hard to say sometimes, but I think I would prefer... Like, I think if you swapped Hassan and Manchin, I think almost all the same arguments would apply to the different people. Like, if Hassan was an elected senator in West Virginia, my guess is Hassan is probably going to align more with the Democratic Party than any Republican would. I would probably wholeheartedly support Hassan as an elected person, as a senator in West Virginia. I would support that person 100%. And then if Manchin was making the rounds doing podcasts everywhere, telling Democrats that they all needed to act like more Republicans, I probably would say, fuck that guy. He's not even part of our fucking coalition. Fuck this dude. But they're fundamentally in different roles because one is a pundit and one is an elected lawmaker. U.S. lawmaker.
No. Here, I think we can address this in a different way. If Emma Vigeland announced a run for a district and she was competitive in a...
Oh my God! Mind melded. We're mind melded! We're fucking mind melded! We're mind melded!
A red district, I would endorse her and tell my people to vote for her.
Yes.
And the same kind of thing applies to Manchin.
Even though she's in opposition.
Yeah, I
actually don't think that she would qualify for opposition. Right. So then this opposition thing is like she literally has a seat at the table.
Like,
the opposition literally has a seat at the
based
table.
on the role. But then why does Pisco pretend not to understand this? Pisco's like, oh, so there's a difference now between an elected politician and a pundit? There's a difference? Yeah, what the fuck do you mean? Of course there's a difference. Please stop shooting at me, sir. You motherfucker.
Well, the congressional majorities, I think, are like a separate kind of like higher order issue, though.
It seems whenever we're trying to get clarity on the rule, the rule changes and becomes like...
Well, that's why
no, it doesn't change. Oh my God, it's so bad. Well, I'm just trying to figure out what your position is. There's obviously a different standard between like what we would want, what we would expect from an elected leader versus what we would expect from a... I can't do this without any... at level 4, right? I think there's no way I make this scroll. Obviously, there are different standards. How are you acting like... This is such an unbelievable position. Are you saying you would treat elected leaders differently than... Like, oh my God.
Well, that's wait a minute. That's why I was asking, because I took his point to say whether or not Manchin was part of the coalition when he was a senator is irrelevant because he had instrumentality as a voting member of the Democratic coalition. Joe Manchin's not in office now, so now you would agree that he's less useful and he's even less part of the coalition than Emma Vigeland, because now he's not voting for anything and he's shit-talking Democrats.
Yes.
Yeah, in the context of 2024, Emma was a stronger Kamala soldier than Joe Manchin.
Yes.
Perfect. And then the second question is about Kyle, you know, and the false equivalences and stuff like that. And yeah, to the extent that he's calling Cory Booker MAGA light. Now, maybe there's a discrete issue where Cory is not far away from a particular MAGA position. I need to know the context. But what do you make of... What do you make of...
Oh my God.
Like, I remember...
Should we just say, Schumer went out and said, part of my job as leader is to make sure Israel is funded. And do you think it's like a bad criticism of like some Democrats that they're basically shades of Republican when it comes to Israel policy?
Oh my God. What an unbelievably fucking retarded thing to say. Are you serious? So you're going to make comparisons of them to the opposition party that you're trying to rally against? Is that a fair criticism to make of them, that they're shades of the opposite party? When the whole criticism is these people treat the two-party system like the duopoly and they're the same party? Like, would it be fair of me to say that for Pisco, like, well, Pisco says he's a capitalist and that he believes in capitalism more than socialism. It's fair to say that's kind of a Nazi-like position, right? Because technically the Nazis weren't full-on socialists, right? They did believe in some form of privatization of like corporations and stuff. So like, is it fair? It's fair to say that like a criticism of Pisco's position, he's Nazi-like, right? What a crazy fucking statement to make.
Is that like even wrong?
Oh my God.
It's not inaccurate to say that there are a lot of Democrats and Republicans that agree that the United States should provide for Israel's
Right, so
security.
it doesn't even feel like that's an inaccurate statement if it was made.
Oh my God. Bro. Okay, I'll do this until 3 hours and we'll watch the Jubilee thing or the HCR thing. This is all of it. No more. We're on a Pisco moratorium until March 1st, okay? Because every conversation with him is a waste of fucking time. This is like so stupid. I'd rather listen to anything else. This is such a waste of time.
Cory Booker, that he's Republican light on Israel. It feels like it's true.
I was talking in a more broad sense. I can't give you particulars, but in a more broad sense, I think he does regularly kind of conflate the entire Democratic Party with Republicans.
Or with Israel-Palestine.
So my last question is, and again, getting back to Kyle about the false equivalence thing, what do you make of when Democrats do well, like electorally, Kyle cheerleads that. Kyle like takes fucking victory laps and he hypes the Democrats up. Like, do you remember? Because it went viral after the November 2025 election where there was a blue wave. He lit up that cigar, had his shades on, and was like hyping up the Dems and shit talking the Republicans and stuff like that. Like,
but if I were to go to his Twitter account and search for, you know, Mikey Sherrill or Abigail Spanberger, I don't know what I'll find, but I would not be shocked if he was calling them, I don't know, pro-Israel, like pro-Zionist. I don't know. Whatever.
What if that's true?
What if that's true though? What maybe factually that's true? What if his criticism somebody was just say he's a woman or she's a woman? That's a woman. That's a woman. Like, well, isn't that true?
That's true though.
Well, no, I mean, like, that's one particular issue, but I'm saying, like, it wouldn't shock me if I found a lot of tweets of him, like, cutting them down to size.
Well, well, again, I don't know. Like, I don't have time to unpack this here because, again, my line isn't does he criticize Democrats. I don't give a fuck. I'm fine if he criticizes Democrats as long as he criticizes the group.
No, I'm okay with criticizing, but there's criticizing and then there's saying that Gavin Newsom vetoed single payer. There's a big universe.
Yeah, if he said that, if he says that which is factually untrue, I totally agree. It's a separate. If you said cutting Abigail Spanberger down to size, and to me, I don't give a fuck. I don't need him to.
You cut down Plattner. You cut down Plattner, and if Plattner won, I bet you would be cheering against Susan Collins, and you wouldn't really. If someone came, oh come on, Hutch, you cut down Plattner to size, like you would be like, oh, who cares? I can do that.
He'll cut them down in the general. That's my point. There's a huge difference between attacking Democrats that are in the primaries still and the Democrats that are in the general. And that's not even to say that you can't or shouldn't criticize Democrats that are in the general. But when the criticisms are based on things that are just like simply not true,
or they're just lies.
Constant kind of push of a larger narrative of there being this big bad evil establishment that is you know seeking to squash like, any and all like progressive movement in this country, which I find fucking ridiculous. Then I think that it's a larger.
It's not about the fact of so it's not about the fact of criticism. It's about whether the criticism is factual.
Factual and not in service of some larger narrative that I think hurts the
that's
not only the Democratic
Party,
Party,
turtles all the way down. If it's about some larger
Oh my god. How much? Okay, 12 minutes.
Narrative that you think hurts the Democratic Party, they just take a different view. They think
that
it helps
is what
them.
this is all about.
I know, but they feel
I think they're wrong though. I think they're wrong.
Let me just close the loop on this and I'll peace out. I was not surprised when Kyle did that because I guess, you know, not that I watch all of Kyle's videos, I just don't have the time for it. But I'm familiar enough with his content and Crystal's content and conversations I've had with them privately and when they've been on my channel. They celebrate. They actively celebrate. They just don't note it clinically and move on. I think they're more celebratory, for example, than the Majority Report, than either Sam or Emma, when the Democrats kick Republican asses. They are hyped about it, especially Kyle. Kyle, much more so even Crystal, he treats it like team sport, lighting that cigar, shit talking the Republicans, hyping up the Democrats. As long as he does that, like, that guy's part of my coalition. So that's what I say. So listen. Bro, appreciate it. This was supposed to only be 30 minutes. This is why I don't stream with you guys anymore.
You fucking love it, bro.
I do. I do. Yeah. I do. Like I said, I kept texting, like, give me another 30 minutes. Give me another 30 minutes. Give me 45 minutes and stuff like that. It's fun. It's fun. Even when we're circling the drain, it really is. I just don't know how you guys sit on your ass and do this for 8 to 10 hours a day. I don't know how you do it. Like, my back is sore. My head is sore. Like, it's a discipline. It really is. Like, you know how when Hassan, was it Hassan who said, talked about how hard streaming was or whatever, and he got a lot of shit for it? Was that Hassan?
Yeah, it was.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
I don't even think what he said on paper was like that bad, but it's the way that he framed it that I think.
No, I agree.
His point about your social battery being drained is like not even controversial. I think that is for sure a thing.
Yeah, I genuinely don't know. Like the way my channel works, like when I do like recording stuff, like it's very rarely even like, you know, 3 in a row. Like it's usually one, and then I'm doing research on another one, so there are like breaks and shit in between. I genuinely, I could not do it. You guys are super.
You gotta love it. You gotta love it.
Yeah, love the game. Listen,
it was really good talking to you. Yeah, I'm glad you came by. This is great. I think we should do it more often.
Yeah. We should start a podcast
that's
with
the problem.
Only liberals and then we can have guests and stuff every week.
But we should get Convoy back too and start like a live and learn knockoff, a live and learn cover band. So
we did live learn love or whatever that one was. Live laugh love.
Remember we did that. Live laugh love because we need laughter. All right, no, listen guys, it's fun. Talk to you later. Bye. Thank you.
I was going down a place, Hutch, but I've been talking a lot, so I'll let you.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I think that you're actually. I think you're closer to Emma than I think. I think that your issues with them are with respect to their emphasis, with respect to their the slant of their reporting, with some of their like views from like
emphasis, slant to reporting, and views are all important like these are all important factors in determining what the overall message is. That's such a mindless thing to say. Like, I don't even want to. Like, I don't even want to talk about it. It's just such an obviously stupid thing to say. Like, well, you agree with them. You just don't like the slant of their coverage, the types of things that they focus on, and how much they emphasize certain parts of their reporting. Like, motherfucker, you realize you just described like 95% of reporting, right? What do you think reporting in country is? Like, we're all looking at the same fucking news, bro. It's not like anybody's out there doing on-the-ground reporting. We're all looking at the same fucking stories. The difference between one pundit and another is generally going to be, well, sometimes it'll be their positions, but other times it'll be the slant they have, the things that they focus on. Like, what the fuck are we talking about?
or almost like bird's eye view about how the structure of power works, and certainly within the Democratic Party. But if you were to go policy by policy, like I think you would be more aligned with Majority Report than you are with like a lot of centrist Democrats. I think that you would be in favor of.
I'm sure there would be policy disagreements because they really like rent control, for example. And my understanding is that basically every economist, left wing and right wing, thinks that rent control is bad. And so I think they're more closed off to market solutions. I think both of them are probably anti-capitalist. Probably Emily more than Sam. I think she is like anti-capitalist. I think she does envision a more kind of socialistic structure. But I'll give you a good example of like where I really depart from Emma, like where there's like a wide cavern between us. I watched their coverage on election night in November.
Was it sad? I thought Emma cried. I was like very upset.
She didn't cry, but like, so when I was covering the election, I was telling
For
my
this
chat
election?
going into it, I'm not going to be satisfied unless this is a really dominant victory. And then what ended up happening was that it was even more dominant than I thought it was going to be. Like,
are you talking about 2025 or 2024?
2025, just this last November. Yeah. Maybe I didn't specify the year, but so the vibes on my stream, bro, we were dancing. We were like, holy fucking shit. Like the Republicans are fucked. Like we were euphoric. The vibes were immaculate. And then I tuned over to the Majority Report's coverage, and that was like straight up depressing.
Oh, when all the special random elections, everything else, this had to do with, I don't even remember the states. I was even in one of them or whatever. But they were fucking ass pained because there were, it was a huge variety of different types of candidates. Most of them I think were more moderate. Fuck, I remember this because who was it? Was it Noah Smith? There were other people that were kind of rubbing their noses in it because all of the fucking Ryan Grimms and Emma fucking retards Lind, all these people are like, oh, well, the Democrats are going to get fucking wrecked. They're going to get fucking wrecked because they didn't run the socialist response. They're going to get fucking destroyed. And Democrats swept. Democrats obliterated Republicans across it was like 15 different elections or something. Like half of them were pretty important, I think. And then across like 4 or 5 different states, it was a fucking blowout. Like in huge margins compared to what the slant was for Trump in 2024. And yeah, the lefty people were not super thrilled about that. This is true. I remember this. I remember the response even more than the elections themselves, yeah.
Reports coming in that Mikey Sherrill and Spanberger's margins were exceeding expectations. And she was legitimately pissed off that people were talking about that.
Yep.
And she was, yes, and she was...
Really? I haven't heard of that. I haven't heard about that thing.
Undercutting the idea that their victories were notable. Like they were watching the news, and the news was reporting on what was happening. And so there was this narrative kind of emerging that Mamdani was maybe underperforming a little bit relative to expectations. Obviously what he did was crazy impressive, and I've really liked what I've seen from him so far, governor or mayor. But the other part was that Spanberger and Sherrill were looking like they were, especially I think Sherrill in New Jersey. I think she especially really overperformed because I think that race was projected to be a little bit closer.
That was very impressive. Yeah.
And so when they were watching the news coverage of it live on their stream, and she was saying stuff like, the newscaster would say that it sure looks like they're overperforming, and then she would say stuff like, no, they're not. Like she was so invested in that moment.
Oh yeah.
In minimizing.
I like how you're saying this too, because this is one of the things I'm talking about when it comes to, I don't want to use the term vibe check, but like if you go look at the election night on 2025, okay, or in 2024 for Trump taking over in 2025, when you look at the reaction to liberals, say real liberals, it's like, oof, this is rough. For a lot of reasons. This is going to suck shit. And it's not good. And if somebody's coming out of that with like, oh, look at that. Oh, look what's going to happen now. Look at that. Like, right? It's like, okay, so like it's a meme or it's a game. You don't actually think it's going to be that bad, or the badness doesn't affect you. You don't give a fuck. And it's just like, you're trying. It's like, okay, whatever. Like it's obvious by the way that people respond, like how invested they were in a certain outcome, or if they actually gave a fuck if Trump won or not.
The wins of the so-called moderates. And trying to inflate the win of the progressive. So that to me is like the big difference between me and her, is because I think she's invested in the Democratic Party in a way that is like exclusively focused on reshaping the party into a more progressive like structure. Yep. I think that is like her
Socialist
number one priority.
Here's my commitment to you. I will watch that election coverage and I'll examine it and I'll do a vibe analysis. And I will be honest about it. I will see if the vibe...
Be honest about it. Like, well, here at the very end, after Emma cried for 3 hours, literally, they had to call their therapist. She almost got committed because she seemed suicidal. She said, it's good the Democrats won. So I actually don't get it all. The vibe check was perfect to me. That she said, I'm glad the Democrats won. She said that. So I don't know what you're saying.
Are off. Because I think that there's a point to be made there. If you're kind of poo-pooing Democratic victories, places you don't want, it could be a little bit of a vibe terrorist action. I don't know, even if that's true, what do I make of that? Like, what do I make of that?
The narrative. The establishment, the big bad establishment, they serve.
Clip from that stream.
Every advantage they get, and they need to make it work for them.
And they're going to overstate Sherrill, and they're going to overstate Spanberger for the reasons we spoke about, but also because these states are some of the wealthiest in the whole country. And and it's representative of a professional class of Democrat.
Oh my God. Meanwhile, Mamdani should be the model for every single person in the country. Mamdani, the New York City mayor, by the way, should be the model for every single U.S. politician in the entire country, by the way.
That in other areas of the country is falling apart.
Oh my God. Why did you link me this?
Could not compete in a state like Maine. A Cheryl could not compete.
I'm sorry, am I retarded? Is Maine a state that we're worried about? Is that a state that's like on the chopping block? Is that
in a state like Maine? Or when we're talking about Dan Osborne, even take away the Democratic label next to it. Could not compete in a state like Nebraska. That's just not the case. So the elites in the media,
for senator, yes.
which I sound like a Republican, but that's really
right.
what is happening
anyway.
right now.
Let's see what
We're
happens.
going to overstate this case, and you hear Dana Bash just like CIA, national security background, blah, blah, blah. Like, no one cares. Except if you're in New Jersey and you're in, like, suburban areas of New York, like Cheryl is, like, literally where I grew up. It's 35 minutes outside of New York City. There are a lot of wealthy people there. There are a lot of people like Mikey Cheryl. And then same thing in Virginia. This is a lot of people that are wealthier and from, work in D.C. and work in politics. Their victories are infinitely less representative of the entire population than Zoran Mamdani's.
Oh my God! Oh, then fucking New York City? Then fucking New York. This is the most fucking lip-cocked, this is the most ultra-cosmopolitan lip statement in the fucking universe. No more links. How do I ban links from one person? If you send me another link on Discord, I'm blocking you, ASOS.
Is in terms of what it could mean for democratic politics. Maybe infinitely is overstating it, but you get what I'm trying to say.
They're so upset. Oh my God, they were so
Excuse me
ass-mad.
for 1 second. I need to pause.
Keep in mind, in the rest of the country, every Democrat was ecstatic because this was like an overwhelming. Wait, did the one guy who I'm trying to remember? Fuck, I feel like a year so long ago. Did the one guy who was like sending text messages saying like, "Listen, maybe this fucking Republican dude's kids need to die for him to give a fuck about shit"? He was one of the guys that won in one of these elections. Am I correct on that? I don't remember which position even or whatever the fuck this was for. Jay Jones? Yeah. Democrats were ecstatic. Okay, they fucking cooked. It was like a 15 out of 15 flawless fucking massive overperformance in every single one state, not statewide, countrywide in a lot of these special elections. It was crazy. Meanwhile, that was for the Virginia Attorney General. Meanwhile, these guys are like, ugh.
All of my son's internet usage remotely. I don't know if he's asleep. He should be asleep, but if he's not.
Oh my God, bro.
For these losses in Virginia, in New Jersey, or in New York City tonight.
Of course, when President Obama was president, Donald.
Wait, I'm curious now. Oh God, I shouldn't even ask. Did they do live election coverage for the presidential election? I don't want to watch it. Don't link me. Just say yes or no. Don't link it. If you link it, I'm permabanning you.
Trump said.
I am very jealous of her eyebrows.
Don't link it, ASOS.
I've never had any eyebrows.
He's the president, and it's up to him to negotiate an end to it.
That wasn't out of nowhere. I said something.
She's got like the Brooke Shields thing. I got to pencil mine in or they don't even show up. Yes, yes.
What is going on? Who did his makeup tonight?
You feel good.
He's crushing it. It's his moment. Wait.
We need to hear this.
2026. What is your reaction? Well, I'll just give you the gimme. Tell us what you think about these results that are coming in.
Well, I congratulate all the candidates. These are candidates like Mikey Cheryl and Abigail Spanberger, who, of course, I've served with in the United States Congress. They're incredible public servants. They run great campaigns. On driving down
Oh, now he's showing a picture of
and turning things around in the United States of America.
There's this image of Mamdani's party, and he doesn't say a word about Mamdani.
American people understand that, and they
Tapper's going to ask as soon.
in Virginia, in New Jersey, in Pennsylvania, in
Wait, it wasn't about Mamdani though. It wasn't about there was always going to be a Democratic mayor in New York City. Why the fuck would that be the talking point right now? The celebration is like a seemingly universal rejection across the country of like MAGA. What the Mamdani for winning or whatever is, I'm not sitting here and saying it was bad or anything. Listen, he's love to me. I kind of like Mamdani, and it's not like when Hassan and these people are like, oh, I'd vote for Kamala. I think I've said almost universally positive things about Mamdani, and I'm excited for him to try his shit in New York City because I've always said, listen, if it works, then I'll change my position on it. And if it doesn't work, I got more shit I can point to and say, this is a dumb idea. Don't do this.
Georgia, and in state and local
The other states that I don't
elections
live
down
in.
ballot all across America.
Are you worried about Sharia law in New York City?
From our point of view, we're going to
How about the candidate that won your district in the primary by 12
We
points?
want to drive down the high cost of living. We want to fix our broken healthcare system. We want
Yeah,
America
driving
to be
down
the
the
best
high-
version of herself, not continue
They
to
can't just do this
experience the
affordability
extremism that
thing.
has been unleashed on the American people.
It sounds like what the
Of course, we gotta
Republicans said
pick up
last
the
term.
a country of the people by the people.
It's about
What
how
is
you're
your
going to
response
do.
to what President Trump had to say there, saying that the reason that Democrats had such a good night is because A, he wasn't on the ballot, and B, the government shutdown.
Okay.
Well, Donald Trump and Republicans shut the government down and refused to reopen it. Donald Trump has spent the last 35 days more time on the golf course, more time talking to Hamas, and more time talking to the Chinese Communist Party than to Democrats on Capitol Hill who represent half the country. And they continue
they're not
to
gonna like that one.
to address the healthcare
More
crisis.
time talking
That
to
they created.
Hamas.
And the American people clearly have a problem with that.
What the fuck?
We want to extend the Affordable Care Act.
So that was worse than I could have even fucking imagined.
It's honestly like
And this is the same
they're just paying him to be in an alternate reality. It's like a who's that guy? He did a Batman like we did Memento.
Well, but like, I mean, Trump did do that. Whether you think it was a good or bad idea, his statements are true, right? Maybe not Trump directly, but I think it was kind of a big deal. I don't know if it was the first. I think it was the first time the U.S. did it, right? And we did it behind Israel's back too. I say behind Israel's back, but like Trump was too retarded probably to even understand the big deal. I think we sent an envoy to go and consult with Hamas directly when Israel definitely didn't want us to do it. But it's not even like Trump did it as like a brave thing. Trump's just fucking retarded. Oh, I think that was Witkoff again, or it might have been. I think it was Witkoff.
And
Memento?
No, wait. Who was the guy who did like the Christopher Nolan? It's like a Christopher Nolan movie. Well, yeah, but like they put him in. Did he do Memento? They put him in like he's in an alternate plane, talking to
donors.
People in some type of alternate universe.
Donors.
Like, yes, it's just insane.
Donors, though, right? Like we talked about this. How does he get away with these platitudes? And it's because he uses. I'm sorry, but like he is a black man that goes into very white, wealthy spaces.
Yes, break it out. They're uninformed. We're so fucking close, bro. The most based and the scariest evolution from the left is when they finally just fucking embrace their fucking racism. Because trust me, bro, nobody hates socialists in the United States more than fucking brown people from South America, okay? And black people are probably never gonna go for the weird, cringy fucking socialist bullshit. So just fucking let them have it, dude. What are these low IQ, uninformed voters? What do they even know about any of this shit, okay? Fucking go for it, bro.
And says what they want to hear, and they get to clear their conscience and feel anti-racist by donating $1 million to the Democratic Party. He has no rhetorical skills outside of like actually
Being
trying
black?
to raise money. It's clear.
Okay. He has no rhetorical skills outside of trying to raise money. One of the most important things you can do for your party, by the way, is fucking raising money for them, but we'll pretend like that doesn't fucking matter at all, I guess. Okay, epic and based.
Well, in New York City, of course, I congratulate Zoran, and he ran relentlessly focused.
Oh no! And then he did positively mention Zoran after they said that he wasn't going to do it, and now they have to find a reason why that's actually bad.
On addressing the affordability crisis that the people in New York City are experiencing. He did that in the primary, and he stayed on message throughout the general election. And now it's incumbent upon everyone in New York City, those that supported the next mayor-elect and those that didn't, to make sure that he's as successful as he can possibly be on all the things, including, perhaps most importantly, affordability and on the issue of public safety.
And you know the Republicans.
And he even hits like all the talking points that they wanted to hit, and it's still not enough. They don't care. This is what I say. This is what I mean. This is what I mean. This is what I mean. It's never enough. They're not your friends. They are not your allies. It is never, ever, ever enough for these people. It won't be because they're not Democrats. They are not Democrats. They're socialists. But they know that they have, to borrow from our good friend Hassan, they have no motion. Nobody gives a fuck about their retarded fucking shit. And they don't even care that they have no motion. These are all like memes and games and ways of like earning money and clout for these people. Or no, really just clout because they all come from rich as fuck families anyway. So they don't give a fuck if they win elections or not. It's so cringe. Ugh.
I'm sorry, our
Public
already,
safety.
it's basically like, remember the Giuliani noun verb 9/11.
Public safety? Why would they give a fuck about public safety? It's not like people getting fucking stabbed or set on fire in the fucking New York City subway where stories that dominate headlines. It's not like New York City people give a fuck about public safety. Are you crazy? It's not like anybody's ever complained about violent people on the subway or anything. Public safety? Why the fuck are you talking about that? We talking about Israel Palestine. Why are they even saying about Israel Palestine?
Now it's noun verb. Mamdani is a communist, and that's where the Democrats are right now.
So these people got crushed all across the country, and this is the best that they can come up with. The American people...
Dude, it's what you were saying 3 weeks ago.
He promised to lower the high cost of living. Affordability was on the ballot today, and Democrats...
Can you say how you're going to do something about affordability? Like all of this even this argument where they're absorbing Mamdani's success is defensive. There's nothing proactive. What are you going to do to address affordability?
Out of control, and now Republicans
we know prices are out of control. They're just mirroring what the Republicans did last cycle.
Tens of millions of people are about to experience dramatically increased premiums, co-pays, and deductibles. Republicans can bury their heads in the sand. They tried this effort in New Jersey already, across the Hudson River. From
Shock my balls.
Mikey Sherrill blew out all expectations. Literally,
Cheryl did not blow out all expectations. That's not accurate. The idea that Cheryl should not have had a resounding victory with a president who has a -18 approval rating
blown out in California.
in the first year.
So where are your fucking candidates? If the victories are so fucking easy, why don't you fucking have any of them? Where are your fucking candidates? Where are they at? We're looking for them, but we don't find them. We don't see them anywhere. Where the fuck are these progressives and socialists winning in America? They're not there.
In office is literally unheard of. Has there ever been a president in terms of the first year of his first term that has had this low approval rating in modern history?
Then go to fucking red or purple states and win seats. Then go win seats, motherfucker. Go support people to win seats. Stop fighting in the bluest fucking districts of all the fucking mankind and go win seats somewhere else.
The American.
Why did you link me this? Okay.
Democratic experiment.
A good question for Akeem would be, how well would Democrats be doing if you and Chuck weren't weighing them down?
Yeah, weighing them down. Why don't you step aside and make room for us, the real winners?
So we are going to win control of the House of Representatives. I said that from the beginning. And if you actually want to assess the landscape.
Electoralism. What, you want to win elections?
Despite all the premature obituaries that were written about Democrats a year ago from today, and there were lessons to be learned, but what we're seeing is that the Latino community moving decisively in our direction.
What Matt just said off mic is important because this could lock him into place if they do well, but that's why there needs to be a primary challenge. That's all I'm saying. He's not going to get dislodged without a primary challenge.
And that's what we have to talk about today? These motherfuckers. You want us to win elections? Let's go. Let's go find some more Democrats that we can primary. I need to find another Democrat. I need to find a Democrat that I can go primary. You want us to win elections? Let's go find some Dems that we can get rid of.
Is that we're going to lean in to the issues that matter. And as House Democrats, we've been very clear. Lower the high cost of living, fix our broken healthcare system, clean up corruption. And that the American people deserve better than what they're getting from the extremism that has been unleashed on the American people. And in this country, you work hard, you play by the rules, you should be able to live the good life. So for far too many
Oh, God. That's Clinton. Like, if you play by the rules. What the F does that mean?
It's so outdated.
What do you mean, what does it mean? It means that the legal and the institutional framework that exists in the United States should be such that if you try hard, you can achieve success. It's literally the basic premise of the American dream. What the fuck do you mean? What does that mean?
Does that mean that 80% of the country they're somehow like criminal? They're breaking the rules?
How can you be so mind raped to have that take? Like, if you try hard, you should be able to be successful in the United States. Oh, so you're saying 100% of black men just weren't trying hard in 1785? You don't think the slaves tried hard? Like, what the fuck, bro?
Remember when Trump said one of the reasons that he won in 2016? There were two lines from the debate that I remember so clearly. One was where she said, Hillary Clinton said, we're so lucky that we don't have the temperament of someone like Donald Trump in office, and he said, well, that's because you'd be in jail. And the crowd went, ooh. And then the other one was she was going after him for cheating on his taxes, and he goes, that's because I'm smart. And that is what Hakeem Jeffries is saying in this interview would have been out of touch in 2016.
This whole if you play by the rules, like the rules, that is not. First of all, I think the American public is very close, if not already there, at the point where they realize, hey, wait a second, I have been playing by the rules.
Yep.
I've been playing.
That's the whole point that he's making. How can you be so fucking mind raped? What do you think he's trying to say?
By the rules for the past 2 or 3 decades.
My parents played by the rules.
My parents played by the rules. As a generation, we are going backwards relative to my parents. We are going backwards in terms of.
Is that true? He's a solid Gen Xer, right? Is Gen X going backwards? I thought it was supposed to be millennials were the ones left behind worse, and then I thought it changed to Gen Z or whatever. I have to go and look it up. I don't know for what metric you'd be measuring there, maybe. But
buying power, we're going back.
He's 60. Isn't 60 still Gen X? Isn't that upper Gen X? Gen X age range. Yeah, 46 to 61, upper end of Gen X, I think. He's like the very, very upper end.
In terms of share of productivity that we are enjoying as workers versus the owners. We're going backwards in terms of wealth inequality. We're going backwards in terms of being able to afford healthcare. Everybody's playing by the rules.
Like, what do you think you're saying that he's not agreeing with you on here? Or that people aren't understanding him as saying?
Or let's say,
except the rich.
Let's say 92%. Yes, we also happen to know that like the IRS is completely like gutted. They just shut down the free filing system, incidentally. But aside from that, people have been playing by the rules. We are watching on a daily basis people who've been playing by the rules get kidnapped on the street.
What do you think Hakeem's position is here?
We are watching on a daily basis the people who have been playing by the rules go into bankruptcy because they have the temerity of getting cancer. We are watching people who are playing by the rules.
Like, what is this fucking soy rant for? He's so fucking mad. Like, if you were to listen to just the response, you would think that the Republicans just fucking swept, right? The Republicans must have just swept. That's what it sounds like.
Unable to feed their kids, pay their rent, pay for their college loans. We're watching all of this, and it's not working. And it's not working not just because of Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a result of people saying, I've been playing by the rules, and the rules are rigged against me. And so I'm going to vote for the freaking Joker because playing by the rules has not worked. So I need somebody to come in and shatter the rules. And for some reason, 10 years later, 10 years later, Hakeem Jeffries still doesn't understand this. Kamala Harris didn't understand it when she went around and said, hey, we're not just the Democratic Party. We got Lynn Cheney here. Liz Cheney.
They hate that. Oh my God, they hate that Liz Cheney thing. But in case you guys didn't know, Liz Cheney, I think, was Kamala's VP pick, and she was with her for, it was 107 days of campaigning. I think she was with her for 96 different campaign appearances. And I think the thing that fucked her the most was they were having like a booth where Liz Cheney would fuck your husband in front of you as well, and you had to sit there and cry while she was doing it. And the whole time, it was like every single time she would move up and down on your husband's dick, it would be another $20 to Halliburton or something in terms of what you had to donate from your next paycheck. So the Liz Cheney move was definitely a bad move by Kamala, but
Ever.
Who cares?
Whichever Cheney. We're the entire political establishment. We're the Democrats and the Republicans.
Yeah.
He's the outsider. He's the Joker. And the American public said, we'll take that option. Because the option that you have offered us, because we've played by the rules and lost, we're done with that. Like, how do they not understand this yet? It's insane.
Because who is he speaking to about the rules?
the donors,
Who
white
doesn't
donors,
want the rules changed?
donors,
Just to bring it back to my
billionaires, donors.
Two for having people.
Why do 7 out of 10 Americans per Washington Post ABC Ipsos think the Democratic Party is out of touch versus 6 in 10 who think the Republican and Party and Trump is out of touch? Insanity. The guy's building a Gilded Age style ballroom as they're cutting SNAP benefits for over 40 million Americans after presiding over the largest cut to the program since its inception in the Great Depression. That's the less out of touch party. But when Hakeem Jeffries gives an answer like that, that doesn't even
election night stream.
Baloo. Ladies and gentlemen, Heather Digby Park.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hey, Digby. Heather, can you hear me?
I can sure hear you. Can you hear me?
I sure can.
Okay.
Now, there's the abbreviated song. So we're here with about 350 or so of some of my closest friends. And I don't know, Emma, you can characterize where we are in the evening. We're in the part of the evening where the anxiety, at least for me, is seeping in. And the idea that just days ago they were running an entire national campaign on the premise that OnlyFans owners of squirrels should be able to keep their squirrels. That's not a euphemism, that's a literal story. That seems to have fallen by the wayside, at least in my mind, and now I'm a little anxious.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. I am anxious too, and this is a very familiar feeling, isn't it? I mean, here we are again in one of these tight presidential races, and we're sitting here. It's that time of the evening where we're sitting there watching Steve Kornacki and watching, John King or whatever, and now I've got whole lists on Twitter and threads of people who, experts in this stuff, and I'm doom scrolling it, and I'm looking at, gee, what's the margin in Fayetteville, and all that kind of stuff, and it's nuts, because where we are is where we thought we were going to be. Now, I will admit that I had been sort of fooled into thinking that maybe I never thought it would be a landslide, of course, but I thought it might be more decisive than it was in 2020 or 2016. I thought this time maybe people will have gotten sick enough of Orange Julius Caesar that they will, actually vote in larger numbers against him. And it looks like we're at another nail biter. And it's probably going to come down to what everybody has said it was going to come down to the whole time, which was the blue wall, and maybe, pick up 1 or 2, maybe of the other battleground states, but maybe not. I mean, but one of the things to remember as we're watching this whole thing unfold tonight, Biden won Georgia last time by 12,000 votes. I mean, famously, what was it, 11,980 or something? Just Biden me 11,000 votes. Trump only won North Carolina by 26,000 votes. Wisconsin, Biden won by 20,000 votes. So that is what this is like now. This is where we are, and this is what we deal with, and we're not going to know right away. And then there's going to be a big stink, and Trump's going to claim, that it was stolen, and we're going to go through that whole mess. That's just the way it is in America in this era, and I'm so tired of it.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the rosy scenario, right? Where he has to
that's
claim...
assuming they go the right way, right? Yeah, I mean, yeah, they could go either way.
I mean, how much thought have you given? I mean, do you have scenarios of like, this is what how I'm going to orient myself if Harris wins? This is how I'm going to orient myself if Trump wins? Or is that just too difficult to contemplate at this point?
Well, you have to think about it. I mean, if you're in our business, you certainly do, because it's not like, I mean, if I didn't do this for a living, I might think, well, if Trump wins, I'll drop out and go raise chickens somewhere and forget everything. I mean, I would be tempted to just, leave the whole thing and not think about it. I mean, I'm at an age where maybe I can just eke out the rest of my life and not have to, and that'll be the end of that. But, I can't do that. I mean, obviously, it'd be probably impossible for me to do it anyway. So just as being someone who's observing politics, I'll tell you, orienting myself to a Harris win is fairly easy, I think. I mean, I can sort of see the difficulties of dealing with a fractious Congress. Maybe if the Democrats don't pull off the House this time, which is entirely possible, that's also very close, and the Senate does not look very promising. We've been there before, and that's just something that perhaps we can deal with. If Trump wins again, I'm frankly terrified, and as I orient myself to that, I honestly don't know where I fit in there, because I'm a little bit scared of what's going to happen to people who do what I do. You know what I mean? I mean, this is not I'm not in a profession where, I mean, I've said a lot of really mean things about Donald Trump over the last 20 years, So, I mean, I honestly don't know what to think about that. And I worry, obviously, for the country and for the world and for myself. And what about you? What do you think about that? I mean, you must.
I do, and I'm thinking about it a little bit more.
We have some unfortunate news from Decision Desk that Harris has lost North Carolina.
Yeah. I'm not surprised.
So there goes my theory, but we'll see. I mean, indications are that she's overperforming in Georgia swing states and the Atlanta suburbs, but definitely not feeling as good as I was in the lead up, obviously. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this is the.
Somebody said they privated part 2 of the stream. Why? This was apparently early in the night. Why do they private it?
I haven't spent too much time contemplating.
Below that Biden number. There's room for her to drop further here. And again, just 2 points in Fulton County offsets a lot of the good Democrats might have done themselves in those other counties I just showed you. So see what happens there. We also have, look at this, Cobb County. We also have, look at this, getting close in Cobb County again. Take a look at 2020 here. Joe Biden won this by 14 points. Now, right now, it's basically a 15-point margin. This is another one where that margin for Democrats was bigger earlier. It's come down as more same day has come in. And Cobb is a massive, massive county. Again, it's much bigger than any of those others that I just showed you. 82%, more same day to come. That's concerning for Democrats if it starts dropping below that. And then Gwinnett County, this is the one that's been the slow one here in the region tonight. We're still where we were. So there's sort of a division here we're seeing between these suburban and metro counties here. Again, there's some clear Democratic growth, but they don't want slippage in those big ones as the remaining vote comes in. And again, just checking in, we showed you Cherokee. These are the big Republican sort of fringe Atlanta metro counties. Here's one, Forsyth.
Cable TV now. Uncalled U.S. Senate seats at this hour. Whew.
Those graphics are insane. Why are they like that? Oh, there's numbers in the fountain in front of the White House. What?
I just feel like maybe the lag we're seeing right now is because George W. Bush didn't endorse Kamala Harris in time. Anyone else? Oh, no? You don't think another war criminal?
Does anyone else? Liz Cheney and.
It would help? I just
Jared, sorry. Right now in Ohio, 70% in.
Oh, I'm trying to be friendly.
Jared
on this
Brown
account.
is down by almost 6 points.
It's awful.
It is too early to call as opposed to too close to call.
That's good. I like that.
Too close to call is better than too early to call.
Okay.
You don't like that.
Accepted, but it sounds better too early to call. Thank you, drunk man.
Only 35% of votes in from Cleveland.
In Ohio?
Come on, Cleveland. Rocks. Come on.
Oh, so 57% of Florida voters voted for the abortion thing, and so we leave it up to the states. That means
55.
Oh,
When did they reform how the ballot measures was going to work?
In the aughts.
And it didn't pass by
Okay.
60%. What I heard is that when they passed the thing saying they need to pass by 60%, that itself did not pass by 60%.
Yeah.
Good one, Florida.
Well, that's why they did it. It was too easy for things like that to pass, apparently.
And the question is, very Democratic-friendly votes are going to come in. And so that may answer, or really get us close to an answer on this other key question we're asking in Pennsylvania. Are the Democrats able to hold what they have in Philadelphia and maybe even win back the lost ground from 2020, or does Trump make further inroads? Because again, this is a county where the Democrats won by about 470,000 votes in 2020. They want to hit that margin. They want to go higher on that margin tonight. So that's the drama in Philadelphia as this other half of the vote comes in. And we can just zoom right out and see. I was going to zoom out and show you the running statewide total. And I clicked Ohio for some reason. There you go. A little bit more than half statewide. That is Trump's lead statewide, but it's very spotty in terms of where you're seeing votes. Oh, there's one more I did want to flag for you. This is Cumberland County, because we do have about 3/4 of the vote in here. Why Cumberland County? Because we don't talk much about it, but there's a lot of population in this region of Pennsylvania. You got Lancaster County, you got York County. Here you got Cumberland County, Carlisle, Pennsylvania's in here. This is actually, you see red right now, this has been a growth area for Democrats. There's a lot of fast-growing.
Okay. much. Okay. They don't seem too celebratory, at least. I don't know what
Like
part 2 looks
structure
like.
the conversation the way you.
Fuck. I just closed this and reopened it, so I don't know where we were at on this. Or what timestamp. I don't think I care, though. Okay. I'm good on this.
You clearly don't know who you're talking to, so let me clue you in. I am not in danger, Skylar. I am the danger. A guy opens his door and gets shot, and you think that of me? No. I am the one who knocks.
Obviously so mad here, guys.
You clearly don't know who you're talking to, so let me clue you in. I am not in...
Exactly. On fat people trying to look less fat. That's it. Roadhog's the only good one, exactly. And especially it's a fat chick. Like a fat guy can be funny. A fat chick, the only time that a fat chick makes sense is if she's the villain. Like an Ursula in the Little Mermaid. Nobody wants to look at a fat person. Not even fat people do. That's why they edit their photos. If I ever see a fat person in a video game, I think to myself, especially if it's a fat chick, this game probably isn't made for me.
Why doesn't it please my cock?
In an individual sport, what an honor for her.
There is the Vice President, J.D. Vance, and his wife, Usha. Ooh, those are not, those are a lot of boos for him.
Fake news. Fake news. I only hear cheers.
Not a long shot of him.
I only heard cheers there. Anybody else?
Hassan Parker blames Israel for October 7th at Qatar's Web Summit. The far-left streamer doubled down on his incendiary comments, claiming he's been speaking truth to power and claiming Israel played a significant role in how October 7th took place. Jewish Insider. Keep it up, guys. Please read. Read what?
Hey.
Yeah, well, instead of reading that, let's just watch. So,
But just as a quick reminder, live audio translation is available on the Web Summit application, so make sure you open that up.
this is from my Web Summit introduction.
Fragmented news ecosystem, with news available from more sources than ever before. However, this brings with it dangers. It can be hard to tell fact from fiction, and here to explore the opportunities and the responsibilities of covering the news in the age of social media, in conversation with Raphael Minder from the Financial Times, is a streamer and creator, Hassan Piker. So please welcome them to the stage.
Bro, why? Does he have like small legs or something? Why does he always wear the goofiest fucking pants? Like they're goofier than the rest of his outfit, and that's saying something.
All right, Hassan. Thanks so much for joining us. Thank you. Pleasure to be here in Doha, the Web Summit. I've been a full-time journalist now for 33 years.
Was Tristan Thompson at this? Yeah, I think so. I will say that
I
haven't heard myself yet on this, and I felt like I was doing a horrible job. And Raphael and I talked after because there was so much echo that we could hear ourselves like with double audio. And it 120x speed, please. Wait, why? Why are you freaking out and saying 120x speed?
Probably, but I mean, yeah, but
the experience of watching a live stream on YouTube.
Okay,
Is that why? You're
I'll
like
give you an
120x
extra
speed, this
22,
please.
but
I want to feel like I can watch a live stream on YouTube for once, even though I'm on Twitch.
No, I mean I can give you an extra 20.
Okay, so in a way, I want to start by asking you. You know, I've watched what you've been doing, and there's always this idea that you're a break.
No pyro, Erica Kirk cooked you. That's true. I requested the Erica Kirky treatment, the Charlie Kirky treatment, and they said no.
A legacy mainstream media, but then watching you rely heavily on mainstream media. You're not really doing a lot of your own reporting. So how do you see yourself as an extension of mainstream media, or are you something completely different?
I see myself as an.
What's this guy? They're usually on the beds if you're
Huh?
at floor 1 or floor 2. You'll see them spawning on the beds. Just
It's basically all good.
Extension of mainstream media because I always stress that I wouldn't be able to.
Why is this guy blog posting at me? Hello?
Do what I do if there wasn't real reporting happening out there from legacy publishers and legacy media in general. So I think it's more so a symbiotic relationship.
Wait, what? Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Oh.
Now, of course, there are a lot of independent content creators out there who are much more antagonistic, I think, towards mainstream media and make a brand out of constantly opposing mainstream resources and mainstream news.
But not you.
Although I do engage in a healthy amount of media criticism, I always stress the importance that these outlets need to exist. Otherwise, I would have no idea what's going on around the world.
Does he do that? Maybe he does, and I just missed out on his stream. Doesn't sound very Hassan Pikery, but hey, maybe he does.
So, you know, we're here to discuss truth and the search for truth in media coverage. You know, that for me relies on getting the facts right. And it's not just about me getting the facts right. I have a system, we have a system in my newspaper, which means that anything that I write goes through 2 editors who review it to check, for example, whether I spell Hassan right, but also to get the context right and so on. And then if I'm dealing with allegations and so on, we have an...
The fuck? YouTube chat says bad answer shaking my head. The fuck do you mean bad answer shaking my head? I think it was very good. It was a somewhat hostile. It was contentious. I wouldn't say it was a hostile interview, but it was a contentious interview. It was definitely way more contentious when we talked about it beforehand. We like ended up debating on some stuff too off camera.
Wow.
In-house lawyer who will also review that. And you're an unchecked operator, one-man unchecked operator. So exactly what do you feel is your ability to...
Contentious interview for getting asked the most fucking standard fuck questions. Like, isn't it kind of weird that you're a one-man show and you don't have any facts? Like, that would be a super normal, super ordinary question that I would expect to get from anybody. Like, of course, it's like hardly even alternative media. It's a totally different style of broadcasting and everything else. Like, very contentious, guys.
Get the facts right.
Yeah, so the same pressures that legacy publishers such as Financial Times exist for someone like myself as well. As a matter of fact, I have even a higher level of liability because I don't have the insurance, for example, that a newspaper might have. So in terms of my coverage, if I get something wrong, and there are instances where I get something wrong, we're human after all, I will apologize for it and I'll retract the statement. And there is this constant back and forth that's always taking place that keeps me as honest as possible with the audience. If there's something that I've gotten wrong, they'll immediately be like, this is something that is incorrect. And they'll send additional information, I'll verify it on the spot, and we'll continue with the coverage that way. But as far as the responsibility goes, it's still up to the individual, right? I don't have an editorial team. I don't have fact checkers that are working in real time. And it's just something that I have to make sure I care about. Some independent content creators don't, especially in this new media.
By the way, if you want to be like an actual journalist or an actual interviewer and you want to actually contribute something of substance to the world instead of just doing PR or slot pieces for content creators, you should ask them for examples when they give meaningless conceptual statements like this. What's an example of something you feel like you got wrong that your audience pushed back on you for? What's an example of some type of thing that you can offer value that legacy media can't? What's a type of event or type of thing? Like, you should ask for examples. If you actually give a fuck. Now, if you're just here to do slop, then by all means, slop away, but...
environment where everyone wants to be first to market, we do see a lot of people that either go along with biased narratives or sometimes refuse to verify the information that's coming out and immediately blurt it out because they want to be first to market. They want to get the maximum amount of attention possible. So it's unfortunately up to the individual, and I don't know what the best possible way of checking all of the independent resources are.
And what is your view on, I mean, if you're the first port of call for Gen Z to get the...
You're the most mature guy in the least mature medium. You're like a generational ambassador speaking for the youngs. To the olds? Yeah, I try.
News. I mean, how much time do you give yourself to fact check this news? I mean, like, you must be constantly wondering, like, I've got to be out there, give my views, but I haven't had time. I'm on my own. I don't know whether the actual report is even correct or not. So how do you deal with that?
Well, in many instances, I rely on mainstream reporting. So one of the things I do is...
I'm on my own. I don't know whether the actual report is even correct or not. So how do you deal with that?
Well, in many instances, I rely on mainstream reporting. So one of the things I do...
What does that mean?
Is,
okay.
I have a policy of not covering breaking news.
Hold on. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I need a drink. I don't have alcohol. This guy would make me alcoholic if I watch this dude. I feel like he's an actual skinwalker. Am I crazy? Why would he skinwalk me? How many other things? Oh, he's trolling. Actually, never mind. I changed my mind. Actually, this is epic, okay? And I give him props. When it's on trolls, okay, he trolls hard. When he did that, whatever, that one context or commission or whatever that channel's called, and he was like, I thought, how cool would it be to combine gaming with politics? That was epic. Okay, I was like, you know what? Fucking, that was epic, bro.
Oh, that's right. I have to get a fucking. Okay. Where are you, Destiny?
To the best of my ability, but I try to combat the misinformation that's coming out by going to the same resources that you would rely on when like a mass shooting happens, for example. I look at the police reports, I look at the official press conference that's released in the immediate aftermath of the shooting. I try to be as careful as possible because there's always this fog where even the official resources can get something wrong as well on the spot. And I try to be as critical as possible. And the reason why I dive into this kind of stuff is specifically to combat the bias.
He doesn't understand streaming, and they're not an extension of mainstream media. You are not an extension of media. It's not symbiotic. They receive nothing from you. Yes, it is symbiotic because they do receive something from me. They receive an audience, a broader audience that gets to see their reporting. And that's precisely.
He needs this relationship to be symbiotic. He would never have said this in the past, but he needs it to be seen as that now because he's trying to get all of his ins now. He realizes that he is a little bit more hungry for some type of audience with the mainstream media people, and he wants to ingratiate himself more with that community. That's why he tries to solo take credit for the Mamdani election so much.
The reason why when I go out to these places or when I meet journalists, they are so excited, especially Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera reporters were coming up to me left and right at the event that I was at, talking about how wonderful it is that I highlight their reporting with regular frequency, and they love that there are more eyeballs on that stuff. So if you're a journalist, if you're a reporter, you want as many people as possible to see your reporting, and I play a big role in that. So, you know, there's a reason why other independent news sources created by people that worked in mainstream news in the past, mainstream newsrooms in the past, like Dropside, Zateo, and many others, will regularly talk about how wonderful it is that I offer a major platform to their reporting. And the same goes for a lot of the regular legacy press as well.
That a lot of people engage with nowadays, more so than ever before. I'm sure you've seen, independent outlets and Twitter especially, which is a horrible place for this kind of thing, where people will immediately decide that, let's say there's a mass shooting that takes place, people will immediately go, that's a trans person that conducted this mass shooting, with no evidence whatsoever. And in certain instances, especially with the explosion of AI, people will even make up the fake information in order to justify their point of view. So I try to go to real reporting and rely heavily on real reporting and rely heavily on primary sources to the best of my ability to make sure that this information is as accurate as possible.
Now, I have to confess, I first heard about you because you got suspended on your platform on Twitch.
Yeah.
And actually, you.
If he would have said, because I heard about you shocking your dog, I think Hassan would have roped.
Recently, again, got suspended. I think you've been now 7 times, I think, suspended. Yeah. Maybe I've got the tally wrong, but near enough.
7.
It's 7. Okay. So, are you wearing these temporary bans as a badge of honor? I mean, is this become part of your ability to say, I talk whatever I want about whatever I want to talk about? I feel free to talk about it. And my question would be, in a way, do you think there should be red lines? I mean, do you recognize that banning you occasionally is a healthy thing?
I think terms of service is a good thing overall in order to foster more productive conversations, because in the absence of a rigorous application of terms of service, you have Twitter, right? Having said that, the existing terms of service can be manipulated. There's a lot of outrage
You can kind of see, right? Like, there's definitely this like bias almost where I got that from our initial conversation as well, where he was where he thought, you know, like, oh, you're a little bit of a provocateur, right? And I don't think it's because he doesn't like me or anything like that, but I think it's just the lack of understanding of the space, a lack of understanding of the space in general, and also their
this is why people fucking hate on the right, especially, and everybody on the right. That's just in kind of like establishment or alt-establishment adjacent Republican spaces, why they fucking hate Fuentes is for the same reason Hassan like fucking hates me. Is these people have no tenacity. They have absolutely no ability to deal with adversity. They fold immediately. And for Hassan to come on here, he's on an international stage, was flown to Qatar for this, and it's like, oh, you can tell that like this is a pretty challenging interview. Like, he asked me about the fact that I got banned from my home platform 7 times. You can see that he's like definitely biased against me. Like, bro, how are you such a pussy? Holy shit. You're actually such a fucking baby. What the fuck?
And the idea that this is like a child's game that has destroyed this career that he has spent his entire life on.
That takes place, especially on the right, where I'm seen as like a primary vector of hate and enmity from a lot of right-wing outlets.
Like, no one cares about you on the right, bro. Do conservatives ever even... When's the last time conservatives like even talked en masse about people like Hassan? Not to blow myself up or anything, but I feel like I've got way more negative attention. Not even just on the conservative killing whatever bullshit, on the Charlie Kirk stuff. I feel like in general, like, does Hassan even get that much attention from conservative outlets? I know the dog thing got a little bit of play, but I think he just fantasizes about it. I think he wants, that's why he was so mad when my shit was blowing up. He's like, all right, well, GGG's doing okay, and like, and God, oh my God, I hate him so much. Ugh.
That will constantly try to get me deplatformed, and sometimes they actually reach a level of success. Having said that, I don't see my bans as a mark of courage or a badge of honor at all. I don't like being banned at all. I actually am constantly in fear of being deplatformed because my job relies on reaching as many people as possible and try to...
Like, what have you even been deplatformed on? Is he banned from a single platform? Is there a single platform that Hassan is banned or demonetized from? What?
Educate them to the best of my ability. So when I do get banned, I can't do that any longer. And it's a real concern, especially when you have certain positions that are not exactly favorable, or certain positions, certain ideological
or billionaires,
positions that are not exactly commonplace in the Western world. These are real fears that I have to work around with regular frequency.
So it's not a case of what P.T. Barnum said, there's no such thing as bad publicity as long as they spell my name right?
No, I do think that there's a case for bad publicity because, just like I mentioned earlier, my point of view is not exactly commonplace, and a lot of people I think are heavily propagandized against an anti-imperialist worldview, an anti-capitalist worldview, especially in the United States of America, and therefore I require a lot of charitability. And when things like this happen, that becomes the story in and of itself, and I find that to be unproductive in general. And I also feel like these sorts of things add up, and it causes people to think, oh, you're a charlatan, you're a provocateur, you're not invested in the truth, you're invested in being as loud as you possibly can be. And I think that does take away from my capacity as a commentator, rather than aids in creating an environment where it's a badge of honor.
You know, when I started in journalism, I started on the wires, and in fact, we barely had a byline. And my bosses would say, your words should speak. It's not about you, it's about what you've written. Now we've moved on, and of course, there's a lot more first-person accounting and stories written where the journalist is a protagonist. In your case, it's a step further. You know, I get to see pictures of you topless. I find out that you like working out. I hear about your dog, and so on. Is this, you think, what connects you to your audience?
Almost triggered him.
That, although they don't know you, they have the feeling, I know this dude. He's like me. He has the same left-wing ideology. Or what is it that's most important? Is it the ideology, the opinions you have that connects you, or it's just this feeling that you're close to them?
I think both play a role in this, for sure. The way I look, the way I carry myself, how personable I come across to
how
people.
awesome my fashion
is.
is.
A big role, but I think at the end of the day, it is my commentary that draws the attention. It is my opinions that make...
Son, what are you doing at Gucci, the Gucci store? I don't know where people shop for high Neiman's. What are you doing there, Hassan? It's called Praxi, okay? You wouldn't understand.
People sometimes rethink the way that they've seen the world. Like I said, it's not a
Or
worldview
praxis,
that they encounter,
fuck,
but
whatever.
maybe it's something that they feel deep down inside. And then when they hear someone like myself talk about these issues in a way that is agreeable, they go, oh yeah, I thought I was alone. This is the most common thing that I hear from my community is like, I live in a red neighborhood, I live in a red state, and I always felt so lonely about the way that I saw the world until I encountered your commentary, and I realized I'm not alone. There's a massive community out there of like-minded individuals.
Bro, how many people from Hassan's audience are people that live in red community? Are you serious? Yeah, all those fans from the South. My God. Where the fuck is the zip line?
I think at the end of the day, it is the commentary.
Now, in terms of the personality and your image and so on, one thing that jars a little bit is, you've said you're a Marxist, you've been a Bernie Sanders supporter in past elections. At the same time, you've become a wealthy guy who bought a $2.7 million house.
More expensive now.
Sorry?
Just to be clear, Hassan did not become wealthy. Hassan has always been part of a 9-figure net worth family for his entire life. Hassan was born as a literal Nepo anchor baby in the United States, okay? Like, this is not a person who became wealthy. His family has always been absurdly fucking wealthy.
More expensive now.
Well, good for you. You see, so Donald Trump has got it right. Housing prices going up is good for people. No, I mean, but your personality and these left-wing views and your commentary on inequality, how does that work when you're a Hollywood house owner?
Well, Bernie Sanders has 3 houses, and that's something that people constantly bring up as though this is a real point of contention. Look, when I didn't have a lot of money after college, and I had the exact same point of view, people would say, you're jealous of the wealthy, and that's why you are, that's why you're...
Who at Rutgers? Hassan Biker, equestrian training, pregnant mom brought to the U.S. to get him citizenship here on birth, and then sent back to Turkey for his education, comes to the United States as a Rutgers education, everything is like fully paid for his family. He's like, wow, Hassan, you're definitely not rich enough to understand, bro. Like, you're just jealous of the... Who the fuck? He has never heard that statement in his entire fucking life. He has never in his life heard somebody tell him, wow, Hassan, I think you just have this perspective because you're just jealous of the wealthy. Oh my God. Like, there was a single fucking moment in this entire guy's life where he wasn't seen as part of like the elite upper class.
That's why you're a Marxist. Now that I'm rich, they say I'm a hypocrite. And at a certain point, you have to realize maybe it's the commentary and the comments that you're making. Maybe it's the fact that I'm saying people deserve more. People deserve more of the output that they contribute to. That's what's causing people to look for hypocrisy. Because my advocacy is not around making sure that no one has a home. And I have no control over the housing market in general. It's like, if at the time when I purchased my home in West Hollywood, if I had purchased the exact same home in Ohio, it would be much more affordable. I just chose to live in West Hollywood. I was living in West Hollywood already. I was renting
for my
there,
family,
and I had enough money.
For my family,
I bought a house for myself and my family.
Yes,
I want everyone to be able to have the same. I want everyone to be able to have that same liberty, to have more autonomy in their workplace, to have more freedom in their lives, and that's what my advocacy revolves around.
Your revenues come literally from subscriptions?
Yes. So in terms of exploitation,
the vast majority of his money came from Twitch and from ad revenue, not from his fucking subscriptions. But okay, Chief. But that's good to pretend that, like, that's a good grift. I like that new talking point that I guess he's developing now. Is like, oh, I'm people funded. I'm a subscription funded guy. Like, all my money just came from my supporters.
It's inevitable. It's impossible not to engage in hyper-exploitative consumption.
I think you were meant to push back on the idea that your job is similar to that of a reporter's, valued only in terms of getting things right. The main area in which new media would ideally succeed, where all media fails, is not being funded by billionaires, not having editors or owners that tell you not to talk about certain things, having the ability to actually say what everyone is already seeing with their eyes. No. Because I do see myself as complimentary to mainstream news, and I do also recognize the real fear that this person represents. He's just misplaced.
Hassan's audience like, wait, is that what we're saying now? Because he just so wants to be, especially after his little publicist got him so many of these like profiles and everything. He absolutely wants to be a part of that system.
It, or not even misplaced it necessarily against me, but there's a real resentment in old media against new media. But there's also an understandable fear amongst adults that new media also represents this like dangerous, unstable information landscape. And
why would people think that?
I fear as well. Okay, it's something that I'm very cognizant about. It's something that I'm also worried about. It's something that I spend a good deal of advocacy around speaking on. Right. So that's the reason why I don't just like immediately dismiss or try to deflect his criticism and take it head on and try to explain to him in this circumstance that like I am somewhat different than what he thinks I am, and maybe to the audience that is also coming at this issue with the same perspective. Because you have to remember, a lot of you, by nature of being in this chat, are already completely aware of my commentary, completely aware of the space that I occupy, completely aware of what I'm trying to do. But a lot of people don't know that. A lot of people associate this sphere of influence with kick streamers, sometimes with Andrew Tate, with Clavicular, you know? And for that reason...
Hassan is so much better than those guys, though.
They look at someone like myself and go, what is this guy's deal? What's he about? What's he doing? I'm speaking to those people in this moment.
Everyone Catherine has a phone here. I'm sure that if you were to go and look at the mining operations in Congo, you would be horrified at the conditions there. But the reality of the matter is it's impossible to avoid that hyper-exploitative structure. So we try to do our
How could I not buy a $2.7 million house? It was impossible to avoid it.
very best to limit the exploitation, at least in the revenue side. And the way I have set up my business, if you want to call it that, is the least exploitative way possible. I run a cooperative corporation. You met my producer. Yep. He has equal say and equal pay in the process.
Equal say and equal pay? Excuse me, you fucking retard. Cooperative refers to equal ownership. Ownership. How many shares of the Hassan Piker business, Hassan Piker LLC, Hassan Piker S Corp election, Hassan Piker C Corp, whatever the fuck you file is owned by somebody else? Who else has shares in your business that doesn't share the same last name as you, motherfucker? These fucking retards, they don't even know their own economic systems. Oh my god. Actually, technically, I'm a socialist because on Fridays, I let my employees vote on what I'm going to order from DoorDash when we all have our meeting and we have our Friday fun snack day.
Outside of that, the only way that you can fund what I do is through voluntary subscriptions. I don't actually have any sort of limits on what you can and can't.
That's like the vast majority of his money was made through cash, not a cash advance, cash, no, fuck, what do you fucking call it? Just a there's a name I'm looking for a contract. Sometimes people just offer you flat cash for a thing, and then they'll give you incentives for viewership or commercials run, and then ad revenue. That is where, if I had to make a guess, and I would throw Amazon Prime subs in there as well, because that's an Amazon thing. That's not a fan supporting you thing. Right? That's an Amazon thing. I would say that probably makes up 80% of the money that he's earned in his lifetime. Or like a signing bonus. That'd be my guess.
Can't see a subscription just is you saying, I like your commentary, I like what you're doing, I want to fund this operation, I want to keep you going. And I always openly admit that. I'm like, look, your subscriptions are what allow—
You could also talk about the fact that you kind of have a permanently 30,000 people watching. They're kind of an editorial board that are permanently giving other perspectives and facts about what you're talking about. I did mention that in the beginning.
Oh, that's, who did I listen to? Was this Eric or Brett Weinstein that said this? It's like, well, if you think about it, Twitter is kind of like peer review because so many other people can review what you're saying.
I said it keeps me honest. Having real-time feedback from 30,000 people actually keeps me honest. More honest than what other entities might do. Hassan's not a reporter, he's an external editor. Yes, when I'm talking to older people, the way I describe it is like, I'm a commentator. I never say I'm a journalist. I don't say I'm an activist. I'm neither of those things, even though other people will constantly say I'm both of those things. I'm not. I'm a political commentator. This already exists in the professional world. This already exists in legacy media. What other entities might do. Hassan's not a reporter, he's an external editor. Yes, when I'm talking to older people, the way I describe it is like, I'm a commentator. I never say I'm a journalist. I don't say I'm an activist. I'm neither of those things, even though other people—
The guy that walks around with the giant vest that says press.
Will constantly say I'm both of those things. I'm not. I'm a political commentator. This already exists in the professional world. This already exists in legacy media. You know, Jake Tapper exists. And
he won't. I call myself a pundit. I think pundit might have, it's a micro slur. It's got a little bit of a negative connotation. I wonder if he would ever call himself that. We're political pundits. That's what we do. We do punditry. We get news from other people. We don't do original reporting ourselves. And then we comment on it, right? I think it's essentially a political pundit, but political commentator sounds a little bit more, it's like certified pre-owned instead of used or whatever.
Exists. There's also people doing color commentary on the side as well. You know, Van Jones exists. And that's my job. That's the role I see myself as occupying in this sphere. Of course, unlike CNN, I don't have a fuck ton of producers. I don't have fact checkers.
By choice, you make enough money to have plenty of these people if you want to. You choose not to because you're a lazy fuck and you don't give a fuck. It's not being factually correct isn't relevant to you. It's just being propaganda-ally correct, which you don't need producers or other people for. That's why you don't have them.
And I don't have any editor sitting on top of me saying, you can't cover this, you should cover this in a certain way. There is no editorial control. I am beholden to no one, right? And that's my advantage.
There's no editorial control, and you're beholden to absolutely nobody. I thought you said earlier that you ran your business as a cooperative with equal say. So does that mean you don't run it as a cooperative? That you are the sole owner, 100% capitalist Hassan Piker who owns 100% of his business? Or did you share your business with that other guy that you said equal say, equal owner? Interesting, huh?
To maintain editorial independence. If you choose to do so, you can subscribe to me for $5. Now I think it's in the hands of Twitch. So I think they increased the subscription to $7 now. Or you don't have to do that if you don't want to.
I just wish you, Brian Tyler Cohen, and others would be more than React Andes. We need outreach. Get to the polls. 33% of U.S. voters don't vote.
Whoa! Whoa! Who's this guy? Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. We all have different roles here, okay? Who's going to read all these Twitter threads?
Thank you
Oh
for
wait, and I got Mamdani elected. Oh, whew, we got that one too. Okay, I got Twitter threads and I got Mamdani elected. Basically, it was all me, baby.
I just wish you, Brian Tyler Cohen, and others would be more than React Andes. We need outreach. Get to the polls. 33% of U.S. voters don't vote. Thank you for this brilliant assessment, 15-month subscriber that has been in here for 15 months and has decided that the real advocacy actually is about getting people to do voter outreach. Go vote.
She doesn't give a
as
fuck.
though we don't do enough get out the vote initiative.
Like he doesn't care because voting and winning electoral power doesn't matter. Remember, it's all about the clout, baby. It's all about the fucking. It's all about the clout. I don't know why I was gonna say something. It's just about the clout. That's it. It's the clout, baby. Yes.
In this community and even including,
Mamdani.
I urge everyone here to go and do door knocking and phone banking.
Yeah. Go do
for
that.
a lot of these
Go do
candidates
that.
as well.
Okay, do that. There you
go.
Boom.
Here you are.
You got it. There we go. You just did the app. What do you want? What do you want him to say? You should do voter outreach, okay? Jesus. What do these people want from him?
Coming back to the real issue on hand. I'm voting. I love voting. I tell people to vote all the time. I come when I vote, okay? I vote so hard all the time.
That don't even maintain any sort of control over my IP. So people in my community have created thousands of fan accounts where they will...
I don't even have any control over my intellectual property because I'm too lazy or because I let other people clip me, acting like that's not doing him a favor. Holy shit, this guy is like the king capitalist. He's like catching up to like the old capitalists. Like me, oh, I don't like to hire artists. I want the passion of the community to shine through. I want other people to make fan art for me because I think that's just a way better way of doing things. And I give it to the people to create, and then I also use it because it massively benefits me. But like it's the people.
Just take videos from the stream, chop it down, edit it, and...
This is the midwit meme. The low IQ people are like, Hassan, he's a socialist because he says he's a socialist. And then the midwits are like, Hassan actually seems like he's a hyper-capitalist because he's doing all of these things to exploit all of these people while misrepresenting his views. But then the Jedi mans are like, yeah, he's a socialist.
re-upload it to their own YouTube pages and then make money off of that as well. And there are a lot of people in my community that have actually been able to pay for their college education through this process. So I try to...
There's a lot of people. There are multiple members of your audience that make tens of thousands of dollars on Hassan fucking fan channels? Really?
Like I said, limit the exploitative nature of any sort of providing goods or services to the best of my ability. But of course, there's still going to be people that say that's hypocritical because socialism means you
poor.
have to be poor.
I started out in journalism not knowing who was reading my work. There weren't even the tools to monitor the viewership or the readership. Now we are in a different age, and in fact, I was surprised to see you last night commenting on the Grammy Awards and then suddenly saying, you know, I've got 34,000 followers at the moment on Twitch, 20,000 on YouTube. So does that influence even what you're talking about? You're so close to the monitoring of who's listening and on what?
So the reason why I was talking about that in a lighthearted way was because I had just gotten banned, and in the aftermath of being banned off Twitch, I went and live streamed on YouTube for the first time ever, and saw tremendous success on this alternative platform, at least for me. And so now that I'm unbanned on Twitch,
W March, incredible work capturing all these camera angles as a one-man team. Here's a coffee for you. W March in the chat.
W.
Yeah, he did all of that. It's crazy. Hassan, if possible, you should do a meetup tomorrow, a web summit for your community here. We're happy to have seen you in person and wish you safe journey back.
Don't do it.
I don't know if I'll have time to do that, chatter.
You gotta go after that clout. Do you think there's gonna be clout in a fucking fan meetup? Fuck no, brah. He's got other shit to do. Sorry. I don't even say bitches because I don't think he would. I don't think he gives a fuck unless she's got a big follower count.
I streamed on both YouTube and Twitch at the same time. I dual streamed for the first time ever, so we were monitoring it and having a little bit of light back and forth between the two different communities. But as far as like my care and consideration for my viewership and my numbers goes, at the end of the day, what I care about is maintaining my editorial independence and speaking truth to power. And the example I always go back to is in the aftermath of October 7, when my audience actually halved because a lot of people were not ready, especially in the Western audiences, were not ready for someone to say that Israel played a significant role in the in how October 7 took place. A lot of people were understandably horrified by the images that they were seeing on their screens.
Wow,
and
so brave.
They said, "This is not for me. I've enjoyed your commentary up until this point," and they left. But I did not. If I cared about viewership, I would stop right then and there, and maybe even reconfigured my commentary. I didn't do that. I stuck to my guns, and I knew what the truth was, and I kept covering what was going on in Gaza every single day for 2 years, and eventually the audience came back.
Well, Hassan, unfortunately, we're running out of time.
Yeah.
I wish you all the best. Stick to your guns, and I'm sure your viewers will stick with you as well.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This robot was all over. The real reason I felt this was really confusing is it seems like he went completely off topic.
Your final boss?
Yeah, I don't know why we didn't actually end up talking about
Does I get grilled here?
Information. I felt this was really contentious. It seems like he went completely off topic. Really. Yeah, I don't know why we didn't actually end up talking about
Oh
misinformation.
my God,
Was there
I'm
a
your
single
final
follow-up
boss.
question on any of the answers? If there's not a single follow-up, I'm sorry, you can't call it.
Dude,
great,
am I
bro.
stealing any of his viewers? I don't even know.
But he chose
Hold
to
up.
do that. I do think that there.
Am I
it was,
stealing his viewers? Do I have
you know,
a couple?
I don't mind
one
having
viewer
a
maybe.
light pushback or having a debate even.
I'm gonna steal his viewers.
I felt like he was making it seem as though I was responsible for the misinformation on the internet.
Yeah, I can handle some light pushback or maybe even a debate. This was worse than that.
Whereas I thought the conversation was going to be about how I choose to combat misinformation, and especially with how dangerous misinformation has gotten. And I think that like when they originally set it up, that's the goal. That was the goal from the organizers in general. I mean, I don't mind it though. I think it was a healthy and productive conversation. I think he did a good job of having explained to the audience, people who don't know who you are, what your type of job is, and how it connects to the media. Yeah, it's mostly for the olds. He got more comfortable towards the end. I think your approach is helpful in getting real life actors across in a digestible way. Yeah, and apparently Jewish Insider caught wind of the speech. I guess they were following closely. So let's take a look at what their takeaway from this was. Once again, at this point, I feel like Jewish Insider has no motion whatsoever, and I'm basically the only person that reads their shit.
Did Jewish Insider ever have motion? I don't know if I've ever heard of this. Is this an American Republic, a Jewish Insider? Jewish Insider. Is a DC. Oh, I don't know if I'll call anything about this shit.
Like no one else is reading Jewish Insider, little bro. Just me, okay? And it's so funny that like you can't even remove the paywall. Like it literally doesn't even let you. Like they have some of the most. Jewish Insider has the most aggressive paywall that removepaywall.com doesn't even work on, and it blows my mind. It's like it almost feels like they don't want anybody to watch. They don't want anybody to read their articles. Like I'm always trying to. You had the chance to spin it back to the editors and reviews of mainstream press of the New York Times, and others didn't keep them for covering a genocide for 2 years. He was certainly peddling a naive narrative with editors mean accurate. No, I know. I didn't want to duke it out with him. I do feel like if they didn't paywall their stuff so aggressively. Oh wait, I guess this one you can kind of see. You can kind of read it. It seems. Far left streamer and political commentator Hassan Piker appearing at the Web Summit conference in Doha on Tuesday, alleged for Israel's conduct that played a meaningful role on October 7, 2023 Hamas terrorist attacks, continues long-standing pattern of hateful rhetoric targeting Israel and the Jewish people. Yeah, that's what that means. What I care about is maintaining my editorial independence and speaking truth to power. And the example I always go back to is in the aftermath of October 7. Piker said to a packed room, people were not ready, especially in Western audiences, for someone to say that Israel played a significant role in how October 7 took place. Speaking at an event labeled Defending Truth in a Post-Truth World, Piker noted that he had lost viewers at the time over his extremist commentary. If I cared about viewership, I would have stopped right then and there, and maybe even reconfigured my commentary, but I didn't do that, Piker added. I knew what the truth was, and I kept covering what was going on in Gaza every single day for 2 years, and eventually the audience came back. Piker has previously argued that Hamas's actions on October 7 were a form of resisting, referred to Orthodox Jews as inbred, and Zionists as Nazis, and has praised former Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah as a pretty brilliant person. Piker has also described the conflict in Gaza as a live-streamed Holocaust. I love that they substitute in and out of like some of my best takes, and some that they turn into like a totally bastardized, diluted version of my best takes. I rewinded, and you were talking about Sneeko, but I just want to let you know that I don't like that guy. Please address this once I get to the current timeline.
I hope I don't get banned, but whatever. I want to debate Destiny, dude.
For those of you who are wondering how to rewind for the Piker Broadcasting Service on Twitch, you can rewind by subscribing.
I'm better than
Subscribe to the Piker
Fuentes.
Broadcasting Service if you would like. It's voluntary subscription.
All right, we got the
and
message.
It allows you the capacity to rewind on Twitch as well as though you're watching on YouTube. It's funny.
Yeah.
YouTube chat.
Hello.
The streamer has faced several bans from Twitch over his live commentary. Most recently, he also referred to his critic as a rabid ultra-Zionist. Bleep. Can I say it? Don't want to get banned. In response, Piker posted a statement on what he alleged are permissible phrases to use on Twitch.
Oh, yeah.
You cannot say, bleep. The ADL, which is an arm of Israel's suppression in the West that works with law enforcement and does espionage, has made it a bannable offense, Piker wrote. Okay, this article literally seems like a highlight.
I'm not stealing any viewers. Fuck. I'm not
It's a
stealing
highlight
any
reel.
viewers.
It's so funny. They come at this from the perspective of an old world that they wish they still lived in. They have no capacity to read the room. Like, obviously, their readership is, Jewish Insider's readership is going to be people that are already super pro-Israel, right? So they don't realize that this doesn't break away to the audiences that they would like to market to.
Oh.
When you cover all of this stuff, when you put all this stuff together, people who already have negative opinions on Israel, which is the majority of readership across the board, not the majority of readership at Jewish Insider, but the majority of readership in general, they don't look at this and immediately think, oh, wow, how horrifying. They think, oh, I've seen this show before. This guy very clearly is anti-Israel, as am I, and they're either bastardizing some of his takes or actually repeating some of his takes that I also personally consider to be inoffensive. This is a major problem with a lot of these outlets. A lot of Zionist outlets, a lot of pro-Israel outlets don't realize that the audience that they are speaking to have completely left them behind, okay? Yeah, you need to stop giving them tips for propaganda, dude. Lol. That's true. I should probably stop doing that. Well, I can't stop myself.
Okay. We'll do the time for the HDR meme. Fuck, it's 9 o'clock. I don't know if I have the time. We'll go through this Andrew Wilson, Joe Rogan one a little bit. I don't think people said that this was really boring, so I might skip around a bit. I don't know.
Now that's an all-you-can-eat buffet for a coyote in Nevada. These ground birds that are just these fat ground birds, and they decimated the population. So you talk to these little deer hunters. You seen any pheasant? No, shut up. Shut up.
The interesting thing about that, though, is pheasant's an invasive species. That's not a natural North American species either. They brought those fuckers over. I mean, they are delicious, and it's fun to hunt them.
Well, they'd always just walk those train tracks, those old abandoned train tracks, and they'd have the dogs. Dogs pick up the pheasant, they'd shoot him from the track. Dog would bring it up. It was like a Michigan pastime.
Yeah, the coyote thing's a real problem because coyotes are now, they used to be a Western animal, and now they're in all 50 states. Yeah. Not only that, they're in virtually every city in America.
Well, they've been wiping them out in Michigan pretty good in rural areas. Oh, yeah. Well, what they do now is they have the GPS trackers, put them on the dogs. Old boys will get in with AR-15s. Those dogs will run them for 200 miles, and then they finally take a shot, and they just will do that all winter long, man.
That's good, but it's hard to wipe them out because what they do is, when you hear coyotes calling, it's like roll call. Like when they're letting, sometimes there's a lot of confusion of what they're doing. Some people think that they're letting the other coyotes know that they've killed something, that we have food, but it's also a roll call. And when one of the coyotes is missing, the females have more pups.
Really?
Like, yeah, some weird natural reaction. Also, their natural enemy is gray wolves, and when they evolved to when the gray wolves killed them, because the gray wolves don't breed with coyotes, but coyotes do breed with red wolves. That's why you have these like coy wolves on the East Coast. Because the coyote is a wolf. It's a wolf. It's just a small wolf. And so their natural...
Rice economy growing 4 to 5% in spite of the tariffs. My guess is right now, I don't think 4 to 5% is accurate. That's a little high. But it's probably on track mainly because a lot of the stuff, I think the majority of the growth we're seeing right now has to do with AI and shit. I don't know, I was going to say and. There is no and. I think it's just because of AI stuff. And I don't know how much the tariffing of anything is impacting that.
Inclination is when they're getting chased, they move to a new area, and then they have even more pups. So that's how they've spread out through the entire country.
Wow.
So if you go back to like the turn of the century, like the 1900s, coyotes were exclusively a Western animal.
Yeah.
Now they're in New York City.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's crazy. They have them in Central Park. They have fucking
What?
coyotes running around Central Park. Some lady this morning posted on X a mountain lion in San Francisco, sitting on a porch in the city of San Francisco, a big one, just sitting there. It's like...
Just having a good time.
Well, that's just because California has the dumbest fucking laws when it comes to those things.
Yeah. Well, they have terrible gun laws, too.
They have terrible laws.
They have terrible laws.
They have terrible laws.
California.
Terrible everything.
Terrible politicians.
Everything.
Yeah. You know what's a shame, too?
Everything is
Santa
terrible.
Rosa. And that's the most beautiful area. The Napa Valley area is the most beautiful area on planet Earth. The weather's always perfect. It's January 15th. It might as well be July 15th.
Yep.
Right? It's always perfect. It's always gorgeous. And they fucked it all up.
They fucked it all up.
It's all fucked up.
And
It's
they fucked it
terrible.
up real bad, too.
Yep.
Oh, it's almost unfixable now, especially like San Francisco area.
Unfixable.
Like the whole Pacific
Beyond
Northwest
redemption.
is almost unfixable.
Yep.
It's like they double down and they keep going. Like Seattle now has a communist mayor who's been living with her parents.
Or New York, they all got communist mayors.
Yeah.
Black Lives Matter their head organizers. They were communists, avowed communists. Like
until it came to buying property with Black Lives Matter money.
Yeah.
What's happening with that?
Well, then they're very much capitalistic.
How come they're not in trouble? I don't understand that. Like
Who's
they spend
they?
millions of dollars of that money on real estate.
Yeah.
Who?
There's only one UFC 325 this Saturday, and on Draft Bill Bone 9 in Connecticut called 8 days.
No idea. I have no idea why. Well, I don't know why the heads of many of these organizations aren't being rounded up and summarily arrested.
Yeah.
I mean, we're watching these. I've been covering the riots nonstop.
Is that a saying? Summarily arrested? I feel like I've heard summarily executed, which I think is like judge, jury, execution. Like you basically round somebody up and you decide they're guilty of a thing and then you execute them. Summarily arrested? Okay. Maybe some people use that term. I don't know.
Sorry, protest. The completely organic protests, which are totally organic.
All fake, by the way.
It's been interesting to
True.
watch. I was watching one the other day.
LOL.
We were live, and it was Don Lemon.
Yeah.
And he had showed up in Minnesota. And the first thing Don Lemon does, right? I hate Don Lemon, by the way. But
He
the first
is
thing
one
he
of
does,
the dumbest motherfuckers that has ever gotten on television.
He's terrible.
Absolutely
First thing he does,
terrible.
he drives up in his car. He's in the back seat, and he jumps out of the car, and he has a shit-eating lemon smile on his face, and he runs over with Starbucks to these people, and he's like, "Here you go."
Yeah.
And then he jumps back in the car.
What a fucking... Did Don Lemon actually fucking do that? We brought people coffee? What a disgusting fucking reporter guy. Oh, God. What a fucking loser. Did he actually? Ugh.
And they drive off. Now, here's what's interesting about this. He comes back, and he's in there with the protesters, you know what I mean? And he's interviewing them. Most of the protesters say, we're coming from out of town. We're from this state. I'm from 2 states away. I'm from 3 states away.
Paid,
for
by the way.
organic protest.
Well,
The cops, what they start doing, they have these guardrails on the sidewalk in front of the ICE facility. And there's gaps inside of that barrier. And so they pull the police cruisers in just to fill those gaps so that they stay behind the barrier.
Yeah.
And Lemon's like, why would they do that? Why would they keep us compressed, behind this barrier? And I'm thinking, because you just stopped your car in the middle of the street to run across the road and give these guys Starbucks, you idiot.
Jesus,
they want
that's
to keep the roadway
crazy.
clear so that they can get their people in and out. You literally stopped your car in the middle of the road, ran across the street to give these people Starbucks, and then got back in your car. And you're like, why is it that they're trying to keep us from getting into the road? I'm like, what are you talking about?
That's a fucking
I just couldn't
epic.
believe it. I was like, what?
It's amazing when these people that are so smug, they're protected by a large organization like CNN,
Oh, yeah.
and then they get fired.
They're so smart because they're protected. They're so protected. They're so... How many people were pardoned by Trump again on the Gen 6 stuff? They're so protected, right? Remember when Biden told the FCC commissioner to get rid of the Fox News hosts because he didn't like their coverage for Jimmy Kimmel or whatever. Or am I mixing that up with Trump again? Yeah, so protected. These guys would never survive a day. None of these guys have any tenacity at all, bro. These are just the weakest men. Oh my God.
And then they're basically like a dog, like Carl, getting released into the woods, and then they have to fend for themselves. And you see them in the world of podcasting where you don't have anybody writing things for you, and you have to express your own opinions. You're like, oh, this is the real you.
Blizzard is like, you're a moron.
Huh. Can we think of anybody similar where that's happened? Where they were maybe the largest they were the largest pundit in the United States of America, and then as soon as they got cut loose to go rogue, they're in fucking Moscow doing advertisements because Russians have groceries?
Well, I didn't know. Whoa. The whole time, Maggie's thinking the whole time, I never thought I'd be an entertainer. I didn't think I'd do anything with podcast. Never in a million years. I never would have thought that.
You were, what were you, an engineer or a robotics
mechanic,
guy?
yeah.
A robotics mechanic?
Yeah.
How did you get involved in that?
Well, I was a gunsmith for years. And there's no real applicable skills outside of that for anything, actually. It doesn't really carry over in anything. It's really its own thing. Bluing, things like that, it just doesn't carry over. A friend of mine said, hey, look, because I told him, I need a job. I'm not making it. What do you think? He's like, you should apply to be an industrial mechanic. And I was like, I don't know much about it. He's like, well, just go apply. So I did, took an aptitude test. And so the guy was like, well, I want to hire you at level 3, which was high. It was like mid-range. It wasn't the highest, wasn't the lowest. And I was like, damn, okay. What's the pay? It was like 30 an hour. That to me was life-changing. So I took the job, and I didn't know what the hell I was doing, but they trained me up well. And then there were some robots on the floor. I started working on those, and then from there they trained me in robotics. And so it was all done on site.
Like what kind of automation? Like
automation, and it was all food related.
Food related.
All food robots. Yep. So we weren't dealing with Johnny 5. We were dealing with like vacuum systems and ovens and various robots which were associated with those. Like for instance, there was a packaging machine that would all it would do is form boxes. That's all it did. That's it. But it would form 1,000 boxes a minute. And it was a giant robot and had a huge sequence of functions on it. When people think robot, they always think humanoid, but almost no robot is in any way humanoid at all.
Right.
That's just not what they're for.
It is weird, right? That we think of robots as like movie robots. We think of iRobot.
Yeah, if you came across a robot in a factory, you would have no idea it was a robot. You'd be like, what the hell is that?
So how did you go from that to debating?
What does that mean? I didn't know that was I thought there was a guy inside that arm that was moving things back and forth. You would know that's a robot? What is he? What? I don't know. Okay.
People online.
COVID. So the lockdowns happened.
Does he think that? I didn't know that was a robot. I thought that was magic. What is that? What is that? What are we envisioning there? Oh, bro. Okay.
And I was laid off. All the food plants in Michigan were shut down. I didn't come from a political background. There's no famous people in my family. There's just none of that. And so I feel like the grounding's always there because, even from the family, you get the call, like, from my brother, for instance, like, he's been calling me I don't know if you can say the F slur here, so I won't, but he's been calling me, faggot. He's been, he's been like the phone call since I was 15. What are you doing, faggot? Has not changed. Good. It has not changed. It's 42. He's a happy birthday, faggot.
That's normal.
Yeah.
I remember you were having a conversation, I think it was on Pierce Morgan, who is the best cat wrangler in the business. That's what he does. He cat wrangles.
Yeah, I just talked to him briefly.
Is he okay?
On it. Well, that's what I asked him. I sent him a DM, and I was like, hey,
people don't know, he fell.
Yeah, he fell.
And really fucked himself
And it was the
up.
hip.
Yeah.
And at his age, the hip. You don't want to, nothing with the hip.
Yeah.
Every time I see anybody who's 60s, they get the hip injury, it's bad.
Yeah, it's not good. I think they think your lifespan at post-hip surgery is like 10 years.
Yeah, it's right. And
he'll probably be better than that.
He will, and I think he's mobile.
Oh, that's good.
He's mobile.
Well,
but
they're really
him,
good at hip replacements now.
I was like, are you doing? He's like, yeah, I'm doing okay. And I was like, don't fuck around with the hips, dude.
It's crazy that he had to have a hip replacement. Like, how bad was that fall?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the details of it were, but
it felt like a sack of spuds, he wrote. Wound up needing a new hip after fracturing the neck of his femur and is recovering from surgery. In addition to being on crutches for 6 weeks, he won't be allowed to take any long-haul flights for at least 12 weeks. He tripped on a small step inside of a London restaurant. Wow.
He was drunk.
He could have been a little fired up.
A little drunk.
Well, he's also, not the most fit or agile guy in the world.
True. Yeah.
He's only 2 years older than me.
No way.
Yeah.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Not crazy?
Yeah, damn.
Yeah. Some people don't take care of themselves.
Yeah, he got the crack. Yeah, I got to quit these. But yeah, he got the crack on the hip, and I was like, man.
Do you think that American spirits are better than Marlboros for you?
Probably.
Yeah.
But they taste like shit.
Do they?
Oh,
Is there
terrible.
a difference?
Yeah.
You really like the Marlboro taste?
Yeah,
you don't think you could get used to American spirits?
I think I could. I've been trying the cigarillos. Those have been helpful. Like the little mini cigarette cigars.
Oh, yeah. Ron White used to...
I saw you debate with Andrew a few years ago on automation and immigration. What was your impression of him then, and how has it evolved over these years? What tips do you give to someone debating Andrew now? Andrew is what I would call like the epitome of like debate pervertry. He's similar to kind of the, fuck, I don't want to make disfavorable comparisons to the Ask Yourself Discord server, but like he's very, Like, if he thinks he's got a good point, he'll debate on substance. But if he doesn't have a good point, or if he's lost the main point, then he will just endlessly nitpick on like bad philosophical grounds. And that's like his bread and butter, basically. He's trying to own people on. Can we not, please? Certainly, you have somebody ready to shoot at. Thank you. It's just it's endlessly pedantic and not good.
Smoke those. Yeah. He just quit totally. He went to a hypnotist, quit instantaneously. But those are loaded with nicotine, like way more nicotine than a cigarette. He was smoking those.
Yeah, good.
What are those little tins? We have those. What are those tins, Jamie? Do you know what they are? It's like a famous cigar company sells tins of these little tiny cigars, and it's great if you don't have the time to smoke this. Like you get out of a flight, you just want to have a small. But he inhales these motherfuckers like a cigarette.
That's brutal, dude. That'll do you in, and then washes it down with whiskey.
Well, he doesn't drink anymore.
No,
he quit drinking. No. Yeah, I think he went.
That was always in his bit, though. He was always up there smoking and drinking. And I always thought, I love that.
Do I need any? No, I'm good. I just collected my scrap. Ooh, we're in the mega friendly queues. These guys are just offering shit up for free.
Well, he did it. He did it till the wheels fell off, and then the drinking was the big one. You know, he went to a doctor, and the doctor's like, "You're gonna die. Yeah, like your liver is not in good shape. Like if you back off now, you'll probably live. If you don't, you're not. You got like a few years left."
Well, and alcoholics too. They have it. I don't know if he was one or not. He might have just been like a heavy social drinker, but like real alcoholics, that's no way to live.
No,
I mean, they stink. They're like, I mean, kind of everything about a real alcoholic is just they look completely unwell. They're just kind of mangled, you know.
Yeah.
Most people with substance use disorders, definitely have these issues. Yep, that's true.
It's a weird disease too. In that addiction is one that you can't quit. You can't just cold turkey.
Yeah, you'll die.
Yeah. There's only a couple of things that'll just kill you if you quit right away. Yeah. And alcohol is one of them, which is really crazy because it gets integrated into your biological system where you need it to stay alive. Your body's like, okay, we're going to use this for fuel. We're going to use this to function.
Yeah, they've been weaning people off alcohol with beer for centuries.
Is that what they use? Beer?
Yeah, they use beer. They would just go, okay, well, it was pretty common to drink beer and ale with dinner. You know?
Right.
They just wean you off with beer.
That makes sense.
They knew hundreds of years ago, books on how alcohol, what are they, consumption or whatever they called it, it killed you if you just quit if you were an alcoholic, and so they wean you off with beer.
Wonder when they started making hard liquor, because you would imagine like fermented things like wine and beer were like the first things that people consume.
I think it's been around for several thousand years.
I wonder like how they figured it out.
And the biggest distributor in Europe of wine was the Catholic Church.
Well, wine has certainly been around forever. But like, what about hard liquor? Jamie, put that into our sponsor, Perplexity. When was the first known? I mean, we don't really know because there's so much weird shit about history. But like, what was the first in like documented hard liquor, like whiskey, vodka?
The means are. The ends are what, that's all they care about, right? The means to get there, totally irrelevant to them. From their view, though, that makes a sick sort of sense. They believe that they're fighting against Nazis, literal Nazis.
Right.
So if you believe that you're in a war with literal Nazis, what wouldn't you do to complete that war? What means wouldn't you go to? What means?
As opposed to you guys who think that you're fighting against people who want to forcibly trans all of your kids and who are all communists and socialists and who want Sharia law and who are eating the cats and the dogs and who are facilitating mass migration to your country and everything. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Sabotage would you not do? What cars would you not blow up?
Right.
What cops would you not eliminate in order to stop the rise of the new Hitler?
Right.
And it's like, and they're expending their political capital on that message, and that message has a lot of influence on people.
Yeah. It also, there's so many people that are getting attention by feeding into the rhetoric. There's so many people that are making viral clips of them threatening, like menacing, like these weird dorky liberal guys, like these guys that you would think of pacifists are literally calling for violence. I got one of them because it's like the most unlikely guy. Like you see this guy doing this, like, hey buddy, like what are you saying?
who's following you into battle?
Yeah, I'm gonna say it because it's the way he says it too is so like he's watched too many fucking TV shows. This guy, because it's the terminology that he uses that is actually kind of funny. If it wasn't so scary, put this on real quick, sure. Because it's so. You see this guy's doughy face and his.
And everyone knows what I'm talking about when I say this. When combat starts, we all roll initiative.
I don't even know if that was serious or not, but
because it's kind of fucking serious because they're inciting violence and they're calling for insurrection. They're calling for people to take to the streets and start violence. But that guy, like, what? Like,
you're not going to roll initiative?
What does that even mean?
Well, I mean, I think it just means we all go.
Right.
When violence starts, we all go.
Dragons reference.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Oh, no.
Wait a minute.
No.
The tweet says Dungeons and Dragons in it. I don't even know.
Oh, God.
It says Dungeons and Dragons Nerds Means Business, I think.
Oh. So do a search on that. Does roll initiative?
I like how Andrew here had to pretend that he didn't know that was a D&D reference because he doesn't want to seem not cool, but he clearly does if he uses the term 2d6 afterwards. What a fucking loser. Nothing in my mind communicates more to me that you are a fucking loser than when you are embarrassed about the things that you enjoy or your hobbies, okay? Like, I'm outright. If I'm, like, talking to a girl, I'll talk all about the lolicon. I'm just kidding. Video games, just kidding. But when people are, like, when you know that this person is, like, a massive fan of, you know, whatever genre, whatever fucking anime, video games, whatever, and they're with some friends, and some guy's like, yeah, I don't know how people play video games. Like, yeah, those guys are losers. Like, what are they playing, Pac-Man and Mario on their Game Boy or whatever? And this guy, like, is grinding, like, 6 hours a night, 16 hours Saturday, Sunday on video games. Like, bro, come on.
The camera. Okay, here it is. Combat. Rolling for initiative determines the turn order in combat. Each player and monster rolls a 20-sided die and adds their dexterity modifier. Oh God! But I mean, this is what I'm saying. It's like it's a lot of it's cosplay.
That does sound like he is saying though. We all go there, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like. That's what he's saying. And it's also it gives meaning to people whose lives.
And they don't even understand the fucking tweet, right? When he says the combat starts, you all roll initiative, right? It's like if the fighting starts, everybody's going to be involved. That's the point. It affects all of you, right? It's like a meme. I mean, it's a gamer D&D reference, but it's like you always know you're fucked when you're talking to some NPC or you don't think anything matters, and then somebody's like, oh, okay, I want to open the chest, and then the DM is like, all of you roll initiative. Like, oh fuck, this dumb motherfucker, this stupid motherfucker.
Not have a lot of meaning, right? Like all of a sudden you're a part of a greater cause. You're part of a very important movement.
Yeah, you're stopping Nazis.
Yeah, you're stopping Nazis, and it's relatively safe from the comfort of your own home, staring at your phone on TikTok.
Sure.
And you get all excited about it, and you cheer. And these are the same people that cheered when Charlie Kirk got shot for just talking. Like that was fine, but
he was just talking, bro.
It's all like
he was just talking, bro. Isn't that guy just talking? Aren't they just talking? So is some talking good and some talking's not good, or what?
They'll kill more commentators. They can get away with it happily. I mean, part of that whole signal chat that's dangerous that people aren't talking about. That's probably the most dangerous aspect of it. And I can't prove this, but it's been my experience that left-wing communities and left-wing groups, especially online communities and online groups,
coded language,
really pander to the mentally ill in a big way. Really pander to them.
Really? So the people who think that a pizza shop was hosting international gatherings for pedophiles, and that aliens and Italian spy satellites and the fucking corpse of Hugo Chavez are trying to rig our elections, those people are not the ones that are pandering to the mentally ill. It's because of trans people. Oh shit, I forgot. I'm sorry. It's because of the trans people. That's what you're gonna say. Because of trans people. My bad.
And I think that it's a form of weaponization. They want to attract the extremely mentally ill into these communities, and it helps with actually what is radicalization.
The problem is that there are segments of the left where Andrew's not wrong, but the problem is all those people don't even fucking vote. Because all the mentally ill people go to the ultra progressives, or now more likely just the fucking tankies.
And they play on the fact that they're mentally ill in order to do this.
Well, this is Antifa, right? Like this is why
it's not just Antifa. It goes beyond that.
Sure.
Like if you go to some,
I also like the different worlds, the different realities that we live in. Like, bruh, where the like? I feel like you could actually ask conservatives, like when you leave the house, like what are you doing? It's like, well, first I look around to make sure Antifa is not outside. Like, what? Where the fuck is Antifa? What the fuck are you talking? When is the last time there's been a big Antifa fucking anything? Hello? Antifa hasn't been. It's equally cringe when I see. It doesn't happen as much anymore, but every now and then you'd see like a writer for the Washington Post, New York Times, or whatever, they'll refer to somebody as like, this is like an alt-right commentator or whatever, in like 2024 or whatever. I'm like, oh, who the fuck is alt-right? Nobody uses this anymore. This is not like a contemporaneous term that you would use to describe anybody's political beliefs. Why the fuck are you saying this? It's so cringe.
These TikTokers communities, you go to some of the online political pundits communities who are far left. Okay, these people who are in there are Fruit Loops, man.
Yeah,
they are lunatics, and they're pandered to. They're pandered to. Oh, okay, you can't say this to them. That's ableist. You can't tell them this is you're a weirdo because that's
like fruit. Like which community do you think has more flat earthers, or more 6,000-year-old young Earth creationists, or people who are just not even critical of the mRNA vax or vaccmatics, but are just full-on anti-vaccine? Or how many people on the left, have there been any lately? Maybe there have been. How many people on the left are dying because they're so mind-raped that they're doing retarded shit when they have cancer? Like how many Scott Adams are there on the left? We used to have some of these crazies, but I think the right got so good at pandering to the mentally ill, they took them. They took a lot of our crazy people, and now they're part of the right. Like the anti-vaxxers used to be on the left. They used to be the crazy naturalists and all that shit. Now when I hear people talking about fucking seed oils and shit, it's always going to be a fucking Trump voter.
mean. You can't, and not only do they pander to, but I think that that's the source of the weapon. If it's the case that these people don't care about death, they don't care. Like, oh, the outcome's going to be death. That guy who shot at the ICE agents not too long ago. Remember, he was on top of the roof. He was shooting across with, I think, a Mauser rifle, and they dusted him. They killed him, or he shot himself.
Did we actually get information on this guy? Was it confirmed that this guy was actually trying to kill ICE people, and he just fucked up and happened to hit 3 illegal immigrants? Did we get more information on that, or?
I don't remember which.
When was this?
This was a few months back.
I don't know about this one, I don't think.
No, there was a guy.
Joe Rogan must have heard. He's just forgetting.
He was,
is this how callous I've become?
Yeah, he was taking shots at, I believe it was ICE agents in front of the ICE facility.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
He was using, I believe he was using like a Mauser rifle or something.
Yeah, okay, now I remember.
And early on with the Charlie Kirk thing, they were actually making these connections because he had used a Mauser as well, right, to shoot Charlie Kirk. That was so people were making those early connections. Wait, is this a sequence of events? Does the Mauser mean something here? Does that particular rifle have special meaning? You know how people are online.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Like it's not you, like you're not describing yourself.
They're dying martyrs. They don't care. And it's really easy to weaponize mentally ill people that way because they don't care. These are the same people who have the high suicide rates for a reason because they're already mentally ill, like the Troons and others, which many of them you find are connected to trans people almost every time.
Also, SSRIs.
Yep.
This is the other problem, is that how many of these people are on these psychiatric medications that violent...
The SSRIs. All of those murderers on antidepressants. True.
Ideation is a part of the side effects of these these psychiatric drugs. There's a lot of people that have psychotic thoughts when they get on some of these different SSRIs and different psychiatric medications. So you've got people that are already fucked up mentally, and then you've got them on these medications that cause them to do all kinds of crazy things.
And aren't women taking much more in the way of SSRI pills than men are?
Yep.
And who do we see is on the bullhorns and loudspeakers at most of these events? It's women.
Well,
I like how we switched from murderers and assassins to bullhorns and loudspeakers. This is why I never trust a man when he talks about who are the people committing those violence, whatever. It will be anything besides saying that if it's white or male, they never mention it, right? Like all the shooters that they just mentioned. Notice how all of them were white. You never heard that, right? And then we were just talking about violence. Now we're talking about women on SSRIs. Well, isn't it crazy? Oh, look at all the shooters. Weren't they? Or wait, oh shit, not the shooters. The people on the loudspeakers. Like, excuse me, what about the fact that all the shooters were men? Right? All of them were too, because that one trans person you consider a man as well. So, but nothing to say about that, right? What about the fact that a lot of these people were young and mega online mind-fucked? Nobody, I don't think I heard anybody, maybe a couple people, mention that. Nobody seemed to give a fuck that, isn't it kind of weird? You're Tyler Robinson's, you're that Antifa person, that these guys seem like crazy schizo online people. Maybe? Isn't that kind of weird? And they're young? That's kind of crazy, right? But
liberal women,
particularly
like
liberal women. Yeah.
I'm sure you've seen the statistics, but I
very lopsided.
Save them because they're kind of nutty. What's interesting is the least mentally ill in terms of numbers is conservative men. Conservative men, I think it's like...
Because they're normal.
I think, okay.
Because they don't go to because they don't go to the hospital. They just sit there in their homes and die of diabetes. Oh my God.
Young liberal women, 56% report a mental health diagnosis.
Wow.
Young moderate women, 18-29, 28%. Young conservative women, 27%, only slightly less. So for men, it is 34% of all liberal men. 34%. So a third of all liberal men are mentally ill, 22% of moderate men, and 16% of conservative men.
Yeah, but do you know what the lunatics argue?
What?
Bring that up. These lunatics
that they want to go to the hospital.
The conservative men are just as mentally ill. It's just undiagnosed because there's a stigma in conservative communities about going to get your mental illness diagnosed. I always point out, and I think this is an interesting way to point this out, like, maybe they're not going to get diagnosed because they don't have a problem. Did you ever think of that?
It's possible it's undiagnosed, because I think that is accurate, though, that there is a stigma about mental health and therapy and things along those lines in conservative... I mean, if you want to, like...
I agree, but I also think that what happens is...
it's so funny, because if we were having a different conversation... do you think there's a stigma around like vets being able to get diagnosed for issues related to, like war or combat or whatever else? All of a sudden we would be the most something. Oh yeah. Like they're doing the thing that feminists say they do, that they get so fucking mad that feminists say they do. Whenever feminists are like, oh no, feminism cares about men too, because we think that the patriarchy also oppresses men's ability to have mental health stuff or whatever. But they're like, but then when they're talking about like an issue from another perspective, like actually no, that never happens. No, actually men don't actually have these mental health problems. It's all like liberal bullshit, blah blah blah. But if you were to talk about like veterans or whatever else, now the thing would shift a lot. Or the fact that like here are all of these men that are these young men that are having these issues, and nobody wants to talk about their issues. Nobody wants to talk about their depression. That's why Jordan Peterson and Andrew Tate are so important. But the position is like it completely changes just based on the topic, like the perspective they'll have on it.
When you talk things along those lines in conservative, I mean, if you want to, like,
I agree, but I also think that what happens is when you're talking, especially,
I also say this. I agree, and because Joe Rogan also just kind of completely contradicted him. He's like, oh, I agree, yeah. I kind of think that maybe all the men are just mentally healthy. And Jeremy's like, well, I think there are issues there. He's like, yeah, I agree. And then it's like, okay, so you're too scared to debate him? He is also, by the way. Like, I'd be surprised if they have a significant disagreement anywhere in here because he's so cucked and they have to agree on everything.
About the voodoo that is psychology, and it is voodoo.
It is
I
voodoo.
have very little respect for psychology.
Right.
I don't even consider it science. I consider that there's scientific methods used for data gathering, but I don't consider psychology a science.
And that's psychology. Psychiatry gets even weirder because then you start adding medication.
Wow.
You're not just talking about therapy.
It's all voodoo, as far as I'm concerned.
Yep.
I think that men often, especially conservative men, get as much out of their close relationships with friends and family as they would going to a psychologist. In other words, I think just having.
Oh, that's so crazy, huh? If you have a bunch of healthy relationships in your real life, you would get just as much out of that. Oh, really? That's crazy. Like, personally, I feel the same way about incels. Like, I think that you get just as much out of having, like, a happy, healthy, loving relationship with a woman who accepts you for who you are as you would, I guess, like, doing whatever crazy shit incels are going to, right? No fucking shit, Sherlock fucking Holmes. Jesus Christ. If you have happy, healthy friends and your life is, like, incredibly well adjusted and isn't deviating and skewing hardcore off the norm in a way that's unhealthy, yeah, no shit. You don't need to go to a fucking psychiatrist, you fucking moron.
Somebody to talk to who's a close friend who's intricately familiar with your situation probably gives you more value than going to a complete stranger who has.
I also hate when people give these statements that everybody agrees with, that everybody, even on the science side, that all of them would fucking agree with, right? Like, if you were to ask any psychiatrist or psychologist, what do you think is better, for me to go and get a therapist or for me to have a group of friends that's very supportive of me, is aware of my situation, and can give me good feedback on everything going on, knowing they have my best interest at heart, and I don't have to actually, like, pay the money for it, and it's a genuine connection? Well, I think you should actually get some Prozac. Like,
learned manipulation techniques. That's what they learned, essentially, is manipulation techniques. I think there's more value there. And so I think that the stigma which exists there, it doesn't exist because it's like you're not manly, which is how they try to frame it. I think the stigma exists there because so many conservative men go, well, I tried that shit and it was nonsense. I tried it and it sucked. I tried it and it was worth. I went to marriage counseling, did nothing. Sided with the wife, right? I went for this issue, did nothing.
I like how that's the example. I tried marriage counseling and they sided against me, so I knew it was bullshit. What if, God. We should just watch the HDR video.
Thing. But when I went out and had some beers with my friends, that actually helped relieve.
Because they all took my side. You know what he sounds like? He's just like a fucking spoiled girl right now, spoiled white girl. I tried talking to the person and they didn't agree with me at all. But then when I went out with my girls and they all said, yeah, fuck that guy. They all agree with me. Those were my girls right there. Hell yeah. Yes, queen.
Some of these issues.
I think the problem with that is there's a lot of guys who don't have good friends. You know.
Wow. Oh, wow. You don't say.
And you don't have someone that you can count on, unfortunately.
No shit.
There's a lot of men out there that
really
are lost.
I agree, but I think that the conservative men seem like they have.
Oh, I agree.
Have closer longevity with friends than progressives.
Than any progressives. Really? Yeah, you really think so?
Yes, and they don't abandon them when they change their opinions on things.
Right.
So here's the self-reported data. From 2022 survey analysis found that 51% of conservatives report excellent mental health compared to 20% of liberals. That's a big difference.
Huge.
It's a giant difference.
I don't think stigma could account for that.
No, it can't. It's like it's not just stigma. It's also like what does it mean to be conservative? What does it mean? Taking account for your own actions, discipline, hard work ethic. All those things are actually good for your mental health. Like pulling yourself up and getting back to work and doing things.
I think now, and I think maybe it always should have been framed this way. I think now for the label of conservative to apply, we really kind of start with religious foundationalism. That's what is fast becoming the delineation.
Right. Having a framework.
Having the framework. Right.
Yeah.
And the religious framework is almost instantly going to put you in that moving towards that conservative camp almost every single time. And I think that that's a necessary component now. If we're trying to make these political delineations, it becomes tough. What's a Republican or a neocon versus a conservative versus this versus that? It comes down to foundationalism of framework, like you were just saying, in the framework of Christianity, Christian ethics, huge delineation point between the right and the left, who rejects that for harm principles, utilitarianism, and various other sorts of frameworks.
Yeah, and they'll also point to, what Christianity has done throughout history and the amount of harm that it's caused. But it's kind of like every power structure throughout history you could point to in that way.
Well, it was what was there.
Yeah.
The thing is, like, the Catholic Church gets a lot of shit for this. Well, look at all the horrible things that the Catholic Church did. It's like, well, the Catholic Church was the whole known world once.
Right.
All of Europe was the Catholic Church.
Right.
Not, like all of it was. You can't have organizations which span whole nations and countries.
They know a little bit of bad.
Ethnicities, cultures, integrate themselves into it and not have corruption. That I don't care what's
like, no shit, you fucking retard, but that's a point against you. If you're saying, here's the thing that's so special, it guides our principles, it guides our life, it makes everything better. And it's like, but didn't a lot of the same shit happen under the Catholic Church than would under any other government? Well, of course, because it was like any other government. Because, of course, anytime you get a huge thing like that, it's going to be like every other thing. Oh, well, because I thought you were just arguing that was going to be extra special and better than every other thing. But now it sounds like you're making an excuse saying, well, of course it's going to be like every other thing. No shit, fucking...
system it is. Pointing to it and saying it's because they were Catholic. That's where it becomes absurd.
Right.
They were corrupt. There was corruption.
Because they're human.
Because they're human, not because they're Catholic.
Right. One of the things that I always try to point out to people, they go, why do you go to church? Like, because when I was younger, I was very cynical about religion, and then I've got older. One of the things that I always say is, if there was a pill that could make you as nice as the people that I go to church with, everybody would be on it. They are the nicest fucking people you'll ever encounter. When we leave the church parking lot, they're kind.
Yeah, they're kind.
Kind and nice. They're all the above. They're like very friendly, happy people. But when you leave the church parking lot, or even when you're entering, they're everybody lets everybody in. It's like no one rushes ahead. It's like you go ahead and then you go ahead. It's like the most self-organized, most charitable.
Yeah, because it's fucking church. It's boring as fuck, bro. And you're not going to cut somebody off or be crazy in the parking lot when you might be sitting next to this person in a pew when you get inside. You see these same fucking people every week. No shit, Sherlock fucking Holmes. Like, what do you mean?
Way of exiting a parking lot I've ever experienced in my life. The opposite of a concert. You go to a great concert, everybody's like fucking on everybody's bumper, trying to weasel in, people are honking, fuck you. In church, it's like one person goes, another person goes, no, you go, wave, and then everybody's fine and everybody's happy. It's like, if you could take a pill that could do that to you, if therapy could do that to you, we should all be on therapy. We should all take that pill.
Philosophy can do that for you, because the phenomenon that you're talking about is the me philosophy. And
Well,
so what
this guy
going
is-
to church, it's not all about you.
Right.
And that's why you have those types of interactions with people.
Right.
Wait, you go to a concert, that's for you. That's for me, not for these strangers. I'm going there because I want to be entertained. That's for me. You go to church, it's not for you.
Right.
And the thing is it's the kind of material.
Oh my god. Oh, well, thanks, buddy. Oh my god. That guy just got wrecked. Okay. Oh, now I'm in the real friendly lobbies. That's okay. I just need to spam this account to 75. Okay.
View, the materialistic view of pure materialism reduces always to me. Me, because what else can there be?
Right.
There's just me and the material I engage with. There's nothing outside of that.
Mm.
So why engage as though there's something outside of that? That doesn't just lead to nihilism, but it's the beginning stages of understanding the distinction between religious foundationalism and basically everything else. The reduction doesn't come down to me. And that's why those interactions seem so much better, because they are. Because people are thinking about you.
Right.
It's like,
right.
what a concept. Imagine a world where people think about somebody besides themselves.
And they can think about everybody as a part of a community.
And you can't
a
do
collective
that
community that you care about
without
those
religion,
values.
guys, by the
And
way.
And
then you go, why is mental health rate so much better in these
Right.
communities? It's like, well, isn't it interesting how much they think about
You
other
motherfucker.
people than just themselves and duties
Yes.
to those people
Yes.
instead of just me.
They're the kindest people you're ever going to come across.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of value in that. I think the people that are cynical about that, because they don't want to believe in fairy tales, or they don't want to be stupid, they don't want to get duped by, like, look, there's a foundation to that. If you just forget about some of the stuff that's in the Bible that, it gets weird when you get old. Like, you go back into the old stuff, because, like, for sure, human beings had some sort of an influence on what was written down and what wasn't written down. But you get just to the teachings of Christ, I can't find any faults in it. Like, it's all about being kind. It's all about this idea that we're all in this together and that you're supposed to lift each other up and look after each other. There's no faults in it. It's not like you have to kill the non-believers. It's not like you get to rape and pillage for the non-believers and the infidels must die. There's none of that.
That's why that's why Christians believe in objective truth. That it must be objective truth, because otherwise, why is most of the world following this as though
Not
it's objective
very nice.
truth? We seem to be leaning towards this as though.
My favorite thing about talking about religion with Christians, it has absolutely nothing to do with whatever the fuck your policy positions are. Like, I'm curious. Let's take this conversation a little bit further. How do we feel like the teachings of Christ, and how do we feel like our Catholic or Christian ideology informs our political beliefs? It always seems like they're so separate.
This must be the thing which is objectively real and objectively true, and a thing which we can point to that is, because when people are introduced to it, like you just said, it's really hard and difficult to find fault in it. It's not just that. It's interesting. If we reverse it, if we say, what could I do that actually would be the best for me, it would still be that.
Yeah.
Which is the funniest part of the whole thing. It's like, both ways it works for you, even if it's not all about you, or it works for you, even if it is all about you. It's still going to be the better message out of the two.
It's definitely a better framework for living your life. And there's a lot of people that just reject that think of themselves as intelligent. They think of themselves as intelligent and well-read and educated.
I'm too smart for that.
Yeah, I'm too smart for that.
I'm too smart for all that.
I'm an atheist.
Yeah.
Any atheist needs to take 8 grams of mushrooms. Just
do a little DMT.
Do a little DMT, and you're like, oh, I don't know anything. You think you know things. You don't know a fucking thing. You just know what you've experienced. And I think that the world is better off if people have a great moral and ethical framework. I think morals and ethics and being kind.
Wow. That's crazy. Another thing that I hate when I listen to this sounds pretentious as fuck, but it's so boring listening to people talk about like morals or religions and shit, especially Joe Rogan. What is this, like 20,000 episodes deep into this podcast? And it sounds like two kind of like teenagers exploring the topic for the first time, like on weed or whatever. They're like, bro, I just think like the world is like better if everybody's like moral. And it's like, bro, that's actually so fucking true. And it's like, I think if you're nice to people, I think in a way it even like comes back around to you. So it's like even better if you're selfish. Like, oh, bro. Holy shit, really? Yeah. I think that, like, I know this is like epic and very daring, but like, I feel like religion gives some value, even if you're not religious. It's like, oh, really, bro? Shit. Like, okay. Does anyone else love Jesus? I know I do. Can I get some W's for Jesus in the chat, please? Jubilee. What's our recent surrounded one? Swiping 20 women, pregnant or fake.
So you just made Americans pay more for everything that comes from Canada because they showed a commercial you didn't like? That sounds like being a snowflake, if you ask me.
They're posting, bro. I don't know if you're acting stupid or you're
Oh, this guy DM'd me and asked me to debate.
purposely just like misconstruing.
He's Deaf Noodles on Instagram, I think.
What I'm saying.
It did happen. Yeah, we had funding for things that are outside of the country for transgender balls, transgender plays, transgender balls. Yes, they exist.
Of those people that are sitting in ICE detention facilities right now, how many do you think have been convicted of a violent crime?
Well, 100% because they're all illegal. And
I said convicted of a violent
No,
crime.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Hi, I'm Isaiah Martin. I'm a former candidate for the United States Congress, and I'm here today surrounded by 20 MAGA Republicans. My first surrounding claim is that Trump's mass deportation plan is making us less safe. Hey, how's it going, brother? Good to see you.
Great to meet you. It's interesting that you claim that because according to the DHS, 70% of the people who have been deported so far have been criminals, either caught in the act. Yes. I'm surprised you're surprised. You ran for Congress and you don't know this?
That's what those numbers said?
That is 70%. The other 30% of people who went through the entire immigration process and had some sort of deportation detainer. So that is 700,000 people were deported like that. 1.9 million people self-deported so far. That's all DHS data. It's publicly available. You can look it up. So I'm just, how are you standing for criminals? Is that what you're doing right now?
Of interior removal, 70% of the people deported literally have not been convicted criminals. What are you talking about? That's according to DHS.
That's according to DHS? Where are you getting your data from?
DHS.
What day? This is like just recent.
What day? Last Tuesday, sir.
Last from up to October or mid-October of this year.
So we're going to need a fact check on this because I literally checked yesterday.
Not convicted criminals. 70% of the people deported are not convicted criminals.
They were people. So they were people that had either been convicted criminals.
No.
Or hold on, are we about to dramatically expand it to or accused of crimes?
They had. We're like at a stalemate because now you're claiming something. I'm claiming something from the same source. So
70% of the people that have been deported under interior removals are not convicted criminals, and that is a fact.
Okay. That's not a fact.
Got it.
Literally is.
It's 70%. I'm telling you, I looked.
I think you got it upside down.
At the end of the day, it is what's happening. They literally publish the photos of everybody who's being deported.
So I didn't realize that they posted every single photo on.
No, they published the majority of them. Yeah, but there's data.
Really?
This is I mean, you're hitting back.
You're saying they deported hundreds of thousands of people and they post pictures of every single.
They're not posting. See, this is what you're doing here is you're building like this false deflection around it. I didn't say everybody. I said they're posting photos of people who are being deported. Yes.
That means that they're deporting.
They're posting, bro. I don't know if you're acting stupid or you're purposely just like misconstruing what I'm saying.
Yeah. But here's my argument. Under Barack Obama, of those that were deported under interior removals, 92% of them were convicted criminals. Of that 92%, 81% of them were considered tier 1, worst of the worst per se. I think that is something that makes us a lot more safe than literally roaming around to go get grandmas in CVS that speak Spanish or going to that construction
that's an absolute,
on a job site.
That's an absolutely false narrative because that's actually
just what the facts say. I mean,
that's not what's happening. You just see this is common with what the left does. You guys just
the left loves facts.
No,
that's kind of how that goes.
Again. That's not what you guys do at all. For anybody watching at home, this is what they do. They get a piece of data, they fabricate a narrative around it, and then they try to sell it to you as the truth, when in fact it's not.
Data.
So
your data.
Oh, he got owned. Sorry, you got owned.
I came here with a piece of data. You completely rewrote it in real time.
No, I gave you the facts.
You completely rewrote it. I mean, I'm surprised you ran for Congress. You're one of the most disingenuous, dishonest people that I've ever met in my entire life. I was literally taken aback for a second. I was like, how? Like, I looked this up yesterday. How is this guy sitting here lying so blatantly? You should be ashamed. No, seriously, dude. I can see it in your face. No, you know, you literally just sat here and lied. And you're like breaking down in real time.
Breaking down.
It's so incredibly so tell me, why are you so in favor of criminals being in this country?
True. Good question.
I just told you that 70% of the people that Trump is supporting literally are not convicted criminals for interior removals. I mean, I don't understand what about this.
You really buy into that narrative. That little grandmas are walking around. Oh my God! Oh, let's get grandma. Let's kick her out of the country.
That's literally what they're doing.
That's not what they're doing. Cite one case like that.
Uh-oh.
One case.
Do you know a specific case?
At the taco stand getting deported.
Name all the deported people.
There we go. There we go. You can't cite.
Are you denying the fact that?
No. I'm holding you to account because that's the narrative you're just running with, and then you can't cite a specific example.
He should say, name one murderer that got deported. Who has the names?
What I'm telling you.
Again, this man is deeply disingenuous. Thank God you're out of politics. We don't need more lying politicians like you.
What we don't need.
We don't need more lying politicians like you. I'm running for Congress too. I'm actually still in the race. Yes.
Okay.
In Hollywood, Glendale, Burbank, and Pasadena.
Oh.
We need people who tell the truth. We don't need liars like you.
When this episode comes out and they show the fact check and you are miserably wrong, as you clearly
I'm not going to be wrong.
And they show this is going to be really beautiful when America gets to watch the fact that the person running to be your next congressman literally cannot read data.
This guy's breaking down. He's like looking at the clock. Please get me out of here.
I think I'm doing.
You looked at the clock, dude. You're breaking down in real time. I can see your face is like twitching.
I think I'm just chilling.
You don't seem like it.
Because here's the reality. Is that under Barack Obama, we know that we focus more on the convicted criminals, and you guys just aren't. I'm sorry that the numbers don't back up what you're talking about, but that's just the reality.
They literally do.
This is just going to be so beautiful because when they show this fact check, we're just going to, I guess one of us is going to go viral over this, I guess.
Pause.
How can a guy be so confident in something and be so wrong?
I think we pause. Pause. Okay, well.
Papa.
This is going to be a great fact check, I will say.
Hey, it's great to meet you.
Good to see you, brother.
I'm going to start saying something that might not make everyone else like me, but I actually think you've been real honest during this conversation.
Ooh, brave.
And so, but I want to start with, I don't know if it's 30 or if it's 70% as y'all were debating, but even if it's 30%, shouldn't all of those 30% be deported?
Here's the problem. Is that ICE has a certain amount of resources. Just like, for example, police officers. We have a lot of our officers focusing on violent crime. So when it comes to the limited resources that ICE has, I would say that it would make more sense to go after the worst of the worst violent terrorists that are in this country. We focus more on those folks under Barack Obama's administration, and I think that it makes more sense to go after those folks now. Because currently what we're seeing is an ICE is literally going to go get folks blanket across the country. It's leading to so many mistakes, like, for example, the grad student, the student that was a college student in Georgia that was literally detained in an ICE detention facility for 2 weeks, literally as a result of a mistaken identity. I don't think that that's something that keeps us more safe in this country.
So can we start with points of agreement? I think that might be useful. Can we, regardless of how we get there, can we agree that those 30% who got deported should have been deported?
The what? The convicted criminals?
Convicted criminals.
Yes.
But you said it's 30, someone said it was 70, whatever. So we start there. Okay. So now we have to talk about the remaining, I'm going to say 70%, because I believe your stat. To me, it seems that those people are also making our civilization unsafe because they promote a culture of lawlessness. When you have a set of person, a category of person who is by definition an outlaw, they themselves have to be afraid of the police for normal things. And they encourage their friends then to be afraid of the police for normal things. And so you create a culture where people are afraid of the police because of things that have nothing to do with them. And so when these people are around, they actually make it such that the people near them can't be pro-police. And so if you deport the people who aren't criminals themselves, but who exist as a category of outlaw, and you remove this outlaw category, you no longer have this semi-enforced law situation, and then we can move to a place where we have fully enforced law. And so I think that we both agree that less crime is good, like obviously, and I think that when the best way to get rid of crime is to police crime. When you punish criminals, they stop doing crime. But you need people to believe in the police. You need people to love the police. You need people to want to be safe.
Do undocumented immigrants commit less crime than American citizens?
I think that's probably true. Yeah. But the problem is that if they get caught up in...
So they commit less crime, then how does that fill the narrative that you're referring to?
For example, imagine I'm an illegal immigrant. I'm not. But imagine that I was. And some crime happened.
In my opinion, the best counter to this is, like, you don't really care about a culture of lawlessness. You kind of do. You don't really care as much about this. You really do care about the particular laws we're talking about, because there are some crimes. Are traffic infractions considered crimes? There might be a different name for these. Like, if they don't write, like, an infraction might be just not even a misdemeanor, actually. But, like, there are some things where I don't actually believe that people gave a fuck about the constitutional arguments to the speeding cams. I think people just think that speeding cams are bullshit because sometimes you just want to speed, and it sucks if you get fucking caught speeding. I feel like that was emotionally where most of those arguments came from. Like, I have a right to confront my accuser. It's like, no, I just want to get a fucking ticket for going 60 and a 55. Okay, fuck this. Especially a 100% guaranteed ticket. Okay, fuck that. Because you'll hear people, and people complain. Like, I feel like traffic infractions are one of the areas, I'm sure there are other things too, for maybe like trespassing or other things, where people will literally say, like, I broke the law and I can't believe I got in trouble for it. People will say some shit like, I was only going 59 in a 55 and he pulled me over. I was like, well, I mean, like, you were going over the speed limit. Why are you mad, right? Well, because no, fuck that. Like, so
I feel like it's why it's an important reason to fixate on the, what kind of people are we removing? Bad people that are murdering people, committing felonies, big misdemeanors, like violent crime and shit. Probably good to get rid of these people. I think that's great. But like obsessively focusing on every single person that's in the country undocumented, like is that really the best investment of resources? Is that really the best way to make the country safer? I don't know about that one, Chief.
To me, I am less likely to call the police because I'm afraid that I could get deported. And same thing if I'm in a group of people and one of us is an illegal immigrant and a crime happens, we are now afraid to call the police because of what might happen to our friend. And so this category of outlaw creates a culture of not believing in police.
Let's see if we can agree on this. Okay. I support making sure that we can have a strong border in our country.
Yes,
I think that's fair.
Thank you.
Okay. I do not support violent criminals in our country.
Yes, sir.
I don't think the vast majority of Americans.
Also, what this guy technically just gave an argument for, although he wouldn't agree with it, because you could walk him through that. Like, okay, so you think it's probably bad and it creates an environment of lawlessness and criminality if people are afraid to call the police just because their friend might be deported. Do you think it would be maybe for some cities then, if they chose to have a policing system that didn't necessarily turn people over to DHS, whenever they felt like they were an illegal immigrant, maybe then that would get rid of that bad incentive? Because what you've just described is a sanctuary city, that's what you're arguing for. But they would go, no, hold on. And they would reverse course on that because they don't actually give a fuck about the safety argument. They don't actually care about the safety argument. Because also, having a sanctuary city is more likely to work, like, obviously, because you do the thing and then that's it, versus we're going to deport every single illegal immigrant in this entire city, right? That's probably never happening, Or even like 50% of them, or even 20% of them, apparently.
Let's do. I also support making sure that there's a pathway to citizenship for those that are here that are undocumented. So the question then comes, what do we do with the limited resources that ICE has in front of us? I personally believe that we should be more focused on convicted criminals, violent people that are in our country. But when we have a system in which 70% of the people that are literally detained by ICE itself are those that have not been convicted of a crime, 47% of those people have not even been charged with a crime. They're just people.
53% have charged with a crime then?
What?
So 53% have been charged with a crime then?
No, that's not what
I just said. 47% haven't been charged.
47%.
So what percent have been?
Yeah, 53%.
So over half are charged with a crime.
Yeah, if you look at what the 47% number before Trump got in office, it was around 10%-ish.
Okay.
Right? So what I'm saying is that we should be more focused on rounding up convicted criminals in this country, people that are going to be doing things as it is.
So would you agree on giving more money to ICE to go get all the convicted criminals?
But that's not really what's happening, right? We're already paying. We're literally spending more
So
money on
much
ICE this
money.
year than the Spanish military is on their entire thing.
Unbelievable.
And we're seeing the results.
Okay, that's Spain.
Well, but I'm just saying. Well.
Sorry, hold on. If you're European, you'll understand that. He thinks that Spain has a population of like 500,000 people, probably. What the fuck? Well, that's Spain.
Like, I don't want to talk about the Spanish
but come on, that's an entire military.
It's not 1453.
I mean, but that's an entire military, right? What I'm saying is,
sure, it's more.
What I'm saying is that it doesn't make sense to me that we're spending all this money and 70% of the people that we're deporting, right? So at the end result, right? Not just the folks that are detained, the end result of the folks that we're saying, okay, we're going to get you out of here. 70% of them have not been convicted.
So can we address the fact that having a category of person who is an outlaw, who cannot rely on the police, makes the entire neighborhood unsafe?
Because what's happening in this country is that those people that are undocumented are those that commit crimes at a low rate. Here's the real thing. Wait. Here's what really missed what I'm talking about. Because here's what you missed. Here's what you missed. What makes us less safe in this country is going and having someone to do these complete raids, and you go find these mistaken cases of identity in which American citizens have been detained.
Tragedies, everyone.
Every single one of them. And those are at an increase.
All 10 of them.
That makes us far more unsafe than what the thing that you're talking about.
All policing is always going to have mistakes, but if you want to claim that just
those situations have increased.
Well, because policing has increased.
So what's happening in this country is that what you're focusing on rounding up people that have not been convicted of a crime.
Who are a category of outlaw.
And as a result
Can you
of that,
address the fact that those people make neighborhoods more unsafe?
No,
all policing is always going to have some accidents, and they're all terrible, and they should all not happen. But if you're going to have a system, you're going to mistake sometimes, and they're all bad, and I'm opposed to all of them. But I'm talking about, first, we agreed on the 30%, which is a huge point of agreement that I think we need to elevate. And then on the 70%, these people cannot be regulated by the system in the correct way. They do not trust the system in the correct way. They definitionally, by the status of who they are, make the neighborhood less safe, because it makes so everybody in the neighborhood can't rely on the police or their friend might get deported. So you have to remove these people in order to get rid of this semi-enforced, semi-category of law. You have to do that. Do you not believe that?
Are you saying that neighborhoods that have high percentages of undocumented people are oftentimes some of those violent neighborhoods in cities? Is that what you're saying?
That might be the case. I'm not sure. It probably would be the case, but that's not what I'm trying to say.
If you look at cities that have higher percentages of undocumented populations, those cities oftentimes have lower crime rates.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was the case or which way that would go. But I'm telling you, you have to address this category of outlaw. I don't know why we're going in circles here. Do you not believe that?
Because I don't think that the argument that you're making really has anything to do with the root of the issue.
The root of the issue.
The root of the issue is about safety.
Yes.
And if we have the fact that our ICE, as it stands today, is more focused on rounding up people that have not been even accused of a crime, instead of violent terrorists that are in this country, violent people in America, I think that itself makes us less safe. Because here's who's celebrating. The people in this country that are doing wrong. Because they know that people are more focused on going to a Fiesta or a grocery store or a Home Depot or a place of work or a plant or somewhere else to round up people.
Are celebrating this?
I would say so. Because they're literally being rounded up at a lower rate.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority.
It's great talking. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hi,
Hi, how are you?
One of the issues that Trump mainly went on was immigration from both sides.
And
Public mandate.
I find disingenuous the selective outrage to what makes it safe.
What do you mean by that?
Well, we have tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of children missing and not accounted for since the open borders. We have
hundreds of thousands of children. Again, scale. Hundreds of that. Usually a single child murder, depending on the circumstance, can capture national attention. Okay? Hundreds of thousands of children. That's a huge number of hundreds of thousands.
$150 billion spent from American taxpayer dollars to house and educate and give welfare to illegal aliens. This takes away.
Give me an example of that.
Well, I mean, just look in New York, the $12 billion spent on housing immigrants in hotels. Just alone in California, $23 billion was taken away from our educational system to support illegal immigrants. Is that safe for the hardworking American, for the veterans who have to wait behind illegals who get fast-tracked in their health care? Is that safe for them?
What? When they say fast-tracked in their healthcare, what the fuck are they talking about? Like, if you go to a hospital, is it like this motherfucker that fucking can't even speak English just got his free testosterone checked at no cost because of the amazing healthcare that's like what kind of healthcare are we talking about? Like, my guess is going to be, if you're an illegal, probably some of the only healthcare you're consuming is like going to the fucking emergency room. This guy, he got all the labs. This motherfucking dude comes in every Friday for his free MRI. It's fucking bullshit.
Now, I probably find agreement with you that people who want to do it the right way, there should be less bureaucracy. There should be people who want to contribute to the American dream, who are here in good faith. My father's an immigrant. My grandparents are immigrants.
They always are.
You have to do it the right way. And sometimes when you have such irresponsible management of the borders, as we've seen with open borders for the last few years, there will be sometimes an overcorrection.
What is Donald Trump doing to make it easier to do things the right way?
Well, he's closed the borders. That's number one.
Clappa.
So what is he doing to make it easier to come across the border the right way?
He hasn't.
Well, he's making new policies
like
where
which
he
ones?
has
Like
to
what?
ensure that they're actually asylum seeking.
No, that's not what I asked though. What is he doing to make it easier for because you just said that you support making
Legal
it easier
immigration.
for legal immigration,
Yes.
right? I think that we all probably should agree with that.
No.
What is he
Not
doing
really.
to advance that goal?
Well,
Only
the
white people.
first thing you do is you have to cut off the huge drain of
You've said that.
open border
Now-
policy where
That's not what I asked you.
okay,
what has he done to
again,
make it
and
easier
I
to
think
immigrate?
Can you
the
just tell me
theme
one
here
thing?
today
One
is
Nope.
he's shut
Nope.
the borders.
That's not what I asked you.
But that's a major thing. You
I asked
have
you,
to
what
start at the root
specific
cause
thing
and
is
go
he
from
doing
there. Well,
to
I
make
mean,
it easier for people to legally come into this country?
well, I know when he was in the first term, he
I'm
had
not
the
talking-
Remain in
I'm not
Mexico
talking-
policy. I'm not sure of the exact policies, but what he's doing
So
is
nothing.
working. He has,
Nothing.
again, you're skirting away from the issue.
So nothing.
Americans
Nothing.
put Trump in office because
So
they
if a
saw
central
if
pillar-
Kamala was still in office, we would have
So if
open
a-
borders
so
and it
if
would
a
be even
central
more
pillar-
unsafe.
If a central pillar to
Kamala.
your argument is making it
Kamala.
easier for legal immigration into this country, and you cannot tell me one specific example of anything
what
he's
I,
doing
what
for
I,
people
what
to
I
come
said
across
was,
legally,
what
and how does any
you're
of that
turning
make
my
any
words
sense?
around. I do think it should be easier for the right people to come in legal
So
ways.
then what is he doing to advance that?
But again,
Nothing.
in the meantime, we have a big problem of
So you-
illegals, many
you
of them
don't have
criminals.
anything.
When you talk about people who talk about unsafety, let's talk about Lincoln Riley, an American who was just jogging and living her life.
Oh boy. Whoo, that's there. George Floyd. Oh my God. This motherfucker. Damn, they have ridden this girl's fucking corpse through the planet, through the crust of the earth. Oh my God. Talk about beating a dead horse.
And was brutally murdered by an illegal alien. Is that safe? Is that safe to let people who are gang members and nationalists and drug cartels into our country with the fentanyl crisis a real thing? Is that safe for our kids? So let's not skirt the issue.
What happened to Laken Riley, I think every American agrees was absolutely horrific. I think we can say, and it's just like, for example, when Molly Tibbetts was killed under the Trump administration by an undocumented person in this country. This happens across, and every time it happens, it is wrong, and I think we all should say that. Any person that commits a violent crime needs to be locked up, deported. We all agree with that. But here's the central problem, is that what you're focused on is rounding up people in this country that have not been convicted of a crime. That does not make us more safe.
That's a blanket statement.
That's just simply the facts.
Trump has run on criminals, violent criminals first.
Let me ask
That's
you,
what he's
let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Of those people that are sitting in ICE detention facilities right now, how many do you think have been convicted of a violent crime? Just take a guess.
I could not. I
No
trust
clue.
the Trump
Take a
administration.
guess.
I
Just
don't
throw
know.
a number. Just take it. What do you think it could be?
Well, 100% because they're all illegal. And
I
they
said
Ah, there it is. Always do that. Always do that. Like, what kind of women do you hate? I hate the women that act like cunts. Okay, well, like, why is it that you seem like you hate every fucking woman or whatever, blah, blah, blah? Because all women are cunts. Based. Absolutely based. You got it. Hell yeah. Okay.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I said, how many have been convicted of a violent crime?
Why have they not filed the papers? Why
I
do
just
they take advantage of the
asked
system?
Yeah,
It
just fill out
doesn't
the
matter.
papers. It's so
Percentage
easy.
of these, 100%. You think about only
Because if they're
only
legally-
5% of the people in ICE detention facilities today have been convicted of a violent
Are they
crime.
here undocumented?
5%.
Are they here undocumented?
5%. 5%.
Are they
Not
here
all of them.
Wait. Are they here undocumented?
Not all of them.
Screams about what people are seeing in this country. You literally believe that 100% of the people
If
in
they're
ICE detention facilities
undocumented-
have been convicted of a violent crime.
Okay,
Only
not
5%.
violent. I said a crime?
I
Is
asked
that they're
you about violent
undocumented?
crime.
I don't know the statistic of violent crime, but do you
I
understand why
just
they're
asked
there
you.
in the first place?
You just told me that
Okay.
number was 100%.
Okay, they're undocumented 100%.
Boom.
The priority,
That's
we should
not
all
true.
agree on, should be violent crime first.
95% of the people in ICE detention facilities have not been convicted of a violent crime.
I don't think that's a true statistic.
That's a fact from DHS itself.
I don't.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please take your seat.
Got him.
Woo!
How's it going? Sorry, nice to meet you.
Let's see. What's my last name?
Oh, it's a great name. Awesome. So I guess on this illegal immigration point, you talked about affordability earlier, so I want to talk about that a little bit. Do you know how much the average American citizen contributes to taxes to subsidize illegal immigrants in this country?
How much?
That's $1,000 per U.S. taxpaying citizen subsidizing illegal immigrants in our country.
2023 report by the Federation for American Immigration Reform estimated that illegal immigration cost U.S. taxpayers on a net average of $956 per person. Previous citation, per person annually. As with previous citations and various estimations, this one falls under the same criticism. I think this is like a mega. I would have to evaluate the thing before just saying it, but I'm pretty sure on blanket, like FAIR always gives like pretty contentious estimates related to immigration.
We also talked about affordability earlier.
You're talking about federal taxes, right?
Yes. Why are house prices so expensive right now?
We haven't built enough over time.
Well, I mean, that's part of the reason, but I would say another part of the reason is because we've had 10 million people enter our country in the last 4 years who aren't supposed to be in our country. And guess what? When you kick out, according to the admin, 2 million people.
So these motherfuckers are
Trying to get a
broke,
debate.
lazy, coming to our country, but they're also buying up all the houses?
Over this first year, we've had housing prices fall this quarter. Why do you think housing prices have fell this quarter?
Over the last few years, right? Let's just say over the last 4 years. When do you think the majority of housing inflation happened? 1 years.
Tell me.
2021, 2022, as a result of that? We know our highest years for immigration into this country were after that. So the results is that we saw in the time period in which we had the most illegal immigration coming into this country that was not coincided with the increase in housing prices.
Well, Sue, can you explain to me why housing prices have fell this quarter? What policy change has been brought about besides kicking out millions of people?
Because here's the root of the issue, is that when you look at, for example, what immigration as a whole, whether it's illegal immigration, whether it's legal immigration, we know that accounts for maybe 1%, maybe 2% of total housing inflation. The rest of it is the fact that we literally have not built up to the demand that we literally have in the country.
I agree on that.
That's the overarching point.
100% we should be building more housing.
So that's the reason why housing has gone up for a long time, no matter what it is. The facts are, in this country, we have not built enough housing.
Sure, but removing 10 million people would also do a whole hell of a lot to decrease the supply of people that are competing for housing.
Well, but we also know that of the people that build those homes, 50% of those people are those that are immigrants into this country. So if you go and you round up specifically these people, you're also going to be able to build less housing as it currently stands.
Okay, so why have housing prices fell this quarter?
Alright, okay, that's really annoying. Destiny doesn't get copyright striked when he's watching something. Okay, so YouTube copy strikes me when I fucking whatever.